Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
The atmosphere instantly froze to the freezing point. Fortunately, BioJack stepped out at the right time to smooth things over. Captain World, everyone was fighting very seriously before. There is absolutely no need for us to say something inappropriate at this time. In my opinion, we should let them count the spoils captured this time as soon as possible. After all, we can say that we have won a great victory this time. FFE, Burndy World didn't say much after hearing this. In fact, he also knew the real battle does not depend on these peripheral members. Their role is mostly limited to cleaning the battlefield and robbing property. And at this stage, for him, if he wants to complete the great cause of revenge, a large amount of property is indispensable. Then let's keep this group of trash for now. On the way back, Burndy World also noticed the news about Lin Xiao in the newspaper. There is no way. Both the front and back pages are full of news about Lin Xiao. Even if he wants to ignore it, he can't. BioJack, what is the origin of this kid named Lin Xiao? Is he a newly rising pirate recently? It seems that he has caused a huge shock in this, see? Burndy World threw the newspaper aside. He was too lazy to do such fine work as reading newspapers. Even 30 years ago, these odd jobs were all done by BioJack, the vice captain. BioJack first picked up the newspaper slowly from the ground, and then said with emotion, "However, this young man is not a pirate, but the new king of a kingdom called Elf Kingdom in New World. In the past month or so, this young king has created one impossible miracle after another." Oh, Burndy World was immediately interested when he heard this. After escaping from Impel Down, he spent most of his time looking for BioJack and other crew members. So he didn't know much about what happened in the past 30 years. It was just during this period that he heard the news of Whitebeard's death from some pirates. Apart from that, he knew very little about other news on the sea. And BioJack saw that Burndy World was rarely interested in Lin Xiao's deeds. So he told all the big events that Lin Xiao had created in the past month. You said, Kaido. Burndy World was not very interested in Lin Xiao killing members of the 7 warlords of the sea. After all, 30 years ago, there was no system of the 7 warlords of the sea. In his opinion, these pirates with legal plundering rights were mostly trash with no real skills. It would be a running dog for the world government and the Marine if they had the ability. Would you? 0.6 anyway. Lousy would never do such a thing that would lower his status. However, when he heard that Lin Xiao had successfully defeated Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, Burndy World was slightly interested. There was no other reason. Before being frozen, he had heard of this name. After thinking for a while, Burndy World said uncertainly, "Is it the brat with a pair of horns who was doing odd jobs as an intern under that madman Rocks before? TSK, TSK, TSK. I can't believe it. A useless piece of trash like that has now become the overlord who can dominate the new world. Ha ha ha. It seems that the great pirate era, created by Roger himself, is not that great. It's really funny that such a weak guy can sit on the throne. Or has the power of the world government become so weak? This is not to say that Burndy World is so arrogant. 28, but because no matter from the perspective of qualifications, or from the perspective of strength, Burndy World is qualified to say this about Kaido. In the past era, guys like Burndy World who can still make a name for themselves in the situation of disputes among heroes are definitely extremely powerful, although he may not be able to defeat the strong camp led by Rocks. But it is normal to compete with each other every day. And even if Burndy World cannot find powerful subordinates like Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and Big Mom, but he will not necessarily lose every time. With the powerful power of Momo Fruit, he can occasionally win some victories. If he fights with other people, then Burndy World has almost never failed. This is the real confidence of these talented and powerful people. And speaking of it, as early as 30 years ago, Kaido had not yet established his own beast pirates. He was just an unknown trainee crew member. No matter his strength or scheming, he cannot be compared with the current Four Emperors Kaido of the Beasts. And after the disbandment of Rock's pirates in the later period, Kaido, who kept drifting on the sea, was captured by Marine from time to time and became a prisoner. During this period, he was even captured and put in a laboratory as a guinea pig and finally became a tool for Dr. Vegapunk to test the bloodline factor. This also enabled Dr. Vegapunk to successfully replicate the ability of Kaido's Blue Dragon Fruit and created the first shocking artificial devil fruit smile, and it was a complete replica of Kaido's Blue Dragon Fruit. It's just that the color is a little different. Although Burndy World didn't know about the artificial devil fruit, but Kaido's frequent capture was well-known news. At that time, it even became a topic of conversation among pirates after dinner. So in his eyes, Kaido was like a useless clown. It's true that when there is no tiger in Yamanaka, the monkey is king. Unconsciously, a feeling of born at the wrong time rose in Burndy World's heart. If he had not been frozen in the ice, would he have become a Four Emperors on par with Whitebeard? Then what would Kaido, that rubbish, do? But it was precisely because of this that Burndy World's ambition to rule the world became more determined. DJB, Biojack was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to explain the current situation to his old friend. He really wanted to say that Kaido was no longer the newcomer of the old times. Even if you were the captain, you might not be his opponent. But, based on Biojack's understanding of Burndy World, if he really said that, the other party would definitely go to Kaido to fight him in a rage. So after thinking about it, he said very tactfully, "Captain, in the past 30 years, the sea has undergone tremendous changes. Kaido, relying solely on the powerful power given to him by the Blue Dragon Fruit, firmly sat on the throne of Four Emperors, and was on par with Whitebeard and the other three. During this period, many powerful pirates have challenged them, but without exception, all challengers failed, so we must never underestimate the enemy." And speaking of which, the young man named Lin Xiao did not really defeat Kaido. But judging from the situation at the time, if the battle continued, both forces would definitely suffer extremely serious losses, so Kaido was forced to leave. But it is undeniable that, whether it is his own strategy or the strength of his elf legion, the young king named Lin Xiao has demonstrated a powerful force that can shake the world. Even Sengoku, the martial Buddha, who has always been famous for his wisdom in the marine, showed a helpless posture in front of him. And the current martial Akainu is the strong warrior who successfully injured world's strongest man, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, many times in Summit War. He also suffered several setbacks in the hands of this young king. Then Biojack pointed to the news about Lin Xiao in the newspaper and continued to explain excitedly. And it also said that Lin Xiao will directly use the heads of nearly 10,000 pirates this time in Marineford-built kingdom. And these pirates, without exception, are all guys who once attacked the member states of the Imperial Alliance he founded. I can't believe that he is so young, but he is so cruel. Speaking of this, Biojack's face showed a very fearful look. Turning to Burndy World, who was listening with great interest, he said, "Captain, I think we should pay more attention to this kid in the future. If we rashly provoke this guy, we might get into trouble." Waha! However, when Burndy World heard this, he laughed out loud without caring. "Not bad, really good. I didn't expect that there are finally some newcomers worth looking forward to in this era." His arrogant and domineering style of doing things is even worse than a pirate. I like that kid very much. It's just a pity that he's in New World. Otherwise, I really want to meet him in person first. It can be seen. Burndy World did not take Biojack's promotion to heart. On the contrary, he admired Lin Xiao, a young man with extremely ruthless means. In fact, this is easy to understand, because from a certain perspective, both of them should be regarded as the kind of character who will achieve their goals regardless of the consequences once they set them. So, even if they were frozen for 30 years. But Burndy World whose habits have not changed at all world, after hearing about Lin Xiao's deeds. Naturally, he also saw some of his own shadow when he was young in Lin Xiao. At least that's what Burndy World himself thinks. TJ, for him now, firing the first shot of revenge is still the top priority. Without waiting for BioJack to speak again, he continued, "How are the targets I asked you to select before? I think those so-called 7 warlords of the sea are pretty good. That kid named Lin Xiao killed 7 warlords of the sea in succession, which has already caused the marine and world government to be in a state of chaos. If I kill another one at this time, then they will surely fall into endless panic. I have to say, Burndy World's wish is beautiful, but to implement it, it is almost an impossible task, because the remaining members of 7 warlords of the sea are all the kind that are not easy to mess with. Hawkeye Dracul Myhawk. He has the title of World's #1 swordsman. He is a tough guy who uses his ultimate skill with every attack. And Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma's Paramecia meatball fruit can deflect all attacks. He is the natural counter to Burndy World's Paramecia Momo fruit. It seems that only Empress Boa Hancock's strength is not that strong. Of course, only those who can't be turned into stone, Qin Zhao, are qualified to say so. X. BioJack persuaded with a tangled face. Captain, I think it's better to keep a low profile before we have completed all the preparations. However, as soon as he said this, he was interrupted by Burndy World. Low-key, as if he had heard a very funny joke, Burndy World laughed wildly at first, and then a fierce, murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he shouted angrily, "I have never known how to write the word low-key in my life. What's more, even a young kid knows how to act in a high-profile manner. How could Lousy be outdone by him? Or do you think Lousy is not even as good as a young kid? Or after 30 years, do you want to betray me like those traitors back then?" Faced with Burndy World's murderous questioning, BioJack's shrunken figure couldn't help but tremble with fear. He knew that his captain's suspicion had come back. Even if he, the original partner, was suspected by the other party, he might be killed directly. No one knew this better than BioJack. So thinking of this, BioJack quickly shook his head and said, "I dare not, Captain. Why would I think so? No matter when and where, I will always be by your side, loyal to you." The reason why I said that is simply to remind you to pay attention to that kid, 923. After all, our current manpower is far from the heyday, and there are other tasks to be completed next, and we can't be distracted to do those irrelevant things at all. If the world government detects our true intentions in advance, or is accidentally involved in some other events, then it will definitely cause irreversible impact and delay to your plan. Sure enough, after hearing these words, Burndy World's ferocious expression on his face gradually eased. In his heart, the anger of revenge has already filled his heart. No matter what happens, he can't delay his revenge plan. Thinking of this, Burndy World nodded with satisfaction and said lightly, "You are right. Now is not a good time to be distracted. Then, let's implement my plan right away." Even Lin Xiao did not expect it. Under his indirect influence, the special event that should have happened a year and a half later in the original book was greatly advanced, and thus happened early in this time period. At this time, Luffy was still a super rookie who did not even have time to learn from Rayleigh. The next event also made everyone drop their jaws. Time went back to a day ago, in a certain sea area of the Calm Belt. Jinbei, thank you so much for what happened before. Luffy lay in front of the railing of the perfumed serpent of the 9 Snakes Pirates and thanked Jinbei, who was standing on the back of a shark whale below. "Hey Luffy, what are you talking about?" Jinbei said seriously. "See ya. I should be the one to say thank you. I still remember that time in Impel Down Level 6 Eternal Hell. I asked you to let me die for a good cause. But who would have thought that after experiencing that war, I managed to survive? I think since fate has chosen such an arrangement, I will probably be useful in the future. But anyway, let's meet again in the Fishman Island in 2 years. I'm looking forward to the day when you and your companions come together. Luffy shouted excitedly. Well, I will bring my friends as promised. Just like that, the two officially parted on the sea. Rayleigh, who was standing aside, never spoke. A few hours later, the perfumed serpent finally anchored on the shore of an uninhabited island, Ruscaina, northwest of Daughter Island. Rayleigh was the first to get off the bow, looking at the dense vegetation on the island. Said with satisfaction, "This island is perfect for training." It is said that there are a total of 48 seasons here, and the seasons change basically every week. And the natural conditions are very harsh. It is a good place to sharpen your will. But before Luffy could speak, Empress Boa Hancock said meanly, "Luffy, I will deliver food to you from Daughter Island every day, so don't worry about this." Hey, when Luffy heard that there was something delicious, his eyes immediately sparkled, and he drooled and said, "Are you serious, Hancock? If it's really possible, I want that Gorgon specialty. That's really delicious. My appetite is super big, so I want to eat a lot of meat." Ha! I never thought that I could order that kind of food while practicing here. The Empress quickly hid behind a tree when she heard that, and said shyly, "This is no problem. As long as you like it, no matter how much you want, it's totally fine. Also, that was the 10th time you called my name. Could this be the legendary engagement? If that's the case, it's really too sweet." Seeing this, the former Empress Gloriosa said speechlessly, "No way. Empress, why are you getting further away the more you talk? You are the king of Daughter Island. Please pay attention to your appearance, okay? Men are an absolute taboo in our Daughter Island. How can you be the king like this?" Rayleigh also chimed in, "Hancock, you will ruin Luffy by doing this. During Luffy's training, women are strictly prohibited from entering the island." Upon hearing this, the Empress retorted with a dark face, "I say, you old man, what right do you have to make such a decision?" However, Rayleigh said indifferently, "If we talk about food, there is plenty of it in this mountain, forest, river, and sea. If Luffy doesn't even have this survival skill, then what qualifications does he have to be a pirate? I'm doing this for his own good. Well, if it's for Luffy, then I'll put up with it." The Queen suddenly lost her temper, but still reminded with some worry, "But old man Rayleigh, this island is really dangerous. If anything happens to Luffy, I will kill you." Even in the face of the Queen's threat, Rayleigh's face was still relaxed, spreading his hands carelessly, and said, "Please give me flowers. If there are no basic accidents, can it still be called training? If you are really worried about him, then pray silently in your heart." Then, at Rayleigh's urging, the Queen, this cowardly dog, finally took her men and reluctantly left the island. Rayleigh turned to look at Luffy, who was eager to try, and said, "Okay, now, there are only 2 of us left on this island. Take a close look at the surrounding environment. It is said that this place has evolved over a long period of time. It seems that a country once existed here a long time ago. However, in the fierce competition for survival, it was humans who finally lost. So before the training officially begins, you must be prepared in advance. This is a natural barrier under the cruel nature." Faced with Rayleigh's kind reminder, Luffy, on the opposite side, was like a fool and didn't take it to heart at all. He said with a smile, I seem to smell the taste of a great adventure." Rayleigh shook his head in anger and amusement, and then activated his own observation haki. After a while, he pinched his chin covered with white beard and said, "The number of beasts on this island is very large, and it is almost too numerous to count. Based on your current tolerance, there are creatures that you cannot defeat for the time being. I roughly estimate, well, there are probably more than 500. If you don't improve your combat power as soon as possible, I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep well at night. So you must not take this training lightly. Otherwise, you will probably be beaten badly by the animals here. Besides, don't you have a goal to achieve? Then work hard for it." Luffy finally became curious after hearing this. He asked with a puzzled look, "But how do you know the existence of those animals and their number?" "Or Uncle Rayleigh, you have been to this island before, so you have a deep understanding of the creatures on this island." Rayleigh smiled slightly and said with a little praise, "In fact, it's not just me, You will soon have this power. It is a power that people call haki. However, just as the two were talking, a huge figure suddenly jumped out of the dense forest behind Rayleigh. The speed was so fast that even Luffy was shocked. The most important thing is, don't look at the huge size of the animal that looks like an elephant. It is more than 10 meters tall. But before it officially appeared, Luffy didn't even notice its breath. Even when running, it didn't even cause the ground to rise and fall. Atha, Rayleigh on the other side, seemed to be unaware, still fighting in the same place, and spread his arms with a comfortable look, explaining to Luffy, "Listen carefully, Luffy, the so-called haki is a kind of power that exists in this world and may appear in all human beings. It sounds like there is not much difference from ordinary feelings such as sound, momentum, and deterrence. But most people don't actually realize that they have this experience. Even if they realize it, when they want to exert this power, they can't master the doorway, even if they spend their whole life. What I want to tell you is, in many cases, unwavering belief is the source of strength. Listen carefully and watch carefully next. Generally speaking, the haki that ordinary people can contact and learn can be roughly divided into two types. Almost at the same time as the voice sounded, the huge wild elephant had already approached Rayleigh. It seems that because of 0.6, Rayleigh ignored him and became more and more angry. He immediately swung his huge trunk and smashed it towards Rayleigh. "Eck!" Luffy exclaimed nervously. However, Rayleigh on the opposite side started teaching mode again. "It's okay, don't worry about me. This elephant wants to use its trunk to attack my head from my right side." At the moment of opening his mouth, Rayleigh lowered his head slightly. He perfectly avoided the attack of the elephant's trunk. This power that can strongly sense the opponent's sound is called observation haki. Once this power is improved, you can read the position and number of enemies beyond your sight. Second, and predict in advance the various actions that the opponent will take against you in the next moment. Yes, I guess you have encountered opponents with this ability before. In Sky Island, this power was called Heart Net by the people there. Then next, I will show you armament haki. You can imagine this power as wearing a hard armor that is invisible to the naked eye. Not only can it make your defense as indestructible as steel, it can even effectively defend against the attacks of Devil Fruit ability users. If newcomers want to survive in New World intact, this is an absolute must-have ability. While speaking, the giant elephant, whose attack just missed, ran and attacked Rayleigh again. This time, it raised its thigh high and then stomped heavily on Rayleigh. It wanted to crush this ant who dared to despise it into meat paste. But who would have thought? Bang! Before the elephant's foot touched Rayleigh, it was blasted away by the opponent's right palm, raised casually. Obviously, Rayleigh used the technique of advanced armament haki in this attack. Luffy saw this, and the figure of Jean Tamaru, who had fought with him before, suddenly appeared in his mind. The opponent had used a similar power at that time. It seemed to be called Foot's Solitary Walk. At this time, Rayleigh's voice came again. Relatively hard armor can naturally be transformed into attack power. Rayleigh stretched out a finger and flicked it lightly on Luffy's forehead. Bang! Originally, this seemingly ordinary attack, but it directly made Luffy was in so much pain that tears were streaming down his face. AA, Akiji, can use this power to attack their bodies. Faced with Luffy's question, Rayleigh patiently answered, "You must have seen the bows and arrows used by the members of the Nine Snakes Pirates before. This power can also be attached to weapons and used." Luffy suddenly realized what was going on. "Ah, I thought the arrows they used were made of iron before." Rayleigh ignored Luffy's complaints. Instead, he continued to explain. Observation haki and armament haki are haki that ordinary people can learn and learn. However, there's another special haki that only a very few people in the world can master. It is also a powerful force that all the strong people who can stand at the top of the world have. In fact, I saw the same signs in you a long time ago. Almost at the same time as the voice sounded, Rayleigh's eyes narrowed slightly. A force that could not be detected by the naked eye swept out from his body. Instantly, the elephant behind him who tried to sneak attack him was stunned. In Luffy's shock, Rayleigh continued to explain. This is the power that could deter the opponent to the greatest extent. Conqueror's Haki! Exclamation point. Those pirates who are famous in the sea usually have this power. However, only Conqueror's Haki can be controlled, but cannot be strengthened through training. In simple terms, this power is the spirit of the user. It can only be strengthened through the continuous growth of the user. And this alone has screened out many mediocre people. Luffy seemed to have figured out something. He said with envy, "This should be the move you used in the auction venue." And a few days ago, when we arrived at the square of Marineford, those marine soldiers who fell to the ground should have been stunned by this move. That's right. Rayleigh nodded slightly, then said meaningfully, "I guess before we got there, they were all stunned by the popular Majesty Lin Xiao. But it's really surprising that the boy actually possessed such a powerful Conqueror's Haki. No wonder he behaves so domineeringly and arrogantly. In fact, Luffy, you should have experienced this a long time ago, as early as the Summit War. The aptitude of Conqueror's Haki in you had already awakened. But I must remind you, before you fully master this power, don't use it excessively, because it may hurt the innocent people around." Just when Rayleigh wanted to say something, he saw Luffy walking towards the giant elephant lying on the ground. He said with envy, "It's really amazing. The deputy of Pirate King actually knocked down such a giant beast without moving a finger." Zhao zhao zhao. Rayleigh was stunned at first, but then he smiled and said, "Why? Are you suddenly a little respectful to me?" Luffy nodded seriously. "Indeed, a little. But now that I think about it, I seem to have seen people using Haki in many places. Oh, by the way, Rayleigh, is the guy named Lin Xiao, who you always mention very strong in Haki?" Rayleigh was slightly stunned at first, but then he thought about it and nodded. "Although I haven't seen him use Haki with my own eyes, but judging from those rumors and experience, the endurance he can achieve should be no worse than mine. In fact, it is very likely to be stronger than the Haki I master." This is definitely not Rayleigh's way of boosting others' ambitions and destroying his own prestige. Rather, he always likes to think rationally about the strengths and weaknesses of his opponents. In this way, he can judge the threat level of the enemy with the most correct attitude. This is his unique way of thinking that has continued from the Roger era to the present. 1+4. Luffy was shocked when he heard this. As strong as Rayleigh? Or even stronger than him? 383. Oh my god, how'd that guy learn it? But it's not easy to practice it. Rayleigh saw this and comforted him. It's a bit rushed to start learning now. But fortunately, you have good qualifications. I should be able to teach you the basic knowledge of Observation Haki, Armament Haki, and Conqueror's Haki in the next 2 years. But most people will choose the 10 or Earth items that they're best at from this Conqueror's Haki to learn because of their own acceptance ability. You have to be more serious too. Then find out the Haki that you are best at and focus on improving it. If each one can be strengthened, then you will be able to stand on a higher stage in the future. Luffy nodded excitedly. "I know, let's get started." "Luffy, when the training officially begins, I will definitely not show mercy." Rayleigh suddenly frowned and said very seriously, Please wait for me a moment." Luffy took off the straw hat on his head, and then placed it on a stone, and then said without looking back, "I will stay here as the pirate straw hat boy for the time being. I am now fully training Luffy." "But Uncle Rayleigh, you said that only this is a safe zone, right? Then please give me more advice." "Oh no, I should say please, Mr. Rayleigh. My first goal is to surpass Lin Xiao." New G1 branch. Marineford. Report to Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel. The fleet transporting cargo G257 from East Blue was attacked by a group of unknown pirates and has now been completely wiped out. A Marine soldier trotted into the office and reported. Then he placed a stack of photos in front of Flying Squirrel. When Flying Squirrel saw the pictures of the Marine ships torn into pieces, he gasped. Who did these people meet? They could actually destroy the Marine ships into such a tragic state. It's really crazy. Just then, Sengoku, the chief inspector, came closer, took a look at the photos, and immediately shook his head with a serious face. Another tall and strong figure also came to the desk, picked up a few pictures, and looked at them, and then laughed out loud. "Huh? I really know a guy who can do this. Vice Admiral Garp. Who is that person? To be praised by you, he must be a powerful man who dominates the sea, right? But isn't this guy known to everyone in our marine? Why don't I have any impression of him at all?" Flying Squirrel wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked with a puzzled look. That's right. The person who just spoke was Garp, who was urgently captured by Sengoku from East Blue. Many things happened before he hesitated. In addition, Lin Xiao suddenly appeared in Marineford, and a big drama of human head Jingguan was staged. So Akainu immediately issued a death order. Garp must be brought back, even if he doesn't go back to new naval headquarters. At least he must stay in Marineford to prevent similar embarrassing incidents from happening again, even if the other party resigned after Summit War. But he was still retained by General Commander Kong. With like Sengoku, Garp will continue to stay in Marine to train the next generation of newcomers. So now Garp still belongs to Marine, and he also retains the rank of Vice Admiral. But before Garp could speak, Sengoku seemed to have thought of something, and said first, "Yes, you should be talking about that man. A survivor of the One Piece Joel D. Roger era, possessing a terrifying power that makes the world tremble. The only one who can do this is probably World Destroyer. Burndy World back then?" Garp put away his smile. A look of nostalgia flashed in his old eyes, and said lightly, "Speaking of which, it's really a bit emotional. For this world, that guy has been missing for 30 years. Wouldn't it be better to just live peacefully until the end of his life? He has to jump out to join the fun of young people at this time. He is really a guy who will give people headaches no matter what era." Sengoku rolled his eyes at Garp with a bad face. "How dare you say that to others? You are obviously the old B*** D who gives people a headache, okay? If I hadn't personally rushed to East Blue to catch you back this time, you might still be hiding in Windmill Village and enjoying a good life. Don't you know that the sky over Marine is about to be exposed? World Destroyer. I seem to have heard this name somewhere before." The Flying Squirrel showed a confused look on his face. It seems that he doesn't know much about the pirate in his memory. Zero. But this can't be blamed on him, because Flying Squirrel is already a new generation of Marine officers. He missed the grand occasion of the Rocks era perfectly. After all, he is only 46 years old now. And 30 years ago, when Burndy World was captured, he was just a 16-year-old seedling. Even if he hasn't heard of the other party's name, that's normal. It seems that he saw the doubt in Flying Squirrel's eyes. After Sengoku thought for a moment, he slowly explained, "In the old days when demons were rampant, Burndy World was a top powerhouse who could be ranked with Pirate King Roger, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and the like. However, Burndy World's style of doing things is far more extreme than those people. That guy later became the nightmare of all Marine ships. Even the world government would feel a headache when facing him. Under normal circumstances, they would just abandon their ships and run away when they met him. Finally, one day, when Burndy World attacked the ships of the world nobles, it was surrounded and suppressed by the Marines who had ambushed in the nearby waters in advance. Originally, the war was evenly matched, or it should be said that the Marines relied on the ambushes in advance, and the absolute advantage in numbers to fight the man to a draw. As time went on, the war situation actually began to develop in a direction that was beneficial to Burndy World again. This scared those people at that time. But in the end, just when Burndy World was about to gain the upper hand, it was plotted against by the CP organization, which provoked the relationship between the crew members during the battle, which caused suspicion and rebellion among them, and was finally successfully arrested by Marine. And then, in view of Burndy World's threat, he was directly imprisoned and impelled down Level 6 Eternal Hell, and was imprisoned in a frozen state for 30 years. But who would have thought that in the end, during Blackbeard's entry into Impelled Down, he was revived outside and successfully escaped? It seems that we Marines must prepare in advance. At the end, even Sengoku couldn't help but sigh. Originally, after the end of Summit War, Sengoku wanted to announce the news that a large number of prisoners had escaped from Level 6 Eternal Hell and other floors of Impelled Down to the world, so that the world can prepare in advance. But who would have thought that the world government would directly order it to be strictly prohibited from spreading? In the eyes of the superiors, the life and death of the world is actually not important. The important thing is not to let the world government lose face because of this matter. Finally, even Sengoku had a compromise. He could only helplessly raise the bounty of Burndy World from 200 million berries, which had been stagnant 30 years ago, to 500 million berries. This is not to say that Sengoku does not value the threat that Burndy World can bring, but because he does not want to cause unnecessary unrest. As Garp just said, Sengoku really hopes that Burndy World can become a legend honestly. At this point, is he still thinking about revenge on this world? Damn it, why do dishonest guys appear one after another at this time? After hearing this, the flying squirrel immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Just a forest road is enough to give him a headache. Now, it has not been a few days. Unexpectedly, a veteran strongman from the old times has appeared again. The flying squirrel thought for a while and asked with a little doubt. That guy's been locked up for 30 years, and he destroyed 5 warships as soon as he escaped. Isn't this guy's behavior too chaotic? 0.1. Isn't he afraid of provoking our Marine to target us? I'm afraid that this behavior is exactly what he wants. Sengoku sighed helplessly. This attack is obviously just a warning signal for us Marine and world government to demonstrate after his comeback. I believe that there will be more fierce offensives in the near future. It seems that this sea is destined to never calm down. Another powerful old man who makes people feel extremely headache has appeared. I really don't know what kind of bloody storm this guy will stir up again. Flying Squirrel heard this and asked nervously, "Then Mr. Sengoku, should we prepare in advance and take the initiative to attack? Instead of waiting for that guy to provoke, can't we take the initiative, mobilize superior combat power, and strangle him in the cradle directly? Plus or minus triple." Garp laughed and reminded, "We should indeed prepare in advance. After all, that guy's an absolute lunatic. He might be like decades ago, shouting that he wants to destroy the world or something." "Shut up," Sengoku shouted angrily, and then thought for a moment and said, "But since Burndy World has appeared, we can't just ignore it. Since he has already sent Marine has sent out a signal to declare war, which proves that he is planning some amazing conspiracy. We can't give him enough time to prepare, so..." Speaking of this, Sengoku suddenly realized that he is no longer the Marshal of Marine. He couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. This is not to say that Sengoku is obsessed with power and status, but when dealing with emergencies, he can't respond in the first time. It just makes Sengoku feel a little disappointed. This is also common sense. After thinking about it, Sengoku turned to the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral and said, "You should report this news to Sakazuki as soon as possible. I think he will make an accurate judgment." The Flying Squirrel nodded gratefully and said, "Thank you, Mr. Sengoku, for reminding me. I will do it right away." Combel. Above the sky, Lin Xiao and Momosaji were still sitting on the back of Cresselia, searching for traces of Burndy World on the sea. "Your Majesty, it has been several days. Will that Burndy World really appear? He has been imprisoned and impelled down Level 6 Eternal Hell for 30 years. Maybe he has lost his ambitions and is planning to hide in some unknown place and spend his old age peacefully." Momosaji looked at the rolling sea below, and a hint of doubt appeared on her pretty face. For several days in a row, they have already patrolled all the waters near Sabeti Archipelago, but still nothing was found. For 83, the pirate named Burndy World seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. There was no trace at all. This made Momosaji feel that the other party might have given up the idea of continuing to be a pirate because he could not keep up with the times. Pirates will also grow old and become obsolete. Even as strong as Whitebeard, didn't he choose to end his old life in the Summit War? And the current situation is no longer the era that Burndy World is familiar with. Let alone, the combat power ceilings of Akainu and Kizuru and Marine alone are enough to beat Burndy World into a sieve, right? How can an eagle who has enjoyed the sky be content to stay in a birdcage? That guy's a real tiger out of the cage. Even though he has been frozen for 30 years, his ambition has not diminished at all. What's more, in his heart, there is still a raging fire of revenge. Lin Xiao said meaningfully. However, he has not found any trace of the other party for several consecutive days. Lin Xiao has also realized that it is very likely that the current timeline is not right. After all, in the original work, Burndy World appeared in the period when Luffy was able to use armament hockey and observation hockey proficiently. Obviously, there is still some time from now, so even if he continues to search, it will probably be a waste of time. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao decided to give up the search for Burndy World's plan. When we get news about him later, it won't be too late to rush over. Rado, just when Lin Xiao was about to order Cresselia to return. But suddenly on the sea below, he caught a glimpse of a large ship pulled by two giant snakes. The ship was speeding in a certain direction. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the ship of 9 Snakes Pirates. Looking at that direction, it must be going to deliver food and daily necessities to Luffy. It can't be such a coincidence that World appeared in this sea area at this time. Lin Xiao frowned slightly. He immediately decided to give it a try and ordered Cresselia to follow quietly. Anyway, this little time is not a big deal. If Burndy World doesn't appear, it won't be too late to return. However, Lin Xiao didn't plan to attack Luffy. After all, there is no hatred between the two. Whether the other party's rise has nothing to do with Lin Xiao. The reason for the interest is that he can't accept the woman who has been developed by celestial dragons. It is just to take fun and wait for the view. Locks, even the most worthless devil fruit. Its value is at least 100 million berries. Not to mention the Paramecia sweet fruit that the Empress possesses, which can petrify people directly, just from its ability and function. It can be worth at least 1 billion berries. Even if celestial dragons have all the wealth in the world, they would not use such a valuable devil fruit on a few worthless slaves for no reason, right? Then what happened in the meantime is really self-evident. You know, in the original book, the sweet fruit on the Empress is the devil fruit that even the sinister and treacherous Blackbeard is eyeing. After hearing that the world government had abolished the 7 warlords of the sea system, Blackbeard rushed to the daughter island without stopping. Then he prepared to take this sweet, sweet fruit from the Empress. God knows what this ugly bee D wants to do with this sweet, sweet fruit. If he ate it himself, the scene would really make Lin Xiao dare not imagine. Just ask, when a piece of shit uses the power of the sweet, sweet fruit on you, will anyone think he is the most beautiful? 9. Just imagining it almost made Lin Xiao vomit. Back to the topic. In the original work, if Kobe and other Marines didn't happen to appear there, and at the most critical moment, Pluton rarely appeared to save the situation, I'm afraid that the Empress's sweet, sweet fruit would have been snatched away by Blackbeard long ago. The most important thing is, no matter what the truth is, Lin Xiao will not pay attention to it, because there is never a lack of beauties around him. Naturally, he would not have any thoughts about the Empress. Isn't that the ship of the 9 Snakes Pirates? Momosaji also discovered the pirate ship on the sea below, seeing Cresselia quietly following behind him. A strange expression suddenly appeared on her beautiful face. This man, could it be that he has some thoughts about the Empress who is known as the world's most beautiful woman? Thinking of this, Momosaji actually felt jealous in her heart. I said that men are not good, right? Obviously eating what is in the bowl. but still thinking about what is in the pot. Abba is not in his bowl. At the same time, in a sea area near Combelt, a huge pirate ship is quietly anchored on the coastline of a small island. Burndy World looked at the pirates who came to join them from time to time, and a surge of excitement surged in his heart. Captain, the elites from all over the world, after hearing the news about you, sighed, have gathered here one after another. Naichine adjusted the high-power glasses on his nose and said excitedly, "Yes, it won't be long before we can officially launch an attack on Marine Fort." Garum, the ability user of Cube Fruit, said with a grin, "Haha, can we finally fight again?" The giant fishman Sebastian pinched his fingers, making a series of clear sounds, and his face was full of eagerness to try. Among the few people, it seems that only the sickly Deputy Captain Biojack is not very optimistic about Burndy World's crazy revenge plan. After all, the current situation is completely different from more than 30 years ago. Today's Marine is definitely not something that anyone can provoke. Even if it is Burndy World, it is definitely not that easy to defeat this huge organization. Although their plan is to use the super cannon made by Garum, combined with the amplification ability of Captain Burndy World's Momo Fruit, and then sneak attack Marine Ford in secret, so as to catch Marine off guard. Completely sink the island that symbolizes peace and order. But with their limited manpower, even if it is a sneak attack, can they really achieve that level? Biojack is very skeptical about this, but he dare not speak out his doubts in his heart openly, because he was afraid that Burndy World would kill him personally. Ever since he was betrayed by his own crew 30 years ago, this man no longer has any trust in anyone else. Even for the cadres who have been loyal to him for 30 years, this is no exception. Not to mention, they don't even know that the naval headquarters has quietly moved to the New World side under Akainu's order. Otherwise, I'm afraid Burndy World would have chased him to the New World side long ago, but in that case, he would probably be wiped out by a large number of Marines who have been waiting there for a long time as soon as he arrived at the New World side. And at this moment, sitting on the captain's seat, Burndy World, looking at the crowds of people on the sea rock, said with a smug look, "You are right. The moment of revenge on the world government will come soon. Those bastards dare to lock me up in Level 6 Eternal Hell for 30 years, and it was completely frozen. I will use my actions to prove to them that the anger from World Destroyer will burn the dynasty they have established, and the next era will belong to me. Burndy World. Lousy's reputation will resound throughout the world. I will use my actions to take revenge on this world." Then, Burndy World slowly stood up. Then he walked towards the coast, where people gathered. Garum, Sebastian, and other core members followed him consciously. The fact that you are all gathered here shows that you are all people with ideals and ambitions. Burndy World stood on the temporary podium, looking at the countless unfamiliar faces below, and said unscrupulously, "Then next, we will start your joining ceremony. As long as everyone swears allegiance to me and acts according to my orders, I will lead you to the top of the sea. Achieve a grand cause that even Roger can't achieve." Speaking of this, Burndy World's pupils suddenly condensed, and an unprecedented strong aura suddenly burst out from his body. He reminded fiercely, "But please remember, for those who are ready to join, I hate traitors the most in my life. So anyone who joins me, if they betray me, I will crush their heads with my own hands. Please be prepared in advance." The pirates below heard this. There was silence for a moment. Then they raised their weapons and shouted, "We are willing to join the World Destroyer pirate group." 17. Seeing this, Burndy World's face suddenly showed a satisfied look, even if he did not trust any word of the people below. But to complete his revenge plan, he needed a lot of manpower. And these greedy guys at the moment, they are undoubtedly his best helpers. However, just when Burndy World was about to announce the start of the joining ceremony, Biojack in the back suddenly came close to him and reported in a low voice, "Captain, something bad has happened. Captain, I just received news that the perfume serpent, the vehicle of Empress Boa Porcupine, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, has just appeared in the nearby waters. However, our people are still unsure whether she is on that ship. Do you think we should? BioJack did not finish his words. After all, the real decision maker has always been Burndy World. 313-inch. He only needs to tell the news he knows. Ha ha ha. God is really helping me. I thought it would take a long time to find the traces of these 7 warlords of the sea, but I didn't expect them to appear so easily. Burndy World laughed fiercely when he heard this. He immediately waved his hand to the people below and said, "The initiation ceremony will be delayed a little bit. I have a very important thing to do now. So everyone stay on this island and wait for my good news. I believe it won't be long before our reputation will resound through the sea again." After that, he stood up and left in the puzzled eyes of everyone. After arriving at the coast, Burndy World said to the few people following behind him, "BioJack, come with me, and the others stay here. Don't let these newcomers cause any trouble for me. I don't want any accidents to happen in my backyard again. Do you understand what I mean?" "Yes, Captain, leave this to us." Sebastian and the other 2 nodded quickly. Then they watched Burndy World and BioJack leave the island in a small boat. Rusgina Island. Perfume Serpent slowly docked at the shore. Then the 2 sisters of the Empress, Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold, brought several Amazon female warriors, delivered a large amount of carefully cooked food, as well as medicines and other supplies necessary for survival in the wild, to the place where Luffy was practicing. Rayleigh's beak twitched slightly when he saw this. The paranoid Empress, as expected, did not listen to his advice, and still sent Luffy his favorite food. $989. Women are indeed the biggest stumbling block on the road to success for men. But fortunately, in order not to delay Luffy's practice, she did not come here in person. This is a blessing in disguise. Rayleigh could only turn a blind eye to the Empress's action of sending a batch of food every once in a while. After handing the things to Luffy, Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold did not stay on the island for too long. Then they returned to the Perfume Serpent to return. However, the big ship had just left Rusgina Island, where Luffy was training. It was blocked by a small boat coming from the opposite direction. "Hey, is this the ship of Empress Boa Pokak, one of the 7 warlords of the sea?" Burndy World stood on the boat and asked with a very ferocious expression, and BioJack was put on his shoulder by him. After all, he was imprisoned in Level 6 Eternal Hell for 30 years. Burndy World also knew that he was somewhat out of touch with the current sea. So no matter where he goes, he will bring BioJack as his guide, and he has never seen the face of the Empress. If he catches the wrong person, wouldn't he be laughed at by the world? But as long as he brings BioJack, all the above problems will be solved, no matter which era he is in. Burndy World is very dependent on this skinny assistant. It's just that his personality has changed greatly after being deceived. So many real emotions are no longer revealed. 28. "You are so unreasonable. You dare to call my sister by her name. Don't you want to live?" On the deck, Boa Sandersonia was furious when she heard this, and pointed at Burndy World and the others below and said, "If you know what's good for you, get out of my way, or I'll let you die here today." "Huh, Lousy has no time to waste with you here. Hurry up and call that Empress out. As long as she surrenders, I can spare your lives." Burndy World glanced at the Amazon female warriors who were gradually surrounding her, and snorted with disdain. Asterisk hole, "You dare to attack my sister, you'll die." The hot-tempered Boa Marigold attacked directly, raised the Guandao in her hand, and chopped down heavily on Burndy World's head. However, faced with the attack, Burndy World still chose to stand still without any action. Just let the Guandao in the other party's hand chop on his head. But the expected death scene did not appear. Instead, Boa Marigold's attack was actually blocked by the other party with armament hockey. What? The women were shocked when they saw this. You know, Boa Marigold's attack just now was also entangled with armament hockey. This means that the armament hockey level of the man who suddenly appeared in front of him must be far superior to Boa Marigold, which is why this situation where he can't break through the defense at all happened. No wonder this guy didn't even dodge. But what made everyone feel extremely confused was, when did such a master who could practice armament hockey to such a level appear near the comm belt? Why didn't they, Nine Snakes pirates, receive any relevant information before? And the purpose of this man's attack was also very clear. He came to capture Boa Hancock. Who is he? Just when everyone was confused, Bernie World said impatiently, I say, are you all deaf? If you don't call the Empress out, don't blame me for being rude. However, not to mention that the Queen is not on the ship now. Even if she is, these Amazon female warriors will never hand over their king just like that, in exchange for their chance to live. Because the Queen is the direction and belief of life for them. She is a noble existence that must not be desecrated. For the Queen, they can even easily sacrifice their lives. So even now, facing a strong enemy, they have no intention of surrendering at all. Sisters, this man's target is Her Majesty the Queen. We must not let him leave here alive. That's right, we must not let the guy who threatens Her Majesty the Queen live. Kill him. As they spoke, a group of Amazon female warriors attacked Burndy World. Although the opponent's armament hockey is very strong, but they have an absolute advantage in numbers. Swish, swish, swish. Countless arrows flew towards Burndy World like raindrops. And on these arrows, all were wrapped with the pitch-black armament hockey. Bang, bang, bang. The arrows hit Burndy World and made a series of muffled sounds. In order to prevent Biojack from being hit by stray arrows, Burndy World stretched out his hand and shot away all the arrows flying towards him. There was a hint of anger on his face. A bunch of stupid women who don't understand human language. Then don't blame me for killing them. As the voice fell, Burndy World exerted a little force. Bite an apple directly, and then spit it out at the Amazon female warriors on the opposite side. Momo 10x shotgun. The originally insignificant fruit core instantly turned into a deadly hidden weapon. No matter the speed or volume, all were magnified 10 times. Like bullets, they flew towards the Amazon warriors on the opposite side. Puff, puff, puff. In the blink of an eye, several Amazon warriors were shot and fell to the ground. Blood kept flowing out from the wounds. What on earth is this thing? Is it the power of devil fruit? Everyone be careful. This guy is the ability user of devil fruit. Boa Sandersonia was the first to react. Then she activated the ability of Zoan Snake Fruit Anaconda form. The whole person turned into a giant green snake. Furious, he swung his tail wrapped in the pitch-black armament hockey and whipped it towards Burndy World. Too slow. Burndy World showed a look of disdain on his face and then activated his ability again. Momo 10x speed. His tall and strong figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. The speed was so fast that it was 5 or 6 times faster than the speed of Shave in Marine 6 styles. When his figure appeared again, he had already arrived behind Boa Sandersonia. Oh my goodness, bang! The black iron fist wrapped with armament hockey hit Joe hard. It actually knocked Boa Sandersonia in the anaconda form unconscious. Boa Marigold saw this and exclaimed immediately. Then he activated his Devil Fruit ability, transformed into a huge cobra. That's right, she is the ability user of Zoan Snake Fruit Cobra form. Snake Hair Possession Flame Snake God. Boya Marigold, after the beast transformation, turned her hair into the shape of 2 giant snakes. Then, a scorching flame burned all over her body. From a distance, she looked like an angry fire snake god, which made people feel scared. Snake thrust. However, facing the giant fire snake rushing towards him, Burndy World did not show any panic on his face. This kind of flashy attack was nothing to him. He did not even want to dodge his sexual organs. He just smiled contemptuously. He then used 900 armament hockey to cover his whole body. Momo 30 times speed. The next second, his sturdy figure actually appeared directly in front of the giant fire snake. The black iron fist smashed down without hesitation. 6 yen. There was no surprise at all. Even Boa Marigold, who had directly entered the beast state, could not withstand the opponent's powerful attack that was like a mountain falling on her head. After blinking, she fainted like her second sister. After losing consciousness, the huge snake body gradually retreated to its original human form. No one could have expected that the two top fighters of the Daughter Kingdom would show such a poor performance when they met Burndy World. What a bullshit! 7 Warlords of the Sea. Is this the only ability of the cadres under your command? Burndy World said with disdain, "Since you didn't follow my instructions, there is no need to keep your lives." Wait a minute. However, just when Burndy World was about to kill the 2 sisters of the Empress, a seriously injured Amazon warrior, enduring the great pain from the wound, slowly stood up and said, "Don't kill them. The Queen didn't come with us this time." Burndy World frowned suddenly, obviously very dissatisfied with the result. Damn it. Lousy came all the way here, and finally came up empty-handed, just when he was about to start a massacre. Biojack, who was sitting on his shoulder, suddenly stopped him and said, "Captain, since the Queen is not here, why don't we take her 2 sisters away, and let her come to us on her own initiative?" To be honest, Biojack really didn't want to see Burndy World killing again, because these were all meaningless killings. On the contrary, it would arouse the hatred of the Queen. But he also knew, if we let our captain give up this hunt and return empty-handed, it would be absolutely impossible. So, in order to save these young lives, Biojack could only think of this worst plan. You'll be punished today. Burndy World did not object to Biojack's proposal. His target from the beginning to the end was only the Queen. Since the other party was not here, he was not in the mood to stay here any longer. He immediately picked up the unconscious Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold from the ground. Then, while jumping off the big ship, he said to the seriously injured Amazon warriors on the ship, "Tell the Queen when you go back and let her come to me alone. Otherwise, I will sacrifice her 2 sisters. I believe that if she really cares about her 2 sisters, she will definitely make the right choice." After that, Burndy World disappeared from the eyes of the Amazon warriors. No matter how reluctant these warriors were, they could only watch the boat they were riding on quickly sail away from the sea area. And the scene below. All of them were seen by Lin Xiao and Momosaji in the air. Lin Xiao's face also became a little weird. F***KU. I have been looking for you for so many days, and there is no trace. I didn't expect to meet you here. Tit. Is this time period really serious? It seems to be much earlier than in the original book, right? Is it the butterfly effect caused by myself? It shouldn't be. The decision to find Burndy World, or Lin Xiao's sudden impulse after leaving Marineford. Before this, there was no intersection between the two, so he was a little unsure. Tit. Now that we have found his trace, then all the efforts before are not in vain. Lin Xiao now really wants to know whether there will be any other changes in the next development. FFFLX. After thinking for a while, he immediately ordered Cresseria to follow. Your Majesty, are you going to get rid of him? Then why didn't we just take action just now and let him leave calmly? Momosaji showed a puzzled look on her pretty face. It seemed that she didn't understand Lin Xiao's operation. No, this time is mainly to watch the show. A mysterious arc flashed across Lin Xiao's mouth. This was definitely not him perfunctorily, but he really wanted to watch the show. After all, there was nothing else to do now. And Lin Xiao also discovered a situation. That is, if the distance between the target person and Ditto exceeds the visual range of Ditto, then it will not be able to successfully activate the transformation ability. And if it is too close, then according to Burndy World's observation hockey, please give me flowers, Vo. I will definitely find the existence of Ditto and Lin Xiao at the first time. In other words, when facing such a veteran strongman, it is almost impossible to replicate the other party's ability silently. In this case, then Lin Xiao must show up. This is also the fundamental reason why he finally decided to follow and see what happens next before making a decision. If he has to take action to replicate the ability of Momo Fruit, then Lin Xiao will definitely not be soft-hearted. After all, he doesn't have a good impression of these pirates. Tay. The two took Cresselia, following the boat of Burndy whirled in the sky that no one could detect, and flew towards the island where they were stationed. Combelt. 9 Snake Island. Amazon Lily Kingdom. Open the door quickly. It's the Aqua Tour that's back. It must be Sandersonia and Marigold that's back. Tao. As the gate on the mountain slowly opened, the ship drove straight in. Kaido. Soon, the female warriors who were in charge of welcoming them found the strangeness of the people on the ship after they boarded the deck. Looking around, almost everyone was seriously injured. They collapsed on the deck helplessly. It seemed that they were under great pressure and mental trauma. Blood was everywhere. The situation was horrible. 5-3. What's the matter? You're all so seriously injured. Did you encounter any pirate group? Damn it, someone dared to attack our 9 Snakes pirates. Don't they know that Lady Snake is a member of 7 Warlords of the Sea? Wait a minute. Why don't I see Lady Sandersonia and Lady Marigold? Where did they go? Hearing everyone's questions. On the deck, a less injured Amazon female warrior quickly replied. After we delivered supplies to Lord Luffy on the way back, we encountered a villain who called himself World Destroyer. Lord Sandersonia and Lord Marigold were captured by him. They had a conflict before, but both of them were beaten. The enemy's strength is unusually strong. What did you say? The other Amazon female warriors were shocked when they heard it. Are you sure there is only one enemy? Yes. Is there anyone who can defeat so many female warriors at the same time? The female warrior who spoke before nodded with a wry smile. Yes, that guy is extremely powerful. And his real target is actually Lord Snake. What? The women were once again deeply shocked. What kind of guy is so bold that he actually wants to attack Lord Snake? However, before they could ask anything else, the Amazon female warrior had already urged anxiously. Let's talk about the rest later. Take me to see Lady Snake quickly. I have something important to report. Others naturally did not dare to delay. So while taking the female warrior to the palace, they also sent all the other injured people for treatment. Not long after, the group arrived at the palace in the inner city, 9 Snake City. Snake Queen, this is a clay sculpture made by the children of the village for you. An Amazon warrior introduced with a smile. They also painted it carefully. It must have taken a lot of effort. Also, in order to avoid accidents during transportation, they carefully moved it all the way to the city, and it looked so cute. The Empress sitting on the throne opposite heard the words, slowly stood up, and then took 5.3 steps to the clay statue that looked very childish, and said expressionlessly, "Really? The statue was made specifically for me with clay. It's really bad. It's too bold to put it here." In the human world, he can't leave 2 colors. As she spoke, the Empress stretched out her hand and pushed forward. She smashed the clay sculpture to pieces. Remember not to bring that kind of dirty stuff into the city again. I get angry when I see that kind of stuff. Throw it away quickly and clean the floor as clean as before. Oh, by the way, Goldfinch, why haven't Sandersonia come back yet? Did something happen to Luffy? Oh my God, when I think of Luffy staying on that deserted island with that old guy for so long, my heart suddenly feels blocked. I really want to get rid of Rayleigh, the old man who is in the way, and then practice with Luffy there. As soon as Luffy came to mind, the Empress suddenly became like a different person. However, when she thought of Rayleigh's family forbidding her to visit Luffy in person, otherwise, they would not teach Luffy to practice. The Empress was furious. She wanted to kill this old guy who was in the way. Her personality has always been like this. It's nice to say that he's fickle, and he never considers other people's feelings. Ah, Lord Snake, I calculated the time. Lord Sandersonia and the others should be back soon. The Amazon warrior named Goldbroom said thoughtfully. However, at this moment, a noisy sound suddenly sounded outside. Then, several Amazon warriors brought the injured crew members in. What's going on? The queen's eyes suddenly condensed when she saw this, and then she walked forward quickly. Snake Lady, we were attacked by a powerful pirate. Sandersonia and Marigold were all captured by him. He said that he would release the two adults only if you go to see her in person. The injured crew member said breathlessly. What? The Empress was stunned at first. Then, as if she had thought of something, asked with a panicked face. How is Luffy? Is he injured? Damn it. If Luffy is injured, I will tear him to pieces no matter who the enemy is. The female warriors around were stunned when they heard this, and they shook their heads helplessly. Since the Empress met Luffy, for her, there is nothing more important than the safety of the other party in this world. Even now, her sister was captured, and so many female warriors were seriously injured. But the first thing she thought of was Luffy. This is a bit disappointing, but fortunately, they have long been accustomed to such an empress. Snake Princess, do you know what you're talking about? At this moment, 217, a short figure, suddenly came out angrily. It was the former emperor, Granny knew. She can be said to be one of the few people in the kingdom of women who can keep a clear mind. However, she has always been despised and excluded by the Empress. Compared to acting rationally, the Empress prefers the one-man show mode. Snake Princess, isn't it who the enemy is and where Sandersonia and Marigold are captured that we should be most concerned about right now? Can you put the matter of Straw Hat Boy aside for now? This is your own sister. Granny New's face was full of a look of disappointment. If the Empress had not possessed strong power, she would have helped the kingdom of women to deter the pirates from the outside world. She would never have agreed to let this extremely willful guy be the emperor of this country. And in the years since the Empress came to power, her behavior has become worse and worse. This also made Grandma New dissatisfied, but there was nothing she could do about it, because the Empress was stronger than her, and she also used the power of this sweet, sweet fruit to be deeply loved by the people. So even if the other party always did some bad things, she could only watch, and there was nothing she could do about it. Now that she saw that the other party was still making such a fuss at this critical moment of life and death, she would stand up to remind him. However, her words fell into the ears of the Empress and directly turned into accusations. Yes, they are indeed my sisters. The Queen's face suddenly darkened, and she shouted, But this is my room. How could you appear here? Get out of here. Granny New sighed helplessly, and then changed to a gentle tone and said, Wait a minute, Lady Snake, is your sister still in the hands of the enemy? For now, let's think about the strategy as soon as possible. And that guy called World Destroyer is definitely not as simple as you think. If I remember correctly, he should be the great pirate Burndy World who was as famous as Roger, Whitebeard, and others more than 30 years ago. He is a tough guy that even the world government fears, but later, for some unknown reason, he suddenly disappeared from the sea. I didn't expect that after such a long time, he would suddenly appear in this sea area. The Empress heard this, and immediately put on a pitiful look on her face, and said, But I'm really scared. Seeing this, other people, including Granny New, were immediately affected by the sweet fruit. They became unconditional supporters. But Granny New soon came to her senses again. Damn, now is not the time to act like a jerk. Don't you realize that the disaster has actually befallen us? Granny New shook her head, making her consciousness clearer, and then she persuaded earnestly. Now, this country is protected by your title of 7 Warlords of the Sea. In the past, simply relying on calm built this solid natural barrier. We can resist foreign enemies and guard the safety of this island. But now, with the special man-made technology of the world government, many ships have the ability to sail freely in this sea area. And King Xiao, because you are a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, so all along, even if other pirates pass by here, they will never set foot on this island. But if one day you lose to other pirates, and lose the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea, and we become a pirate-dominated country again, then the real tragedy will soon unfold. By then, how will the old, weak women and children on the island survive? So this time, when facing World Destroyer Burndy World, we must go through careful planning to make sure that there are no mistakes. Otherwise, there is a high probability that some unexpected crisis will occur and even cause unrest in the entire country. Snake Princess, no matter what, you can't be as willful as before this time. However, Grandma New's words did not attract the attention of the Empress at all. She took the red wine handed over by the servant, took a sip carefully, and then retorted with a bad look. You talked so much there, but it's just because you are afraid. What? World Destroyer? Why haven't I heard of it before? I think it should be a useless old guy eliminated by the old times. Ella, new Granny widened her eyes and said in disbelief, I'm obviously worried about you and the future of Nine Snake Island. I have lived to this age. Even if I die, there is nothing to fear. But the children on this island are the future of Daughter Kingdom. Bang! However, new Granny hadn't finished her words. She was interrupted by the Empress, who suddenly approached from the opposite side. Then the Empress, like a proud rooster, stretched out a finger, pointed at her with contempt, and said, Who do you think you are? How dare you point fingers in front of me? The era that belonged to you has long passed. The previous emperor of Amazon Lily, Flame Flower, even if it is because of my willfulness that this country is destroyed, everyone will definitely forgive me. The reason is, yes, because I'm so beautiful. Also, stop pretending to be for the country and the people. Do you really think, Sais, I don't know your past? When you were in power before, you once abandoned the country and fled, so you are an absolute traitor to Nine Snake Island. Later, for some reason, you ran back with a thick face. It was all thanks to the kindness of the late emperor that you were accepted again. Granny New saw her dark history being exposed. A trace of sadness flashed across her old eyes, but she still argued without hesitation. That's right, but it's precisely because of those experiences before that. I have been hiding in the corner of the village and living a miserable life like this. 09. The Empress snorted with disdain, then stretched out her hand to grab Granny New's hair and lifted her short figure in front of her, and said with cold eyes, Then you can go back there and continue to live your life. You dare to point fingers at the current emperor's actions. You old thing, aren't you too presumptuous? I don't care what the enemy is, World Destroyer, or any other cat or dog. If anyone dares to attack my people, I will kill him with my own hands. Granny New almost cried when she heard this. She didn't care about the pain coming from her head and hurriedly stopped him loudly. Don't fight like that without any preparation. If the enemy is really Burndy World, I'm afraid even you may not be able to defeat him. The best way right now is to ask Marine for help. I think they want to get rid of Burndy World, the threatening pirate, as soon as possible. After all, for them, this group is a time bomb that is a headache and may explode at any time. What the hell are you talking about? You Olby asterisk 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 D. The Empress's face darkened, and she shouted, You old man, you actually want me to ask for help from those despicable Marines? And I am the dignified Empress of Pirates. How can I be defeated by an old man from the old era who is out of date? What are you kidding? I say, you old man. Who are you looking down on? Grandma knew that the other party must have misunderstood her meaning. So she quickly explained, I don't look down on Lady Snake. But Burndy World is the user of the Momo fruit, who has the powerful ability to increase his attack by 100 times. Since he has directly targeted Lady Snake this time, he must have made all the preparations. If you rush over rashly, you might fall into his trap. So the best way now is to notify Marine in advance. Then use them to rescue Sandersonia and Marigold and kill them at the same time. The Queen fell silent after hearing this. Although she's a willful and brain-dead person most of the time, she is not a fool. The plan that new mother-in-law just mentioned is obviously safer and more efficient than her risking her life to save people. After thinking for a while, the Queen turned to the Amazon warrior who reported to her and asked, You saw with your own eyes that World Destroyer defeated Sandersonia and Marigold. Replying to Lady Snake, Not only the two adults, but also the injuries on us were all caused by him alone. The female warrior showed a look of extreme fear on her face and answered truthfully, And that man only used one encounter, and he used the power of Devil Fruit to seriously injure us. Even the two adults, Sander Sonia and Marigold, who activated the power of Devil Fruit, were no match for him at all. As expected, what Grandma knew said was right. This time, even the Queen had to re-examine this so-called world destroyer. She still had a certain understanding of the strength of her two sisters, although there was still a certain gap between them and herself. At least they had reached the level of ordinary vice admirals. And they also had armament hockey and observation hockey. They were definitely not easily defeated by any Tom, D***K, or Harry. Not to mention, when Devil Fruit was activated, they were subdued by the enemy in one move. All these are enough to show that the strength of that guy called Burndy World is definitely not to be underestimated. It is even possible that he is stronger than her. When she thought of this, the Queen couldn't help but start thinking about the proposal that Grandma knew had just made. At present, apart from asking Marine for help, it seems that the only way is to ask Pluton Rayleigh for help. And, however, considering that the other party is now helping Luffy practice, the Empress resolutely gave up this idea, because no matter what happens, she will never disturb Luffy's practice. Even if she really wants to run over now, and then hide aside and secretly watch Luffy practice. But reality does not allow her to do so. So, she threw the new PA-750 in her hand to the ground roughly, and then put on a condescending attitude and said, "Then next, I order you to come up with a detailed plan. If you can't complete it, then I will chop off your head in public. For a dirty and ugly old guy like you, being able to live is my greatest mercy." A few hours later, the Queen led the most powerful Amazon female warrior under her command towards the port where the perfumed serpent was docked. "Look, it's Lady Serpent. What is she going to do? Didn't she just return today? Is she going on another mission? I heard it seems to be Lady Sandersonia. With Marigold was kidnapped. I guess Lady Snake is going to rescue her this time. Oh my God, who is so bold to attack our 9 Snakes pirates? Does he want to die? Who knows? It seems that the injuries of other people are very serious. The enemy should not be an ordinary person. Then Lady Snake must teach them a lesson this time." So, under the gaze and discussion of the crowd, the Empress quickly boarded the perfumed serpent. The gate of the mountain pass slowly opened. Then the snake slowly drove out under the tow of 2 giant sea snakes. "Lady Snake, have a good trip. Come on, we'll definitely use those bad guys." "Yes, please ask Lady Sandersonia and Lady Marigold to rescue them quickly." New Naval Headquarters. Marshal Sakazuki, we just got the latest news about World Destroyer, Burndy World from New G1 branch. According to Vice Admiral, they received a call from Pirate Queen Boa Hancock not long ago. The other party claimed that they accidentally met Burndy World in a certain sea area and started fighting. But in the end, they accidentally escaped. Considering the location where the other party appeared, it is very close to 9 Snakes Island. The Queen promised that if Marines sent troops to encircle Burndy World, she would provide necessary assistance. And Vice Admiral has already set off to the agreed location. Akainu frowned when he heard this. Did that old guy Sengoku really say it? It seems that the appearance of Burndy World is really plotting something. To be honest, a few days ago, after receiving the analysis report from Flying Squirrel, Sengoku, and others, Akainu didn't take the news that Burndy World might appear to heart. After all, in his opinion, that old guy was frozen for 30 years in Impel Down Level 6 Eternal Hell. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid he would have been frozen to death long ago. So Burndy World might have been frozen out of his mind, and he finally escaped. Why didn't he hide well? Why did he come out again to seek death? Isn't this pure injustice? But who would have thought that? That brainless old guy would actually come out? And in such a high-profile manner. Are you so anxious to be killed? Akainu's eyes flashed with cold light. Then I will do your thing. So he waved his hand and said, I know. Immediately inform Kazuru to rush there for support. At the same time, issue a call to other members of 7 Warlords of the Sea and the guy who was newly recruited, and asked them to assist the Flying Squirrel and others in this siege operation. No matter what, this time we must not let Burndy World do whatever it wants. The honor of our Marine can no longer withstand another blow. Yes, the Marine quickly responded, but then a slightly puzzled expression appeared on his face, and he asked carefully, Marshal Sakakis, in addition to Hawkeye Dracul Myhawk, Empress Boa Hancock, and Tyrant Bartholomew Bear, does 7 Warlords of the Sea have other new members? Akainu raised his eyebrows slightly and said lightly, Oh, maybe you haven't been notified yet. Not long ago, World Government has recruited another 7 Warlords of the Sea member, 2000 Das Buggy. Grand Line, first half. Beside the coastline of a deserted island, a huge pirate ship was quietly anchored there, and on the shore, a large number of pirates had gathered. At this moment, they were wailing in pain around Man. Captain Buggy, we have been looking for you for a long time. Since you were captured, we have been worried and sleepless every night. We fought hard for the position of captain, traveling all over the place, living a sad life full of suffering and hunger. When we came to our senses, we found that you, the captain who was supposed to be imprisoned, actually appeared in Summit War and became a hero with a key role. We have always followed you firmly, and what we thought in our hearts was, people, have you seen clearly? This is our captain. Listening to the cries of the crew members who had lost contact for a long time around, Clown Buggy actually burst into tears for a while. Damn it, I didn't expect that as a captain I would play such an important role in the hearts of these crew members. You actually trust me so much? I really miss you too. Speaking voice. Buggy and several of his subordinates hugged each other in tears. Didn't you abandon Buggy in the first place? At this time, Alvida, holding a mace, finished the knife with a look of disdain. But her words were automatically ignored by a few brainless guys. Next, after completing the scene of brothers recognizing each other, these old members of the past immediately stepped forward to swear their sovereignty. Because in the Summit War, Buggy's performance was too eye-catching. So many pirates who escaped from Impelled Down decided to join him. Nowadays, even if the original crew members are not counted, Buggy is definitely not a small pirate group that can be compared with it. It is a large fleet with full combat power. This is also where his confidence lies now. After all, not everyone can perform so well in a big scene like the Summit War. And he also has a deep connection with the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. Who dares to touch him easily? That's it, brothers. I am the vice captain of the Buggy pirate group Moltka. I'm the chief of staff Kabachi. Thousands of pirates in the audience cheered when they heard this. In fact, they don't care who these so-called vice captains are. Just know that the captain is Buggy. As for the rest, just hold a high. Why bother? Arielta looked at the group of idiots and frowned. Hey, Buggy, it seems that many of the people you recruited this time are familiar and have high bounties. Buggy pretended to be deep and replied, Alvida, let me show you something good. While speaking, Buggy handed over a treasure map pointer that he got from Red Hair Shanks. Hey, this can't be the legendary Captain John's treasure map. Alvida exclaimed in surprise. Triple A. Buggy laughed proudly. That's right. The wind direction of the world is neither west nor east, but always blows towards where I am. At this moment, Mr. 3 suddenly reminded from the side, Hey, Buggy, the world government seems to have sent a messenger bat to deliver a special letter to you. The last second, Buggy, who still had a smug and unrivaled expression on his face, after hearing the name of the world government, his true colors were exposed, and he was so scared that he cried out in shock. What's going on? Is there a traitor among us? How did those guys from the world government find me here? Mr. 3 ignored this idiot. Instead, he opened the letter directly. You won't know until you see it. You will definitely be shocked. Hey, isn't this content too outrageous? Mr. 3 turned his head to look at Buggy with a strange look in his eyes and said in an unbelievable, trembling voice, It seems that the world government invites you to join the 7 Warlords of the Sea? Buggy, huh? What did you just say? Combelt, a certain sea area minister. Okay, several warships, led by Vice Admiral of the Flying Squirrel, arrived at the agreed location at the fastest speed. They saw the perfumed serpent that had been waiting there for a long time. "You Marines are really slow in your actions." The Queen snorted with displeasure. "That's totally unavoidable." Vice Admiral of the Flying Squirrel slowly turned his eyes away, seemingly afraid of being captured by the Queen's sweet fruit and doing something that would damage his reputation. "Although the higher-ups have agreed to this action for safety reasons, you are the only one going out with us this time. But please rest assured, we at Marine will never do anything beyond the rules." Let's not talk about that nonsense for now. What I want to know most now is, can you confirm the location of Burndy World? I don't want to wander around aimlessly on the sea with you on behalf of others. After all, if civilians see it, it will be another blow to Marine's reputation. The Empress didn't waste any words. She first jumped onto the Marine ship where the Flying Squirrel was. The original plan she discussed with Granny New was to use Marine to deal with Burndy World, thereby minimizing the losses of Nine Snake Island. Now, of course, she is happy to see this situation. However, after boarding the ship, the Empress looked around with a cold and arrogant face and said, "Of course, I just need to use Sander Sonia and Marigold and the other two's life cards. We can find the location of that damn guy. But there are only a few of you Vice Admirals on the ship. Didn't Marines send other high-level combat forces to rush over? In that case, you're just going to die. Or do you think you have the power to stop that old guy?" Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral was almost mad to death after hearing that. "How much do you look down on us Vice Admirals? You be ***ch. You actually started to diss in front of us? But now they can't tear their faces with the Empress. No matter the identity of the other party, 7 warlords of the sea, or the strength of the Empress, they can't compete with them. What's more, what they said is not wrong. Even a veteran elite Vice Admiral like Flying Squirrel in Burndy World is not good enough. You can rest assured about this, Empress." Flying Squirrel explained with a somewhat unnatural expression. "In addition to us, Marine has specially summoned several other members of the Shichibukai. And Admiral Kazuru, one of the highest combat forces of Naval Headquarters, will also come to this battlefield in person soon. How about it? Is this scale enough to deal with the pirates of Burndy World? This special operation." Flying Squirrel did not bring Sengoku and Garp. Instead, he asked the 2 old men to guard Marineford, to prevent anyone from taking the opportunity to run over and cause trouble. After all, the news of the change of Naval Headquarters has not been announced yet. In the eyes of the world, Marineford is still the core base representing justice and order. Flying Squirrel naturally cannot let it cause any more jokes. And the 2 old men are not actually going to participate in this battle, although the opponent is their old acquaintance. But now they all retreated to the second line. Naturally, it is not their turn to take action, to grab the achievements of those young people. XDT-3. The Empress nodded slightly and said, "But you'd better urge them to move faster. Otherwise, I'm afraid that guy will leave." Then she instructed the Amazon female warriors on the opposite, Perfumed Serpent. "You go back first, and when the battle is over, Marine will send me back. I'll leave the defense of Nine Snake Island to you first." The female warriors on the opposite side immediately waved goodbye. "You must come back safely, Lady Snake. I wish you all the best, and good luck in martial arts. Please be sure to kill the guy who dared to offend the 2 adults. Yes, please turn him into stone, and then kick him into pieces. You dared to attack our daughter kingdom. You really don't want to live. No matter what kind of veteran strongman he is, he will definitely fail in front of Lady Snake." That's it. The Empress boarded the Marine warship, using the life cards of Boa Sander Sonia and Boa Marigold. On the other side, on the big ship where Burndy World and others were. After successfully capturing Boa Sander Sonia and Boa Marigold, the grand joining ceremony was finally completed successfully. These new pirates, when they heard that the 2 hostages were actually the biological sisters of the Empress, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, were immediately shocked. After all, the Empress' amazing performance in the Summit War at that time, They all remembered it vividly. If there was no Burndy world, even if they were given 100 courage, they would never dare to attack the Emperor's sister. Tay, Burndy world used this method. He easily gained the loyalty of nearly 1,000 pirates. But he also knew, these guys are all small fish who seek profit and avoid harm. When it comes to a real, tough battle, they run faster than anyone else. But what does it matter? As long as these cannon fodders are used reasonably, his goal can be achieved. Captain, next, are you really going to bombard Marineford? At the banquet, a newly joined pirate asked bravely. Upon hearing this, the others also stopped their actions and turned their eyes to Burndy World, who was drinking wine in big gulps without caring about his image at the main seat. Although they had heard that their captain was very brave, but they didn't expect it to be so brave. That's naval headquarters? If they meet Admiral, they may be wiped out on the spot. Eh? Burndy World laughed unscrupulously. Yes, as my first battle after my return, I did set my target on Marineford. Only by completely destroying it can we let those arrogant Marines know that I World Destroyer am back again. The pirates below heard this, and their faces had different expressions. Some laughed crazily. Some looked worried. Others were panicking. After a while, another pirate asked cautiously, "But Captain, isn't this time a bit bad? I remember that not long ago, Elf King just made such a shocking move in Marineford. I guess it must be heavily guarded now. If we go there, it won't end well, right?" The other pirates nodded one after another. "Yes, Captain World. Why don't we postpone the plan a little bit? Maybe when the storm is over next month, Marine will definitely relax their vigilance. That will be the best time for us to attack." That's right. With the current strength of Marine, it will definitely not be possible to maintain a high level of vigilance all the time. Next, Captain, why don't we go hunt those newcomers who are in the limelight first? I heard that there's a guy named Kid who is very arrogant in New World recently. Why don't we kill him? Yes, those so-called supernova members can all be our targets. If the captain takes action personally, I'm sure those guys will be defeated, right? 390. However, facing the proposals of the crowd, Burndy World's pupils suddenly condensed, and his aura suddenly grew. Then he glanced at the pirates below and said, "Well, you mean I'm not as good as that kid named Lin Xiao? He was unscathed when he acted recklessly in Marineford. But if I go there and do the same thing, I will fail. I am the dignified World Destroyer, and the Burndy World who will shake the whole world just by hearing my name." The pirates who were still joking below were stunned. Then, in the thunderous roar of Burndy World, they all stopped one by one. They knew, if they said one more word, they would probably be killed on the spot by that man. 09. Seeing that no one dared to say anything more, Burndy World slightly restrained his posture and said in a very firm tone, "If anyone among you is afraid, you can withdraw now. But don't blame me for not reminding you. Lousy hates traitors the most in his life." Once this was said, who would dare to withdraw? That would be like an old man hanging himself, asking for death. The atmosphere became a little heavy. Burndy World did not want to arouse the retreat of these cannon fodders too early. So he said in an extremely excited voice, "But you don't need to worry so much, because by then our pirate ship will not need to approach the port of Marineford at all. We just need to anchor in the sea and launch the attack." The pirates immediately became interested after hearing this. They all asked, "But Captain, if we don't land, how can we attack? If we rely on artillery alone, I'm afraid we can't cause any huge damage to Marineford." Yes, and there are many warships anchored in that sea area. If we fight at sea, our pirate ship is a bit too big, right? It's like a target specially provided for them. Listening to everyone's questions, Burndy World was not angry this time. Instead, he explained with a heroic look, "You don't know this. In fact, long before you joined, my original subordinates had already made a giant cannon for revenge according to my requirements. When the time comes, as long as we sail the ship into the attack range, we can use the giant cannon plus the amplification ability of my Momo fruit to sink Marineford directly from the sea surface." This is not something that Burndy World made up to stabilize people's hearts. It was specially built inside the special pirate ship Guliciety, when his subordinate Gairam was manufacturing the size of a small island. From the outside, this Guliciety, apart from the island in the center area, is not very special. But as long as Burndy World gives an order, a super cannon as big as a small ship will be split from the mountain at the core. The size of the shell alone is already 10 meters in size. If the Momo fruit is added with 100 times amplification, it will instantly become a destruction-level shell of nearly 1,000 meters. By then, the entire marine fort can only withstand the bombardment of one cannon. It will be completely wiped out from this world. Looking at the pirate world, 28, I am afraid that only those ancient powers named Ancient Weapon can be compared with this killer weapon, right? However, in Burndy World opinion, even if it is the legendary Pluton battleship, isn't it just a one-shot one-island situation? Then Lousy's current super cannon, can it also achieve the same effect? Doesn't it mean that the combination of Lousy and the super cannon is equal to Pluton? It is precisely because of this confidence that Burndy World acts so recklessly. And arresting the Empress is just another double insurance he has set for himself. To be honest, he looks down on the 7 warlords of the sea that are now rampant in the sea. Thinking back to his time, there were countless pirates, but no one would be willing to cooperate with Marine and become a running dog of the world government. That would be the biggest insult to their pirate reputation. But now, these little guys with some strength are all complacent about being able to get the title of 7 warlords of the sea. This is really a great irony. After listening to Burndy World's explanation, the other pirates became extremely excited. Although they have not seen the super cannon with their own eyes yet, the strength of their captain is absolutely unquestionable. Even the most ordinary musket, in the hands of Burndy World, after being amplified 100 times by the Momo fruit, can instantly become an unmatched heavy artillery. If this weapon is replaced with a super cannon, wouldn't it really be able to blow Marine Ford flat with one shot? You know, 013312428 Falu 174230550. People who can go out to sea as pirates are almost all daring desperados. So most of the time, it's useless to reason with them. On the contrary, it's more effective to show your hard power and directly say either join or die. Soon, the banquet hall returned to its previous cheerful scene. BioJack was watching the fake excitement in front of him, and his heart was chilled. There were several times when he even wanted to persuade Burndy World, but in the end, he swallowed all his words, because he knew very well that this man would not listen to him at all. Instead, it would arouse his hostility. So in the end, he could only sigh helplessly. At the same time, on the sea, there was a rumble, accompanied by a fierce bombardment. Dozens of marine warships suddenly surrounded the Guliciety from all directions. Enemy attack. Damn, it's Marine. How did they know we were here? Could the man standing on the bow be Vice Admiral? The Flying Squirrel? Yes, it's him. He cut off my left arm that year. Go and inform Captain World. We're in trouble now. Even the elite Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters has been dispatched. It seems that they are coming to the captain this time. Damn it, these Marines are just as annoying as sea dogs. Don't be afraid, everyone. With the captain here, even if more Marines come, it will be in vain. Have you forgotten the powerful strength shown by the captain before? However, just when the pirates on the deck were in chaos, a sharp figure flew over from the Marine warship. Perfume Femur, a series of gorgeous kicks. Directly, he knocked the pirates who were about to flee backwards to the ground. And those who were hit, the injured parts of their bodies, showed a large area of petrification at the moment of being kicked. The one who attacked was the Empress, and his Perfume Femur is a powerful ability that will petrify all enemies equally regardless of whether they have feelings for her or not. Hole. Why don't you return my sisters quickly? The Empress's sharp eyes swept around. Then she glanced at Sandersonia's life card in her hand, and then, without looking back, rushed towards a mountain in the center of the Gullicide. Well, Empress, don't mess around there alone. Seeing this, the flying squirrel on the warship in the back suddenly showed a look of humiliation and anger on his face. These 7 warlords of the sea, whether in the Summit War or now, they are all bastards who don't follow the rules. But now is not the time to think about these things. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral thought about it, then waved his hand and prepared to order his soldiers to speed up and start a boarding battle. But at this moment, on the deck of the opposite Gullicide, a tall fishman suddenly appeared. It was Sebastian. When he saw when the Marine's warship tried to approach, he jumped into the water. Then he rushed to the nearest warship at a speed the humans could not reach. With the swing of the huge mace, a big hole was smashed in the bottom of the warship. The seawater began to pour in crazily. The hull also swayed from side to side because of the loss of balance. At this time, Sebastian stuck his upper body out of the water and looked provocatively at Vice Admiral, the flying squirrel standing on the bow in the distance. The meaning was obvious. If your ship approaches, don't blame me for being rude. The ship is sinking. Damn, the enemy launched an attack from under the sea. What should I do? Vice Admiral, the flying squirrel, help me. The soldiers on the warship were in chaos. Seeing this from a distance, Vice Admiral King Chien of the flying squirrel, his face suddenly darkened. He never expected that. Burndy World's subordinates actually have a fish giant. If they were fighting on land, the flying squirrel would naturally not be afraid of such a guy. But in the water, it would be like the opponent's home court. Even if they started shooting at each other, it would be completely ineffective, unless they jumped into the water and fought head-on. But the key is that there are no fishmen on the marine side. Empress, before you get rid of the fish giant, I'm afraid you can only rely on yourself to fight inside. This time, it's really not our Xiao Jun who wants to destroy you. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the enemy for being too strong. I think you, as the 7 warlords of the sea, should have been prepared for this in your heart. After hesitating again and again, Vice Admiral could only order to rescue the fallen Marines while continuing to bombard the Gullicide from a distance. There was no other way. A Burndy world alone was deadly enough. If they cooperated with the giant ship, the manpower might not be enough. At this time, in the sky where everyone's sight could not reach, Lin Xiao and Momosaji were fighting on the back of Cresseria, using the powerful observation hockey to keep a close eye on all the movements below. It seems like now is a good time. Lin Xiao pinched his chin and said thoughtfully, Guion, you wait for me here. I can go alone. Momosaji, who was standing beside him, asked with a strange look, Your Majesty, are you going to intervene in this battle in person? You don't want to help? Help that pirate queen, do you? In fact, it's no wonder that Momosaji would think so, because the two of them have been shooting arrows here for several days. Lin Xiao didn't choose to do it. But who would have thought? After the queen appeared, Lin Xiao decided to take the risk. Out of a woman's sixth sense, Momosaji felt that this matter was not simple. RTU. This time she really wronged Lin Xiao. The reason why Lin Xiao didn't choose to take action before. The main reason was that in addition to wanting to replicate the Momo fruit on Burndy World, he didn't want to intervene in the plot line that was about to happen to him, thus disrupting his battle with Marine and others. In Lin Xiao's opinion, CB, there was no need for him to help Marine get rid of a big threat. But after Burndy World came back, he stayed in a mountain in the central area and did not go out. This also made it impossible for Lin Xiao to successfully replicate the devil fruit on him. And now, taking advantage of the battle and the opportunity when Marine was all held back by the fish giant, Lin Xiao decided to go inside in person. DB, Lin Xiao suddenly heard a hint of chill from Momosaji's words. He immediately said righteously, How is that possible? I just want to see Burndy World for some reason. Duh. Momosaji's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Xiao, as if she wanted to see through the man in front of her, and slowly said, You obviously had a chance before. Why didn't you do it? Lin Xiao was immediately speechless, as expected of a background in intelligence. You are really careful in observation. After thinking for a while, Lin Xiao said truthfully, actually, I was going to let Ditto copy the appearance of Burndy World, so as to prepare for the future. This time it was Momosagi's turn to be surprised. As the first female member around Lin Xiao who had contact with Ditto, Momosagi still remembers everything that happened that day vividly until now. The powerful power displayed by Ditto is enough to be mistaken for the real thing. However, it was precisely because of the things that happened that day that Momosagi's fate was changed. Finally, she came to Lin Xiao's side. Then, Your Majesty, please be careful. I will wait for your safe return here. Momosagi smiled. A smile as exciting as the melting of an iceberg appeared on her beautiful face. The longer she was in contact with Lin Xiao, the more curious this beautiful iceberg swordswoman became. So much so that many times she herself did not even feel it. Invisibly, she seemed to have entered a role with a very delicate relationship with Lin Xiao. When Lin Xiao saw her beautiful expression, he was stunned. This woman is really not simple. She can be as cold as a royal sister. She can also be as beautiful as a snake and scorpion succubus. She can always bring people different sensory stimulation. Yeah. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. Then he jumped up. He rushed straight down like lightning. Guluocidi inside. Burndy World, why don't you return my sisters quickly? The queen rushed forward like cutting melons and vegetables. Soon she appeared outside the party hall, facing the hundreds of pirates gathered inside. The queen's face showed no fear at all. Her sharp eyes looked directly at the man sitting in the main seat. I guess you're a Burndy World? The queen's face showed a look of extreme disgust and said in a cold tone, return my two sisters to me quickly, otherwise I will cut all of you into pieces with my own hands. Burndy World laughed out loud when he heard it. It seems that you should be the pirate queen among the 7 warlords of the sea, right? It's really surprising that you managed to get here alone. Yes, your 2 useless sisters are indeed my hands, but if you want me to let them leave here safely, you must become their hostage in my hands instead. The queen asked viciously, are Sandersonia and Marigold okay? Of course, they're still alive and kicking now, Burndy World said with ill intentions. But if you don't cooperate, I don't know what will happen to them next. Looking at your posture, you don't want to save it from my hands by yourself? Zero. Don't be so naive. Even if you call Marine, is completely useless. I will use my super cannon later to make those useless guys regret that they have appeared in this sea area. And if you want to protect your sister and your home, then choose to sacrifice yourself obediently. Burndy World put on a look of letting you choose, as if it didn't care about the Marines outside at all. However, faced with the threat, the Empress said angrily, I think you are the real fool. The reason why I call the Marines here is just to let them contain the group of miscellaneous soldiers under your command. Inch, the one who really got rid of you is me. And you probably don't know, I have never been threatened by anyone. As for my 2 sisters, I will use my own hands to rescue them. Be prepared to die. I am the main force of this rescue operation. Anyone who dares to despise me will eventually be turned into stone and crushed to pieces by me. At the same time as the voice fell, 880. The figure of the Empress rushed into the crowd as fast as lightning. Perfume Femur, Slave Arrow. After a series of large-scale AoE skills, a large number of pirates were petrified and then kicked into pieces. What a crazy woman. Burndy World did not expect the Empress to be so stupid. Like a madman who couldn't tell the difference between form and form, she dared to attack so many people alone. Then she waved her hand. Take care of that crazy woman, but don't hurt her life, because I have to keep her alive to threaten the world government. At this time, Garam came forward and whispered, Captain, let's go to the control room inside. Marine may need you to take action personally. After all, they have dispatched a lot of Vice Admiral-level combat forces this time. Ordinary cadres are not their opponents at all. If we leave it alone, the situation may develop in a direction that is unfavorable to us. Okay, I understand. Burndy World nodded slightly, and then stood up and left, and said to Nachin standing on the other side, "If those rubbish are useless, then you can do it. Leave it to me." Nachin adjusted his glasses and said confidently, "Wait a minute, return my sister." The Empress saw Burndy World was actually ready to leave, and his figure suddenly turned into a purple lightning, and he ran wildly in the direction of the other party. "You are not allowed to hinder our captain." Nachin's figure flashed and directly blocked the Empress. "Old woman, why don't you open the way?" The Empress was immediately furious. The gorgeous kick was performed again. Bang, bang, bang. However, unexpectedly, Nachin, who seemed to be haggard on the opposite side, used a set of magical boxing techniques to resist all the attacks of the Empress. "Don't think you are 7 warlords of the Sea Members. Can do whatever they want on this ship," Nachin said with a smile. "The Huxia herbal boxing I use is definitely not inferior to any physical skills." As soon as the voice fell, Nachin actually took the initiative to attack. Huxia herbal boxing secret, Gui root soup, Huxia herbal poison mist, under a series of attacks. The Empress was unable to get rid of the opponent's fierce attack for a while. For point 1, and her body gradually had more injuries. During the battle, the Empress accidentally noticed a tall figure slowly passing through the crowd, and the pirates around, as if they were suddenly controlled by something. Actually, after the man appeared, started to kill each other. This scene is quite weird. Is that the ability of the string fruit? How is this possible? Did this guy get the Joker's devil fruit? The Queen was shocked, because she had seen Doflamingo use a similar trick during the Summit War. But didn't Doflamingo have to be killed? Could it be that this person found the string fruit in such a short time and developed this devil fruit to this extent? Why does this man look so familiar? Could he be that person? A series of related news suddenly appeared in the Queen's mind. She couldn't help but tremble slightly. There's no mistake. That man is the Elf King. But here comes the problem. Why did he appear here at this time? It couldn't be that Marine called him here, right? Haven't they always been in a state of conflict? If it wasn't Marine who called him here, could it be that Burndy World called in helpers? When she thought of this, the Empress was shocked. If that was the case, I'm afraid her plan would be ruined this time. Let's not talk about Lin Xiao's own strength. Just the ultimate beasts under his command. They're the top combat power comparable to the 3 disasters. Even when the Empress faced that level of Pokémon, she didn't have much confidence in her heart. Not to mention, Lin Xiao at the end of Beast War transformed into a natural disaster dragon exactly like Kaido. If that was the case, wouldn't this man have the power of 2 devil fruits at the same time? Is this situation really possible? But now she didn't have time to think about these issues too much. Because if Lin Xiao and Burndy World join forces, then she will definitely lose. When the Empress thought about it carefully, she found that Lin Xiao was unlikely to cooperate with Burndy World. Both of them have unruly personalities. Unless under the influence of some external factors, the two may cooperate temporarily. Otherwise, strong men like them would not bother to cooperate with others. #B. Analyzing from a scene where Lin Xiao just manipulated those pirates to kill each other. The possibility of him cooperating with Burndy World is even smaller. If these 2 reasons are not true, then why did Lin Xiao appear here? Although there were many questions in her heart. But at this time, the Empress could only watch Lin Xiao walk from the opposite side into the passage. On the contrary, Nachin opposite her, because of her concentration on the battle, did not notice what happened on the opposite side at all. "Damn it, you old woman who's in the way, why don't you get out of my way for 10 o'clock? The Empress showed an angry look on her face. Then she dodged several times and actually avoided all of Nachin's attacks. Then she kicked him away with a flying kick. Overestimate your own abilities. The Empress snorted coldly, and then prepared to rush towards the passage where Burndy World and Lin Xiao disappeared. However, Nachin's voice sounded again from behind her. "It's not over yet. Don't underestimate me. Nachin slowly climbed up from the ruins, wiped the blood from the corner of his beak with his hand, and then picked up a bowl of bitter Hu Xiao medicine and drank it. This era is really terrible. A young girl like you can be the leader of the 7 warlords of the sea. If we push it back 30 years, this absurd thing would never happen. Do you know that even Big Mom, one of the current 4 emperors, could only become a crew member of others in that era? Hu Xiao herbal boxing, secret medicine, Goryo newcomer. In the blink of an eye, Naichin's originally shriveled and decayed body actually grew taller at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then became fuller. When the Empress on the opposite side came to her senses, Naichin had become a middle-aged woman of almost the same age as her. But the way she spoke, and the clothes still showed the connection with the past, proving that they are indeed the same person. I'm in a hurry, so I don't have that much time to waste on you. Why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy? Although the Empress was extremely shocked, that was all. So she directly activated the petrification ability of Marrow Mellow. But what she never expected was that the strongest killer move that has been tried and tested over the years. This time, it didn't have the desired effect. The opposite Nachin was still standing there intact. She was not affected by the petrification ability at all. DBU. Nachin's figure was like lightning. After rushing to the Empress, she kicked her far away. Then he laughed unscrupulously. How about it? Are you shocked by my appearance when I was young? This is the secret medicine I carefully developed, which can turn me back to my youthful appearance. No matter my figure or appearance, I will never lose to you, a little girl. And after I take the secret medicine, the bitterness in it can make me abandon all distractions, so that I will not be affected by your sweet fruit. I say, little girl, do you realize how powerful I am now? The Empress slowly stood up, looked sharply at Nachin, who had regained her youthful appearance, and refuted with a cold and arrogant attitude. You are just imitating others. But no matter how you try to stop me, I will definitely rescue 2 sisters with my own hands. You damn old guys should have left the stage of history long ago. The fate of our sisters will not be lost to people like you. Go to hell. As the voice fell, the queen rushed out again. If it was just about physical skills, Naichin was naturally not her opponent. What's more, the queen's attack also had the petrification buff of sweet fruit. It was just that she was not familiar with the enemy's attack mode just now, which caused her short-term defeat. Euro. The queen directly opened fire, no Lin Xiao, with full power. Soon suppressed Nachin's arrogance. And just when the two were fighting, Lin Dao also quickly found Burndy World's aura came to the core control room. Who are you? Why are you here? Burndy World showed a puzzled look on his face. He turned his head and looked at the dark place in the back passage. There, he felt the aura of a man, and was very powerful. As expected of a world destroyer, with this observation hockey alone, I don't know how many times stronger it is than many people. Lin Dao had a playful smile on his face. He walked out of the shadows slowly. In fact, he had no intention of hiding his aura along the way. Since he was going to show up, there was no need for him to hide. Moreover, he suddenly thought of a very interesting thing. That is, if Burndy World really sank Marineford 270, it must have caused a great shock in this world, right? However, Lin Xiao thought about it. Marine must have strengthened its defense after he left. Maybe they would send Admiral to take charge. So even if he helped Burndy World get out of trouble here, it would be useless. It would be more refreshing to watch the show with peace of mind. Huh, you are not that. Burndy, after World saw Lin Dao's appearance clearly, a familiar feeling emerged in his mind. But he couldn't remember where he had seen him for a while, Sib. At this moment, Biojack, who was sitting on his shoulder, suddenly reminded him with a trembling voice. Captain, that man is Elfkin Lin Dao. What? Burndy World was stunned at first, and then reacted. He said with a little appreciation, Ja, you're the kid who made Kaido that kid return with nothing, and made Marines suffer again and again, and messed up the world. I have to say, you are really good. At this point, the smile on Burndy World's face suddenly disappeared. His tone suddenly became sharp. But why are you here at this time? You are not like that pirate queen who has already surrendered Marine, has become the watchdog of the world government. Or maybe you are the reinforcement she invited? Lin Xiao was not angry when he saw this. Instead, he said calmly, "Don't guess there. I naturally have nothing to do with Marine, nor am I the reinforcement of that crazy woman. I just passed by here, and after seeing someone fighting, I came here to take a look out of curiosity. In addition, I also want to see the famous World Destroyer in person. After all, in the past, even world government would feel restless and unable to eat and sleep after hearing your name." Lin Xiao and the other two spoke very skillfully. That is, they did not reveal their true purpose. They did not deliberately provoke Burndy World. On the contrary, the hostility of the other party was greatly reduced after hearing it. As expected of a world destroyer, with this observation hockey alone, I don't know how many times stronger it is than many people. Lin Xiao had a playful smile on his face. He walked out of the shadows slowly. In fact, he had no intention of hiding his aura along the way. Since he was going to show up, there was no need for him to hide. Moreover, he suddenly thought of a very interesting thing. That is, if Burndy World really sang Marineford 270, it must have caused a great shock in this world, right? However, Lin Xiao thought about it. Marine must have strengthened its defense after he left. Maybe they would send Admiral to take charge. So even if he helped Burndy World get out of trouble here, it would be useless. It would be more refreshing to watch the show with peace of mind. Huh? You are not that. Burndy Afterworld saw Lin Xiao's appearance clearly. A familiar feeling emerged in his mind. But he couldn't remember where he had seen him for a while. Sib. At this moment, Biojack, who was sitting on his shoulder, suddenly reminded him with a trembling voice, "Captain, that man is Elf King Lin Xiao." What? Burndy World was stunned at first, and then reacted. He said with a little appreciation, "Jieha, you're the kid who made Kaido that kid return with nothing, and made Marines suffer again and again, and messed up the world. I have to say, you are really good." At this point, the smile on Burndy World's face suddenly disappeared. His tone suddenly became sharp. "But why are you here at this time? You are not like that pirate queen who has already surrendered Marine, has become a watchdog of the world government. Or maybe you're the reinforcement she invited?" Lin Xiao was not angry when he saw this. Instead, he said calmly, "Don't guess there. I naturally have nothing to do with Marine, nor am I the reinforcement of that crazy woman. I just passed by here, and after seeing someone fighting, I came here to take a look out of curiosity. In addition, I also want to see the famous World Destroyer in person. After all, in the past, even world government would feel restless and unable to eat and sleep after hearing your name." Lin Xiao and the other two spoke very skillfully. That is, they did not reveal their true purpose. They did not deliberately provoke Burndy World. On the contrary, the hostility of the other party was greatly reduced after hearing it. "You know me?" Burndy World showed a smug look on his face, glancing at the deputy captain Biojack sitting on his shoulder, and said, "See, even this popular kid knows my existence. Hey, Lin Xiao, do you want to cooperate with me? We want to completely destroy world government and sink the red line where they are." Actually, Burndy World didn't really want to cooperate with Lin Xiao. It was just a deliberate attempt to test the other party. After all, if he was willing to cooperate with others, then he wouldn't have rejected Rock's invitation and went out to work alone. Otherwise, then among the many captains of Rock's pirate, his name would definitely be there. And Lin Xiao, on the opposite side, naturally didn't take it seriously. Besides, he was the king of Elf Kingdom. How could he be in cahoots with a pirate? The reason why he wasted so much time talking to him here was to create an opportunity for Ditto, hiding in the dark. After receiving the notification of the successful transformation, Lin Xiao turned around and walked out. He waved his hand without looking back and said, "Don't get me wrong, I didn't come here just to cooperate with you. Also, if you're low-key and patient enough after escaping, impelled down, maybe your plan will still be successful. But the mistake is that your style of doing things is too high profile. So much so that you have become the target of public criticism. Birdie World, enjoy the last moments of your life. As the voice fell, Lin Xiao's figure had already disappeared in the dark passage. This time, even Birdie World's observation hockey could not detect his figure. Damn, you little b asterisk 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 d. Do you know what you were talking about? Birdie World was furious. He never thought that Lin Xiao would give him a backstab before leaving. His mood suddenly became a little bad. Captain, just let him leave quietly like that. BioJack saw this and quickly persuaded. Now we are surrounded by Marine, and we can't be enemies with such a strong man. Let's deal with the Marine ships outside first. Birdie, although World, was unwilling in his heart. Lin Xiao had given him a sense of existence for no reason. Please give me flowers. No one can give up easily. Who can come and go as lousy wants? Do you think this is going through the city gate? Rado. He also knew that the situation was critical. If he didn't take action to deal with those warships outside, I'm afraid that the GUOCD will be severely damaged soon. 0. That is something that Birdie World would never allow to happen. So he temporarily suppressed his anger. He said viciously in the direction where Lin Xiao disappeared. Wait for me, kid. After I successfully destroy Marineford, I will definitely come to you to settle the account today. Then he ordered Garam, raise the super cannon. I want to let those Marines feel what fear is. Hee, leave it to me. Garam stroked his beard, then pressed a button on the console, and grinned at the Marine warships on the screen that were bombarding the Guliciety. When I designed this pirate ship, I had already anticipated this situation, so I made these countermeasures. As long as it cooperates with the captain's ability, this super cannon can destroy the whole world. After the special knob was pressed, the hill in the 4th, 5th, and 7th area in the central area of the Guliciety slowly split from the middle. Then a huge cannon rose up from below. The size of the barrel alone is as big as a small ship. You can imagine its power. At the same time, on the other side in the dark passage, Lin Xiao whispered to a corner, "Come out, Ditto." Then, in that dark corner where you can't even see a human figure, a figure that looks exactly like Birdie World came out. It was the Ditto after completing the transformation. Name, Birdie World DT. Height, 3.21 meters. Age, 78 years old. Identity, Captain of World Pirates, World Destroyer. Ability, Paramecia Momo Fruit, plus Intermediate Observation Hockey, Advanced Armament Hockey. Lin Xiao glanced at the attribute panel. He found that after all his waveguide hockey had reached advanced or even awakened, he could no longer copy observation hockey or armament hockey from other people. Even the plus sign at the end was no longer displayed. That is to say, advanced and awakened were already hockey is the ceiling of this special ability. There will be no higher levels in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao directly consumed 100,000 points of reputation and copied the ability of Momo Fruit to himself. Then he couldn't wait to open the attribute panel. Name, Lin Xiao. Age, 19 years old. Identity, King of the Elf Kingdom, Elf King, God Slayer. Abilities, Elf Gigant Power, Absolute Loyalty Buff, Transformation, Op Fruit, Invisible Fist, Telekinesis, Instant Teleport, Meteor Assault, Stone Fruit, String Fruit, Maramara Fruit, Resurrection, Photosynthesis, Win Fruit, Blue Dragon Fruit, Momo Fruit. Waveguide, Hockey, Advanced Waveguide Armament Hockey, Advanced Waveguide Observation Hockey, Awakening, Advanced Waveguide Conquerors Hockey Entanglement, Shinra Tensei. Reputation, 3,175,080. Divine Beast Unit, 1. High-Level Unit, 15. Elite Unit, 14. Ordinary Unit, 3.8. 2,609. Very elegant personal data. It is no exaggeration to say, now Lin Xiao has already stood in the top first echelon of the entire pirate world, except for the final big boss, Im, whose ability is unknown. For others, no matter who he faces alone, he has a great chance of being able to single-handedly win. However, Lin Xiao was not intoxicated by his gorgeous data at the moment. This was not the most important thing for him. Then Lin Xiao threw out a Pokeball, and after collecting Ditto, he walked out of the passage. The things here have been dealt with. The rest is to watch the show. For such a good show, he didn't want to miss it. Then Lin Xiao used telekinesis to fly back to the sky at a speed that ordinary people's eyes could not catch. Your Majesty, are you back? I thought it would take you a long time to deal with it. After seeing Lin Xiao return unscathed, the beautiful eyes of Tao 28 Rabbit suddenly sparkled. She was also slightly relieved, even though she knew that the other party's strength was unfathomable. But now, she still couldn't help but worry about Lin Xiao's safety, for fear that something would go wrong. Sometimes Momosaji also knew that her thoughts were redundant. But what can we do about it? Is it not okay for me to think this way? But then, Momosaji excitedly pointed at the huge super cannon of the Gulyu City below the clouds and said, "Cannons of that size are probably not something these Marines can match, unless Admiral-level forces come. Otherwise, the Marines will not get any benefit from this battle." Yeah, Lin Xiao nodded at first, but then said meaningfully, "It's just that Burndy World's luck seems to be a little too bad. This time, not only will Admiral-level forces come, but the top forces of 7 Warlords of the Sea will also be here." Momosaji was stunned when she heard this. Then, a look of disbelief appeared on her beautiful face, and she cried out in surprise, "Your Majesty? Will Marine really send out such a large force for a remnant of the old times?" As a former Vice Admiral of Marine Headquarters and a part-time substitute admiral, Momosaji knew more about Marines' internal plans to fight against the enemy than anyone else. Generally speaking, pirates like Burndy World, who are outdated, were very popular back then. But as time and age pass, the impact they can have on this sea is actually extremely limited. Of course, except for the strong ones at the level of 4 emperors. So in Momosaji's opinion, this scale, which is only slightly worse than Buster Call, is not enough to deal with Burndy World, an old guy who has been frozen for 30 years. And she knew very well who was the strongest fighter among the 7 Warlords of the Sea that Lin Xiao just mentioned. That must be the one who is known as the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Dracula Mihawk. 043 if another Marine Admiral is dispatched. Then the scale has already surpassed the level of Buster Call. Buster Call is already a military mobilization at the level of destroying a country. And now, there is already a member of 7 Warlords of the Sea. That is Pirate Queen Boa Hancock. Momosaji is a little bit unconvinced that Marine will make such a big move for a mere Burndy World. But the facts prove that Momosaji still underestimated the threat of Burndy World. But there is nothing to be done about it. After all, in the old days when Burndy World was rampant in the world, Momosaji was not born yet. After the other party was captured and frozen in Impel Down Level 6 Eternal Hell, Momosaji was still a year away from being born. She naturally could not realize how terrible this old pirate who was used to being World Destroyer in the past and finally made the world government defeat him with despicable conspiracy means was. At the same time, she could not understand why naval headquarters and world government would go to such great lengths to send such a large force to capture this old guy who was a bit inferior no matter how you looked at it. Let's wait and see where the situation will develop. Lin Xiao knew that this was definitely not something that could be explained in a few words. The strong men of the old era, with the old strong men such as Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Big Ditto who had been active on the sea before, the others had already become a thing of the past for the new generation of Marines like Momosaji. They naturally could not understand. So Lin Xiao smiled and said, in fact, he also wanted to see it. Will the next situation develop as in the original work? After all, the timeline was advanced by more than a year, and he vaguely remembered. In the original work, Straw Hat Luffy and the Empress found this place first. Then they fought with Burndy World and his men, and finally won the victory with the movie, Destiny Child Buff F. Then the Marine Army came. The leader was Akainu. At the same time, World's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye also appeared, but now because of the influence of Lin Xiao's little butterfly, the progress of this incident has shifted a little. Not only has the timeline been greatly advanced, and the people who participated in the early battle have also undergone earth-shaking changes. The original Straw Hat, Luffy, for some reason, did not appear with the Empress. On the contrary, Marine, led by Vice Admiral, went out in large numbers. This is also the fundamental reason why Lin Xiao did not leave directly after completing the reproduction, because he was very curious. What kind of difference would there be between the next development and the original work? Will Akainu, who has been promoted to Marshal, come in person? Will Mihawk, who has the title of World's #1 Swordsman, Eagle Eye, also appear? And what is the final fate of Burndy World? Will it be like in the original work and be defeated here? While Lin Xiao and Momosaji were watching the show in midair, Vice Admiral, the flying squirrel on the Marine warship, also discovered the supercannon that was slowly rising in the center of the Gullicide opposite, even though the two were far apart. But the barrel of that size still gave people an endless sense of oppression. Hey! No wonder the fish giant has been preventing our warships from approaching the pirate ship. It turns out that they are the most prepared. How abominable! A cannon of that size is probably more than 10 times more powerful than ordinary cannons, right? If it is really hit, the warship will probably sink immediately. Zhao. What should we do? Should we adjust the direction now and enter the enemy's blind spot? The panicked exclamations of the Marines suddenly rang out on the deck. After seeing such a huge monster, few people could remain calm. Even Vice Admiral, the flying squirrel, fell into deep thought with a gloomy face. Pulu. At this moment, the din mushy in Vice Admiral's arms suddenly rang. Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel turned his head and looked. It was Vice Admiral Doberman who called at his request to join him in suppressing the bandits. He picked up the phone. Vice Admiral Doberman's anxious voice came from the other side. Flying Squirrel, what should we do next? The huge cannon of that scale is simply not something that the warship we are on can resist. If we don't come up with a solution quickly, I'm afraid that all of us, including the Marines on the ship, will become the target of that madman. And when will Admiral Kazuru arrive? Didn't you say that Marshal Sakazuki also specially dispatched several other members of the 7 Warlords of the Sea to come to support? Now, where are the supporters? If we can't come up with a solution immediately, I'm afraid we will face unprecedented, huge losses this time. Obviously, at a critical moment of life and death. Even the comrades who had fought side by side in the past. At this moment, they could not help but doubt the strategy of the flying squirrel. There was no way. Who made him the person in charge of this operation? Our reinforcements should be arriving soon. The flying squirrel was silent for a long time, and finally managed to utter a sentence. Even though he was unwilling in his heart, he immediately added, "At the moment, it seems that we can only rush through the obstruction of the fish giant and enter the blind spot of the supercannon to avoid being affected. Also, no matter whether the reinforcements can arrive in time, we can't sit there and wait for death." I know. The helpless and angry voice of Vice Admiral Doberman came from the other end of the phone. Then the phone was hung up. The flying squirrel was not angry when he saw this, because he knew, with the issuance of this order, he also realized it. There will be a large number of Marines and warships that will be sunk by the giant fish in the seabed in the process of breaking through the siege. However, there is no other choice in front of them. Either break through to avoid the bombardment, CI, or stay where you are and become a live target. Which of the two choices, I believe they know it without saying. Excedo, just as the Marine warship was about to launch a massive charge forward. Flying Squirrel and others saw a tall and strong figure suddenly appear on the deck of Gulyu City. Then the figure slowly walked towards the supercannon. And this person, surprisingly, is the Burndy world that Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral and other Marines are going to attack this time. What does that guy want to do? Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral frowned deeply. I don't know why. He suddenly felt a sense of extreme danger in his heart. When he saw Burndy World put his big hand on the barrel of the gun, he shuddered. A chill ran straight from his spine to the back of his head. Damn it. Could that be asterisk, 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 asterisk D? Want to activate the power of the Momo fruit? Although Vice Admiral the Flying Squirrel didn't know much about Burndy World, he at least knew the function of the Momo fruit. When he thought about the huge shells in the super cannon, they would be super doubled to 100 times the size. Even he couldn't help but feel a deep fear in his heart. Let's ask, who would really not be afraid of death? After being amplified 100 times by the Momo fruit, that super cannon must really be able to sink Marineford with one shot, right? As the saying goes, good things don't work, bad things do. Just when Vice Admiral and the others hesitated, Burndy World looked at the Marine warships that kept firing at the opposite side and trying to rush to the front, and suddenly a hideous look appeared on his face. These blind Marines. It seems that they really forgot his reputation as World Destroyer. Then, it's time to teach them a good lesson. Let this world remember the fear that was once shrouded by him. Burndy World in the previous era. Quick, huh? This time, let you rubbish Marines taste my power first. Guilei, it's time to start. Open the eyes of those bastards. As the order was issued, the super cannon began to readjust the angle. Then, a deafening roar like thunder exploded. The huge shell rushed out. But the next second, then, with the blessing of a magical force, both the size and speed increased by 100 times. The shell was originally the size of a small boat. Now, it has covered the sky like a city. It smashed towards a Marine warship on the opposite side. The horrible scene almost scared the Marine soldiers on the opposite side. They had never seen such a scene. Be careful. Everyone retreat quickly. After the flying squirrel Vice Admiral came to his senses, he shouted at the top of his lungs. However, it was too late. The super shell had already hit a certain area. In that area, the 5 warships that were originally anchored, together with the soldiers on the warships who did not even have time to call for help, turned into ashes at the moment of the explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The horrible explosion directly set off waves of shocking waves. The remaining few Marine warships suddenly swayed left and right like dead trees, drifting with the waves. Above the sky, after seeing Burndy World's shocking attack, she was shocked. She never thought that the old guy from the old times who seemed to her to be out of date could exert such a terrifying power. Although this was mostly done with the help of external forces. But this terrifying attack power is enough to reach the point of one shot to the island, right? How can Marine play this? With players like Flying Squirrel at the moment, it is no match for Burndy World at all. I'm afraid that they will be wiped out before they even get close. Until now, Momosaji really realized what Lin Xiao meant by what he said before. 0. In this situation, I'm afraid that we really need to send out Admiral-level strongmen to get back a chance of victory. Thinking of this, Momosaji couldn't help but turn her head slightly to look at Lin Xiao. She found that he was watching the battle below with great interest. A look of fascination appeared on her beautiful face. For some reason, the longer the two of them were together, Momosaji became more and more obsessed with the charm emanating from Lin Xiao. This man was like a mystery that could never be solved. For a strong woman, like her, he was full of fatal attraction. Momosaji was now somewhat glad for her decision at that time. Quit Marine. Come to Lin Xiao's side. Now it seems to be a really good choice. On the sea, Vice Admiral held the railing tightly with both hands. But at this moment, his heart was already cold as ice. The attack from Burndy World just now made him see the power of the Momo fruit. He really couldn't believe it. Someone could make the shell so huge. At the same time, the power was increased by hundreds of times. It was terrifying to think about it, and it was because of his hesitation before that led to this large-scale 173 death incident. In fact, at the beginning of the battle between the two armies, he should have issued an order to approach at full speed to start a boarding battle. But now such an opportunity has long been lost, and he is facing a bigger choice. Should he continue to fight and wait for the arrival of reinforcements? Or retreat immediately? Try to minimize the losses? But at this moment, Vice Admiral suddenly heard a cry in his ear. Oh no, that guy's going to fire again. What should we do? We will die too. Turn the ship around quickly. I don't want to die here. Oh my god, I've never seen a shell of that size. Even Vice Admiral Dojiman's ship was reduced to ashes in the attack just now. Vice Admiral, how should we deal with it next? If we don't give an order, it will be too late. Until then, Vice Admiral came back to his senses. He turned his head and looked forward, but he saw that Burndy World had given another order. And then, a huge shell that was amplified 100 times by the Momo fruit, and it blasted straight towards the sea where they were. Are I going to die? Damn, at this critical moment, why can't my legs even move a step? Vice Admiral sat on the ground with a pale face, facing death. Even he couldn't face it calmly. But the most important thing is, at this moment, his heart was full of regret. If he had known that the situation would develop like this, then he should have waited until the reinforcements from Naval Headquarters arrived before dispatching, instead of just listening to the request of Pirate Queen and rashly leading troops here. At the very least, he should have brought Vice Admiral Garp or Inspector Sengoku. At least if those two were present, there would definitely not be such a scene now. But it's too late to say anything now. However, just when the flying squirrel closed his eyes, unwillingly preparing to die, a wretched voice suddenly rang in his ears. It's really scary. How can that shell become so huge, like an island? If it hits, it will be fatal. Just a few words. But it immediately gave the flying squirrel hope of life again. Because he knew it was Admiral Kizaru who came. Sure enough, accompanied by a dazzling light passing through the sky, Kizaru's figure appeared on the deck where the flying squirrel was. Pinching his chin, Kizaru first looked around at the messy Marines. Then he casually raised a finger, pointing it in the direction where the huge shell was coming from. 2.8 Bayou. A shining laser suddenly shot out. Next one. Then it penetrated the shell that was about to fall in the air. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying explosion swept out, the surging air waves, and directly stirred up waves of tsunamis, blowing the rest of the warships left and right. Great, great, it's Admiral Kizaru. We are saved. Fortunately, Admiral Kizaru arrived in time. Otherwise, we would all have died here. Admiral Kizaru is awesome. Great, now we are all saved. Yes, the Admiral-level top fighter is here. Even if the opponent is a strong man from the old times, there is absolutely no chance of winning. Yes, Mr. Borsellino was the man who seriously injured Whitebeard during the Summit War. No matter how strong the old guy on the opposite side is, he can't be stronger than Whitebeard, right? Brothers, have confidence. Marine will win. Marine will win. On the warship, all the Marines shouted at the same time that they had survived the disaster. Kizaru was still holding his chin and said in a very obscene tone, I say, Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, the situation here seems a little pessimistic. Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel showed a trace of shame on his face when he heard this, but then he reported truthfully, the passive situation at present is all because of my major mistakes in decision-making. I didn't expect that Burndy World would have such a backup plan. Kizaru originally just wanted to take the opportunity to hit the other party. Seeing that the flying squirrel was so sincere, he didn't continue to investigate, but said with a nonchalant look, I actually expected things to be like this. After all, your understanding of this old strong man only stays at the level of the bounty order. People who have not seen his strength with their own eyes will always subconsciously think that he is some old guy who has long been out of date. But I think you should have changed your mind now. Vice Admiral nodded heavily after hearing this. Admiral Kizaru is right. I have just witnessed the horror of World Destroyer. If you hadn't come in time, I would have followed the footsteps of Vice Admiral Doberman and died in battle on this sea. Kizaru nodded slightly, and then said impatiently, Then tell me about the current situation. The flying squirrel quickly recounted everything that had happened before. After listening, Kizaru pinched his chin and said, You mean, Pirate Queen has boarded the ship alone. Yes, that crazy woman didn't obey our command at all. The flying squirrel said helplessly. Oh my, this is really a troublesome woman who makes people feel headache. Kizaru thought about it and finally decided. After all, she is still a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, and we Marines cannot attack her directly. Then continue to attack the enemy's pirate ship. As for those huge shells, leave them to me. In fact, according to Kizaru's original intention, he wanted to blow up the entire Gulyuo city. But when he thought that the Empress was still on the ship, he didn't want to cause the death of another member of the 7 warlords of the sea because of his own reasons. After all, it was because of Lin Xiao. Before this, 7 warlords of the sea had died in succession. If he killed another one now, I'm afraid that 5 elders would be furious. Maybe he would even have his bonus deducted. Kizaru would definitely not accept that. It was originally a job to slack off at work. It's not worth it to cause yourself so much trouble, right? So as soon as the voice fell, he made another move. He stretched out a finger and pointed to the location of the super cannon on the Gulyuo city in the distance. Bayu, the dazzling laser light, burst out from Kizaru's fingertips again. In an instant, it crossed the sea and directly smashed the super cannon on the Gulyuo city. Damn, my cannon! Who dares to attack my carefully crafted cannon? Burndy World's face instantly darkened. Even he could not block the attack from Kizaru's hand. This is the revenge masterpiece that his men spent decades to complete. If it is destroyed, what can he use to take revenge on the world government? Thinking of this, Burndy World was furious. However, he also saw the strength of the opponent. Unlike the Marines who looked like miscellaneous soldiers before, the wretched-looking guy who appeared this time is definitely no less than Sengoku. It seems that he should be an Admiral-level strongman. But Marine didn't think that he could defeat me by sending out only one Admiral-level warrior. At this time in the sky, after seeing Admiral Kizaru appear, Momosagi's face suddenly showed a look of understanding. As expected, His Majesty was right. Marine really sent out Admiral-level combat power this time. It seems that this time, Burndy World's group will be completely wiped out. Rado, Lin Xiao, who was standing next to her at the moment. He was full of questions of all sizes. What the hell? The man who came was not a Kainu? If it was Kizaru, I'm afraid there would be no need for others to take action. This guy can single-handedly defeat the entire World Pirate Group by himself. After all, Sparkling Fruit is an extremely shameless ability. Then the question is, in this situation, should he personally come down to attract attention, and then take the opportunity to replicate the Sparkling Fruit on Kizaru? Although with his current strength, even if they are discovered, they can still escape unscathed. But whether this will cause any unnecessary trouble, Lin Xiao is not sure. With Kizaru in charge, Marine regrouped from the previous panic state. Then they launched a new round of attacks on the Gulyuo city. However, when Kizaru was ready to destroy the super cannon in one go, who would have thought that circles of square-shaped building blocks suddenly appeared around the super cannon? Then, in the process of moving and piling up, the super cannon was directly submerged in them. By the time Kizaru and others reacted, the super cannon had already disappeared from their sight. Obviously, someone used the ability of Devil Fruit to prevent the super cannon from being completely destroyed by Kizaru. That guy's subordinates are really a headache. Kizaru stopped attacking with an unhappy look on his face. At this time, Vice Admiral came up again and said, Damn, Mr. Borsellino, there's a fish giant underwater. It was he who had been hindering our attack before. There is no way. Flying Squirrel and others are really helpless against Sebastian lurking underwater. Otherwise, they would not end up in such an embarrassing situation now. Oh, then leave it to me. Kizaru did not refuse. The whole person's figure instantly turned into a dazzling stream of light, straight into the sky. Then the real body reappeared. He faced the sea where Sebastian was, crossed his hands in front of him. The fingers intertwined and suddenly shone with golden laser light. Yashikani no Magatama. Countless laser bullets poured down from the sky like rain. Kizaru was too lazy to use observation hockey to locate the opponent. Wouldn't it be better for him to use a large-scale AoE skill directly? Just a fishman. Does this admiral need to use observation hockey to locate him? Is he worthy of it? Lousy directly used a wave of photons to bomb the fish. Where can you escape? What? You said that the Yasukani no Magatama I used in the Summit War couldn't even hit a submarine? 180. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Could the situation back then be the same as it is now? Boom, boom, boom. The sea surface was boiling, even though Sebastian was hiding under the water. But in the end, he couldn't escape Kizaru's attack. The huge figure was blown into pieces. The blood soon dyed the sea red. $73. Sure enough, it had to be Mr. Borsellino who took action himself. The situation was immediately reversed. After seeing Sebastian's body floating out of the sea, the flying squirrel's face suddenly showed a hint of excitement. He then waved his hand and ordered the rest of the warships to charge towards the Golo City. At the same time, Garam, go check how long it will take to repair the cannon. Because the super cannon was destroyed, Burndy World returned to the control room angrily. EMK. Garam turned around immediately. The ground under his feet suddenly turned into a building block. Then he flew down with his body. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the control room without a trace. Captain, I think we should use the two sisters of the Pirate Queen as hostages and force the Marines to withdraw. Biojack said with a sad face. Based on the current situation, we have no chance of winning. And the man who just attacked is probably Admiral of Headquarters, Kizaru. If it is really that level of combat power, I am afraid. He hadn't finished speaking. He was interrupted by Burndy World rudely. Don't say those depressing words there. Lousy is World Destroyer. How can he be afraid of some shitty Marine Admiral? As long as Garam repairs the giant cannon, we can kill all those Marines. Seeing this, Biojack didn't say anything more. But Burndy World didn't give him a chance at all. Then he turned and walked towards the cabin. Lousy, go and catch that Pirate Queen now. I don't believe Marine will dare to attack me. Biojack looked at the background of Burndy World gradually disappearing. His face suddenly showed an unspeakable loss. Once upon a time, their captain was not such a crazy guy. And now, there is no way to stop his captain's willful plan. What will happen next? In the cabin, the battle between the Queen and Nachin is still going on. However, although Nachin successfully recovered to his youth through the power of secret medicine. But as time went on, Nachin gradually showed her weakness. Even with her Singaluan physical skills, she was no match for the Empress. If it weren't for the drug power that made her fearless of the petrification effect of the sweet fruit, she would have been successfully turned into stone by the Empress. Bang, bang, bang. The Empress flew up and kicked 3 times in a row, directly blasting Nachin far away. However, just as the Empress was about to take advantage of the victory and get rid of this annoying old woman, a tall figure attacked from the other side of the passage at a faster speed. Momo 10x speed. Burndy World waved his fist wrapped in the black armament hockey, directly blocking the Empress' fatal blow. Jihad! Looking at the Empress, who was facing a formidable enemy, Burndy World said with a malicious grin, I never thought you could force Nachin to such an unbearable state. You know, back then she could compete with he and Marine. It seems that time has really left irreversible marks on her body. However, this is also normal. After all, aging is a process that everyone cannot resist. Even guys like Whitebeard and Golden Lion have to admit that they're getting old in the end. But this does not prove that I will watch my men being defeated by you. At this time, Nachin in the ruins slowly climbed up from the ground and said with a face full of shame, I'm sorry, Captain. I can't solve it for you. Burndy World shook his head slightly and said, Go to the control room. You are not needed. The latter walked into the passage with a sad face after hearing this. In her opinion, her failure to help the captain solve the enemy in front of him was the biggest dereliction of duty. And the Empress felt Burndy after feeling the strong pressure from World. The whole person suddenly became alert. The strength of the man in front of him was definitely not comparable to that of the old woman just now. If he was not careful, he might die on the spot. Where are my sisters? The Empress asked sternly. Huh? Burndy World laughed unscrupulously after hearing this. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Then he took out 2 heads hanging from his waist from behind, threw them to the Empress, and said, "Give them back to you. This is the end of disobedience." The 2 heads fell to the ground. They moved forward and rolled to the feet of the Empress. After seeing the faces on the 2 heads, the latter stumbled and almost collapsed to the ground. 0, the reason was nothing else. Because the 2 heads are the Empress's sisters, Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold. No, impossible. The Empress seemed to be crazy and kept retreating. Then, as if she had thought of something, she quickly took out the life cards of her 2 sisters from her arms. However, the moment she saw the life cards, she fell into endless despair. Because at this moment, the 2 life cards in her hand all burned rapidly, and finally turned into 2 small balls of ashes. This also means that these 2 heads are her 2 sisters. Why, what? Why did you kill them? The Empress's eyes were bloodshot, as if she couldn't accept such a fact. She rushed towards Burndy World like a madman. Ha ha ha! Burndy World dodged the opponent's attack and said with a smug grin, "I gave you a chance before, but you ignored it. Then, this is my punishment for you. If you surrender now, I can let you live a little longer. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. I've seen many guys like you in the past era." In the end, without exception, they all fell in the torrent of history. Facing the threat, the Empress had long been overwhelmed by the revenge for killing her sister. She didn't listen to what the other party said. Powerful kicks were performed one after another. But in front of Burndy World, these moves were obviously so pale and powerless. Even the sweet, sweet fruit that the Empress was proud of was completely useless against Burndy World. There was no way. This guy was frozen in, impelled down level 6 eternal hell for 30 years. Both his body functions and his brain are already immune to those love affairs. Or it would be more appropriate to say that they have degenerated. So the Empress's greatest advantage is useless in front of him. And Burndy World is a level stronger than the Empress in terms of physical skills, armament hockey, and observation hockey. So the result of this battle can be imagined. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. The fight between the two did not last long. It came to an abrupt end. Burndy World's iron fist wrapped in the pitch black armament hockey hit the Empress's abdomen hard. It blasted her far into the wall. Pulu, 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 pulu. At this moment, the den den mushy in Burndy World's arms suddenly rang. The call was connected. Biojack's anxious voice came from inside. "Captain, it's bad. Sebastian was killed by General Kazuru. The Admiral-level combat power is too strong. We can't cause any damage to it at all. Now, a Marine warship has broken through the defense and forced its way over to board the ship. What should we do, Captain? If we don't think of a solution, it won't be long before the Marines have the upper hand over us." "I know." Burndy World's face suddenly darkened, and he said viciously, "The battle here is over. I'll go over and deal with them right away." "Humph, what a bunch of useless trash. They can't even handle this, and I have to do it myself." After hanging up the phone, Burndy World stepped to the ruins where the Empress collapsed. He stretched out his hand to pinch the other's neck, and then grabbed her like a dead dog and walked to the other side of Channel 2.6. At this moment, on the deck of GUOCD, the pirates and the Marines were already fighting each other. Let's make a concerted effort and wipe out this group of pirates completely while their cannons are damaged. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral took the lead, pulled out the sword from his waist, commanded his soldiers, and launched a strong attack on the pirates pouring out of the passage on the opposite side. "Go, avenge our dead brothers." "That's right. Let's help Vice Admiral Doberman avenge him. Kill all these damn pirates. Justice on the sea should be upheld by us." "Yes, justice will prevail." And the pirates, under the leadership of Nachin, there was no fear at all. Hee hee. You are such a bunch of fools. Even in the old days when there were so many strong men, Marine had never defeated our captain. Now you want to beat us with your rotten fish and shrimps. Brothers, the opportunity to make achievements is right in front of us. Kill all these Marines. That's right. The captain has just demonstrated the power of the super cannon. It can definitely blow Marine 4 down with one shot. By then, maybe we will directly transform into 4 Emperors group and become the overlord of New World from now on and eat delicious food and drink spicy food. Brothers, the opportunity to make achievements is today. Kill them for me. Although these pirates have all joined World Pirates not long ago, they are not unknown. Go, avenge our dead brothers. That's right. Let's help Vice Admiral Doberman avenge him. Kill all these damn pirates. Justice on the sea should be upheld by us. Yes, justice will prevail. And the pirates, under the leadership of Nachin, there was no fear at all. You are such a bunch of fools. Even in the old days when there were so many strong men, Marine had never defeated our captain. Now you want to beat us with your rotten fish and shrimps. Brothers, the opportunity to make achievements is right in front of us. Kill all these Marines. That's right. The captain has just demonstrated the power of the super cannon. It can definitely blow Marine 4 down with one shot. By then, maybe we will directly transform into 4 Emperors group and become the overlord of New World from now on and eat delicious food and drink spicy food. Brothers, the opportunity to make achievements is today. Kill them for me. Although these pirates have all joined World Pirates not long ago, they are not unknown. After seeing the cannon attack, just demonstrated by Burndy World, these people are all very excited, as if they were injected with chicken blood. So their fighting power is no less than Marine is not far behind. Report to Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel. We haven't found a figure of Bang World yet. Then keep searching. Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel moved towards the central area with a gloomy face. All the pirates who dared to stop him on the road were solved in one move. As a veteran Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, he can't be stopped by just any cat or dog. Kaido. Before he reached the target location, he saw a figure as tall as a hill, slowly walking out a passage under the mountain. It was Burndy World. However, at this moment, he was holding a purple figure in his hand. Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel looked closely. I was immediately shocked, because that person was the Empress of 7 Warlords of the Sea. Damn it, I didn't expect that the Empress would be defeated by him. Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel was under great pressure, because it was his previous decision that led to the current result. If Burndy World took the Empress as a hostage, it would be a great obstacle to their Marines' next plan. You Marines really like to mess around. Burndy World looked at the flying squirrel opposite with disdain and said, Lousy gave you a chance to escape. It seems that you all want to die here. No matter how much you try to stop me, no matter how much you struggle, I will definitely destroy Marine Ford with my own hands. Then let's start with you first. Momo 30x shotgun. As he spoke, Burndy World took out a handful of pistol bullets from his pocket. Then, they threw it directly in the direction of Vice Admiral. Under the amplification of the Momo fruit, these seemingly ordinary bullets actually increased their speed and volume to 30 times of the original in the blink of an eye. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Like a violent storm, they enveloped Vice Admiral's location. Damn it. Vice Admiral quickly activated Shave from Marine 6 styles to dodge. But the Marines who were guarding behind him to resist the pirates were not so lucky. Boom, boom, boom. Huge projectiles exploded. Dozens of Marines fell to the ground, covered in blood. Their lives or deaths were unknown. After seeing this scene, the other Marines were frightened and silent, and dared not take another step forward. There was no way. Burndy World was too strong. It was not something that these small fish could deal with, even though they had an absolute advantage in numbers. But in front of this veteran strongman, numbers were the most useless thing. Damn it, Burndy World, I will never let you go. Vice Admiral's eyes were red with anger when he saw this. Waving the long sword in his hand, he attacked Burndy World. However, Even though he was a famous and veteran vice admiral in the Marines, and also a rare elite vice admiral, he was still not good enough in front of this old-time strongman who was good at physical skills. Bang, bang, bang. Burndy World held the unconscious Empress in one hand and kept resisting the attack of the flying squirrel with the other hand. He looked very relaxed. The flying squirrel's slash could not even break the armament hockey covering the surface of his arm. From this, we can see how huge the gap in strength between the two is. But this is normal. With the strength of the flying squirrel, if we only talk about physical skills, I am afraid it is not the opponent of the Empress. Not to mention Burndy World. As if tired of this attack and defense method, Burndy World showed a ferocious look on his face. Then he activated his ability again. Momo, 30 times speed. The speed of the whole person instantly increased to ultimate. In the blink of an eye, while dodging the slash of Vice Admiral of the Flying Squirrel, he appeared in front of him. Bang! The iron fist wrapped with a pitch-black armament hockey slammed heavily on the chest of Vice Admiral of the Flying Squirrel. A crisp sound of bone breaking was heard. Then Vice Admiral of the Flying Squirrel flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Then he fell heavily on the deck. Look, it's the captain who made a move. Long live Captain World. Vice Admiral of Marine is nothing but this. That's right, Marine is not to be feared at all. Brothers, work harder, kill all Marines. The pirates around saw Vice Admiral of the Flying Squirrel. After Admiral was knocked away, their morale was immediately boosted. They screamed and charged even harder. Hey, Vice Admiral, do you still remember me? I got this thanks to you. Today I'll take your head. A pirate with one eye blinded walked towards Vice Admiral with a sly smile on his face. The latter struggled to get up several times, but failed. He could only watch the other party swing his sword at him. However, at this moment, a wretched voice suddenly rang out. Oh my! After all, he is the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. If he is killed by an unknown person like this, I'm afraid Mr. Sakazuki will be furious. The next second, accompanied by a dazzling laser light, Kizaru's tall figure suddenly appeared in front of the pirate. Excuse me, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? As the voice sounded, Kizaru kicked. He actually blasted the pirate far away. Finally, he fell into the sea. His life or death is unknown. I say, Vice Admiral, you are really embarrassed today. This is not like you in normal days. How come you caused the death of so many Marines? Aren't you afraid that Mr. Sakazuki will punish you when he returns? Although the opponent is a famous veteran, he has been frozen for 30 years. No matter how powerful he is now, he should not let the Marines lose their armor and weapons, right? Kizaru put his hands in his pockets. -070 teased with a lewd face. Thank you, Mr. Borsellino, for helping me. Vice Admiral showed a guilty look on his face. But then he reminded, but that Burndy World is very strong. Mr. Borsellino, please don't take it lightly. It's really scary. Kizaru pinched his chin, turned his head to look at Burndy World opposite, and said, speaking like an old guy like you, shouldn't you escape from Impel Down? Will you find a place to quietly hide and spend the rest of your life? Why do you have to jump out and make trouble like this? TSK, 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 you don't want to die like Whitebeard? Even though Kizaru had heard of Burndy World's name, but he didn't take it to heart at all. After all, Marine's strongest slacker is not called for nothing. In terms of strength alone, Kizaru is not afraid of any pirate, no matter if the opponent is a veteran or four emperors. Even during this summit war, Kizaru briefly faced Whitebeard and injured him, not to mention the old guy in front of him who has been frozen for 30 years. Are you the current Naval Headquarters Admiral? Burndy World looked at the opposite side with a squinting eye. This wretched man in a yellow striped suit with horse fleas doesn't look like he can be promoted to SIAF Admiral's appearance, especially the wretched appearance and emphasis. If you say he is a mutated man, there will definitely be people who believe it. Just now, you destroyed my super cannon. That's right, because the power of this cannon is too scary. Kizaru spread his hands with an exaggerated expression. Seeing this, Burndy World's beak twitched slightly. Damn, is this guy really a Marine Admiral? Why does he look more unruly than a pirate? No matter what era I am in, Marines will always be like this, jumping out one after another to hinder my actions. It's really annoying. Burndy World showed an angry look on his face, and then shouted fiercely, I don't care if you are a shitty admiral. All of you die in fear and despair. Momo 50x shotgun. This time, Burndy World deliberately increased the level of amplification. Nearly 100 bullets instantly grew larger and sped up, forming a dark curtain in the air. It enveloped the direction where Kizaru was standing. Boom! Flames and smoke rose up. Seeing this, Burndy World burst into laughter and said, It directly. What kind of admiral is this? It's so weak that it's unbelievable. The newcomers of your era are far inferior to those old guys like Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr. Really, I was frozen for 30 years, and I thought that after I saw the light of day again, I would see some powerful guys on the sea. In the end, whether it was the 7 warlords of the sea or the current Marine Admiral, they were all just guys with empty names. However, before he finished speaking, Kizaru's obscene voice came from a smoke. Within Squaw, the power of Momo Fruit is really terrible. Then, Kizaru walked out of the sea of fire, and he was not injured at all. Although I respect Mr. Sengoku and Mr. Garp, these seniors. But if you say that we can't compare to these old men of the old times, I will definitely not agree. But I also found a common problem among you old guys. That is, everyone is a little too self-critical. You still dream of destroying Marineford. Do you really think our Marine is so useless? As soon as the voice fell, Kizaru's figure had already turned into a stream of light. He appeared directly in front of Burndy World. Excuse me, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? A kick shining with photons came down from the air. Seeing this, Burndy World quickly used his right arm wrapped in the black armament hockey to resist. Bang! Accompanied by a dull bang. Burndy World's sturdy figure was actually pushed back by a huge force. I didn't expect this wretched guy to be so good. Although his arm was wrapped with armament hockey, he still felt a slight pain from it. It could be seen from this that Kizaru's strength is definitely several times greater than the flying squirrel he had fought with before. This also made Burndy World finally take it seriously. In view of the strength Kizaru had shown before, he had to make a new plan, because if he really fought Kizaru to the death here, that would inevitably delay his next move. Burndy World would never accept another failure. So, after a brief pause, Burndy World threw the Empress in his hand forward and said, I don't have that much time to waste on you Marines right now. As the Empress of the 7 Warlords of the Sea is in my hands, if you don't want her to die, take your people away from here. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing her directly. Kizaru saw this and really stopped attacking. There was no way. Although he was an admiral, he usually didn't care about pirates like the Empress. But the other party was a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea after all. Without the order of the 5 Elders, even Kizaru had no right to attack the other party. In the original work, Fujitora was unable to attack Doflamingo in Dressrosa for this reason. Oh my, it's really a headache. Boo. Kizaru pinched his chin, obviously caught in a dilemma. He was originally lazy and unwilling to take responsibility for any incident. Over the years, Kizaru followed the principle of the more you do, the more mistakes you make, the less you do, the fewer mistakes you make. He was successfully promoted to admiral. It can be said that he had a smooth journey. The main point is less trouble. Now seeing that Burndy World took the Empress as a hostage, he once again 317 backed out. This is not to say that he is afraid of the other party. On the contrary, if he let go of the battle, Kizaru is confident that he can easily get rid of Burndy World. But doesn't he have hostages in his hands now? In the end, 7 Warlords of the Sea seemed to have become a high-risk industry. Its members were killed one after another. It gave 5 Elders a headache. If the Empress was killed because of his own reasons, I am afraid that he will be responsible for this matter. Put all the blame on himself. Kizaru would never take the blame for such a thing. So, he immediately prepared to admit defeat. However, at this moment, a teasing voice suddenly came from the sky. "Oh my, Admiral Kizaru, you won't stop fighting against pirates who threaten the world just because of a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, right?" Lin Xiao was seen descending slowly on the Cresselia. Momosaji, who was standing behind him, was holding a camera mushy and taking pictures of Kizaru and others. His intention was self-evident. "Want to leave? It's not that easy." "You are Elf King Lin Xiao." Kizaru looked carefully at the handsome boy opposite him. Originally, he was a little bit unsure, but after seeing Momosaji behind him and a huge elf with a body size of hundreds of meters, the answer came out. Lin Xiao, what do you mean by suddenly appearing here at this time? Are you really determined to go against Marine? It can be seen that you are a smart person. Such an approach will only cause both sides to suffer, and other pirates and forces will take advantage of it. Kizaru's face suddenly darkened. Now, with the appearance of Lin Xiao, he obviously couldn't leave calmly as planned before. It would be strange if he was in a good mood. "Don't get me wrong, I'm not here to find you this time." Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with a subtle cunning, and then he turned to look at Burndy World and said, "The system of 7 Warlords of the Sea is the greatest blasphemy against the word justice, so I decided to execute every 7 Warlords of the Sea I meet." Now, it was Burndy World and Kizaru's turn to be confused at the same time. "I'm not saying, what on earth are you acting? Although Doflamingo once provoked you, didn't you kill him in the end? Whitebeard, too, was also killed by you. 2.7 Why are you targeting other 7 Warlords of the Sea who have not made enemies with you now?" See? However, just when the two were confused, Lin Xiao slowly raised his arm. He raised a finger and pointed at the head of the Empress. The next second, a dark long sword appeared at the tip of Lin Xiao's finger, spanning a distance of dozens of meters. It directly pierced the head of the Empress, who was held in the air by Burndy World. This is a special use of his waveguide armament hockey. It looks just like the truth-seeking ball in Hokage. It can freely transform into various forms as he wishes. It can be used for defense. In attack, it can be said to be full of changes. It is hard to defend against. Just when the two were in a panic, Lin Xiao showed a satisfied look on his face, and then controlled Cresselia to slowly rise into the sky, and said with a playful face, "Okay, now the problem that bothers you has been solved. Please continue. To be honest, I am really looking forward to what the ending will be. One is a well-known veteran 28-strong man in Guiyun, and the other is the current Marine Admiral. Who will be stronger between the two? Hurry up and start fighting. I will be watching the battle in the sky under the quilt." And this sudden scene in front of them, it completely shocked Kizaru and Burndy World, especially the latter, looking at the dead Empress in his hand. For a moment, he didn't know whether to pick up her body or continue to threaten Kizaru. "What the hell is this? Lin Xiao, you kid suddenly jumped out and then killed people without saying anything? You're a pirate, right?" Kizaru was speechless. "Family. Who knows? I'm a Marine Admiral, and I was actually controlled by a stinky kid." The current situation is difficult for Kizaru to get off the tiger, because Momosaji is taking pictures with a camera telephone mushy. If he retreats, he will be scolded to death by Marshal Sakazuki afterwards. Damn it. It seems that we have to fight today, or not. Kizaru now has a feeling of, I feel bitter, but I can't say it. But for Lin Xiao's methods, he also has a deep understanding. No wonder Doflamingo was killed by him. This guy's methods are even more cruel than the pirates. And the attack just launched is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. Thinking of this, Kizaru reluctantly ordered, "Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral, order a general attack." Yes, Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral looked at Lin Xiao in the sky with fear. Before this, he didn't even notice the existence of the other party. But this old man can always encounter this scourge wherever he goes. The battle started again. But whether it was the pirates or the Marines, they all hated Lin Xiao in their hearts at this moment. But they couldn't do anything to him. They could only vent their anger on the enemy on the opposite side. 237. In the air. Momosaji had already laughed so hard that his branches were shaking. Your Majesty, you are so bad. Although Lin Xiao didn't say anything, but the righteous expression on his face seemed to say, I am not, I didn't, it has nothing to do with me. But in fact, whether it is Momosaji, or Kizaru, or Burndy World, in fact, no one really understands the real intention of Lin Xiao's actions just now. The reason why Lin Xiao chose to show up at that time and kill the Empress, it was not out of hostility towards the 7 warlords of the sea. It was just to take the opportunity to replicate the sparkling fruit on Kizaru. Lin Xiao had no feelings toward the Empress. Whether she was the most beautiful woman in the world or not, it didn't matter to Lin Xiao. There were many beauties in this world, and he couldn't ignore the crime she committed just because she was beautiful. What's more, the Emperor's bad character made him feel disgusted and disgusted. He really didn't understand. How could a woman who was played by celestial dragons have such a high reputation in the future? Since she was a pirate, she should be prepared to be killed immediately. How could she not die just because she was beautiful? So Lin Xiao had no pressure to take action. Just think of the Empress as an unlucky person. After ordering Ditto to secretly complete the transformation, he left directly. This process was very short, so it seemed a bit abrupt to outsiders. But in fact, for Lin Xiao, the purpose of his trip had been exceeded. It can even be said that he gained a lot. Next, it was time to watch the show. Whether Burndy World wins, or Kizaru wins, it has nothing to do with him. Oh my, it looks like I have to take action this time. Kizaru's face showed an expression that was more uncomfortable than eating shit. He originally wanted to take the opportunity to retreat, so that he wouldn't have to face the old strongman like Burndy World directly. At the same time, he could put all the responsibility on the Empress and the flying squirrel. Bart, since Lin Xiao killed the Empress, this also made him lose the reason to retreat. Since there was no way to leave, he could only bite the bullet and continue to fight. This is not to say that Kizaru is afraid of Burndy World, but this guy hates trouble. If he faced any other enemy, I'm afraid that with his strength, he could easily solve it in a few moves. But a veteran strongman like Burndy World, especially he also has the extremely powerful Momo fruit. It's not that he could be solved by ordinary means. Almost at the same time as the voice fell, Kizaru pulled out a long sword condensed from photons from his palm. It was the Imavasukumo sword that he had used in the battle with Pluton Rayleigh in Sabati Archipelago. Hey, Burndy World, I'm giving you one last chance now. If you surrender now, I won't use force. Before he made his move, Kizaru didn't forget to discuss Burndy World. Don't look at what he said. But even if the other party really surrendered, Kizaru would never let him go. After all, Lin Xiao was still watching from the sky. Just because you were a junior, you were so arrogant in front of me. Burndy World snorted coldly. Then he covered his entire upper body with a layer of black armament hockey, and then roared viciously. Wait. After Lousy kills you, he will go and settle accounts with Lin Xiao. Boom. What the hell? The next second, the two figures collided heavily. Every collision between Sword of the Cloud and armament hockey aroused pieces of light, although Kizaru has an absolute advantage in speed. But after Burndy World activated the ability of Momo Fruit, this advantage was constantly reduced, and finally there was a faint trend of overtaking. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. The two fought faster and faster. Every collision released a turbulent wave of air, which made it impossible for other pirates and marines to get close. It's really scared. Kizaru showed a lewd smile on his face, pretending to be scared, and said, I didn't expect that you were frozen for 30 years and still have such strength. This is really surprising. It seems that some systems of impel down should be reformed. For a dangerous guy like you, it is the most correct choice to get rid of it directly. However, Burndy World didn't believe his nonsense at all, and shouted, As an admiral of the Marine, it's really shameful to be so lazy like you. I think you should join my pirate group. Let's overthrow the world government and rule this sea together. Sometimes I really don't understand, whether it's your current group of brats or the old guys like Sengoku and Garp in the past. Why are they all willing to be dogs for the idiots like celestial dragons? Kizaru waved his hands immediately after hearing this, and said with a fearful face, "That's absolutely not possible. Let's not talk about the 5 elders. Just Marshal Sakazuki is so terrifying. I say you should surrender obediently, and then let Siffy. I take you back to Impel Down again. Maybe they won't freeze you again this time. With a bunch of useless subordinates like you, you can't defeat Marine at all. And I can tell you a secret. That is, the real naval headquarters actually moved to New World a few days ago. Now the base on Marineford already belongs to G1 branch, so even if you destroy it, it won't help at all." "What did you say?" Burndy World obviously didn't expect this situation. A look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Rado, it was this brief distraction, and Kizaru on the opposite side seized this hard-won opportunity. Then his figure flashed, and his right foot flashing with dazzling photons chopped down in the air like a battle axe. "I'm so sorry. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light?" Burndy World's mountain-like body, under this powerful blow, he was blown away. He almost fell into the sea, but then he stepped on Moonwalk and flew back to the deck. Although the serious injuries were all resisted by armament hockey covering the upper body, but some of the force was still transmitted into his body. Originally, Burndy World was frozen in Impel Down Level 6 Eternal Hell for 30 years. Many body functions were seriously damaged. His strength was only about 60% to 70% of that year. If it weren't for his strong body, he would probably have no power to fight against such a top combat force as Huiyuan. However, at this moment, the disadvantages were finally exposed. Kizaru pinched his chin and said with a filthy smirk, "What do you think? If you accept my proposal now, everything I just said still counts." "Bullshit. How could Lousy return to Eternal Hell? No matter who it is, no one can send Lousy back there. Today, I will make the whole world shrouded in the fear of World Destroyer again." Burndy World was furious when he heard this. He then reached out and took out nearly 100 pistol bullets from his pocket. Then he threw them towards Kizaru on the opposite side. Momo 50x shotgun. The original fingernail-sized pistol bullets instantly turned into ordinary artillery shells, and their speed suddenly increased by 50 times. And Burndy World also covered each bullet with a black armament hockey. Even if Kizaru activated elementalization, he would still be hurt. Hey, you old guy really likes to mess around. But you underestimate us admirals, don't you? Although you are a veteran strongman from the old times, and you are really a bit tricky, you are not impossible to kill. Kizaru didn't dare to delay at all when he saw this. Then his body shape changed, turned into a stream of light, and flew into the air. Then his hands crossed in front of the moon chest, and a dazzling laser light flashed directly. Yashikani, no Magata. Dazzling laser photons fell from the sky. Like a rain curtain, it instantly turned into the area where Burndy World was located and covered it. Fortunately, when the two fought before, there were no other Marines around. This allowed Kizaru to fight freely. Boom, boom! The terrifying explosions sounded one after another. A large hole was instantly blasted out of the splint. Burndy World, with his powerful armament hockey, blocked several attacks. Then he used Shave from Marine 6 dials and successfully avoided other attacks. Momo 100x speed. Burndy World instantly increased his speed to ultimate. His figure seemed to teleport, and he appeared directly in front of Kizaru in mid-air. Then he swung his iron fist wrapped in the black armament hockey. He hit Kizaru's vital points like a random attack. Asterisk, asterisk. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous fierce attacks made Kizaru unable to resist. As everyone knows, Kizaru has always relied on the ability of Devil Fruit in battle. This is also the reason why he is always criticized among the 3 admirals. Although his physical skills are much stronger than those of ordinary people. 0.00, but in front of the strong men of the same level, his physical skills are definitely weak. After Burndy World increased his speed by 100 times. The attack is no slower than his sparkling fruit, and it's such a close distance. Kizaru can't use the ability of Devil Fruit to dodge. He can only bite the bullet, wrapped up armament hockey, and played head-on with the opponent. Bang! Not long after, Kizaru was hit in the chin by Burndy World's punch. The whole person was like an arrow from a bow, slammed heavily into the deck below, stirring up smoke and dust. Oh my, really a headache, old guy. Kizaru slowly climbed up from the big pit. 9. Can't you just die like Whitebeard? Kizaru rubbed his aching head and said with a little annoyance, such a strong resistance will bring a lot of trouble to others. As an old guy abandoned by the times, it is very disgusting to jump out in the era of newcomers. So, please die obediently in the hands of Lao Wei. 9 Master's wife. However, Burndy World's figure fell on the deck again. While approaching Kizaru, he laughed ferociously. How dare you call yourself an old man in front of me? You should be the one who can't recognize food. I just gave you a chance to join, but now I think it's better to kill you as an admiral, and then take your head to Marineford, which can better demonstrate my confidence. I want to make this world shrouded in the fear of World Destroyer again. I have to say, your idea is really shocking. Kizaru shook off the dust on his body, then raised a finger and said, but such a wish may not be realized at all. Then his fingertips flashed with dangerous laser light. A laser wave as fast as lightning shot directly at Burndy World's head. Bang! However, his tried and tested attack was once again knocked away by Burndy World, who swung his dark fist wrapped in ermine hockey. I say, as an admiral, are you only able to use the power of these devil fruit? Burndy World showed a disdainful sneer on his face. You younger generations are really disappointing. Whether it is Sengoku, Garp, or Zephyr, their numbers are all remarkable. When it comes to your next generation, they will all become extremely dependent on the power of devil fruit. Hey, who told you preach there? Kizaru's face suddenly showed an annoyed look when he heard it. Then his figure turned into a stream of light and appeared directly above Burndy World's head. His right foot, shining with dangerous light, slashed down in the air and hit Burndy World's head heavily. However, Burndy World once again used observation hockey to predict his attack trajectory in advance. Then, with the iron fist wrapped in the black armament hockey, it smashed heavily against Kizaru's light speed kick. Boom! A huge explosion rose up. The smoke and dust directly covered the figures of the two. The two immediately fought together again. Such a fierce battle also shocked Momosaji, who was watching the show with Lin Xiao in the air. He never thought that Burndy World could fight Kizaru 2.1 so hard, even though he had seen the power of Momo Fruit before. But he didn't expect that it could still explode to such a terrifying degree. If he had rashly fought with Burndy World at the beginning, I'm afraid he would be the one who is at a disadvantage now. Then, as if he thought of something, Momosaji slowly turned his head and looked at Lin Xiao. The indifferent look on the other person's face seemed as if he had known everything long ago. This also made Momosaji feel extremely curious and admired again. And Lin Xiao seemed to have noticed that Momosaji was looking at him. He turned his head slightly. After the two of them looked at each other briefly, Momosaji turned her head away quickly like a frightened deer. Her cheeks were flushed. The shyness of the girl also made Lin Xiao's mouth slightly curl up with a proud arc. But then he pointed to the battle below and said, although Burndy World seems to have the upper hand temporarily, but once Kizaru gets used to his fighting style, the situation will be reversed soon. Momosaji was surprised and asked, Your Majesty, do you mean Burndy World will lose? I remember you said that he is a world destroyer, and judging from the devil fruit he used before, his power is no worse than Kizaru. Lin Daoyuan nodded confidently. Not only will he lose, but he will also die at the hands of Kizaru. Although Kizaru has always been known for his slacking off, but now that he has helped us intervene in this battle, he has no choice but to show some tough attitudes. and the Empress died in my hands before. I guess he can only take down Burndy World's head, can completely erase the guilt of the death of the members of King's 7-5 Seas. Although Burndy World's Momo fruit is very strong, it has a fatal flaw. That is, after being frozen and impelled down for 30 years, his physical strength is no longer as good as before, so he will definitely lose. They all seem to have become chess pieces on your Majesty's chessboard. Momosaji smiled softly with her mouth covered. This is not him flattering Lin Xiao, but his true thoughts. As he spent more and more time in contact with Lin Xiao, he suddenly found that this man, no matter who the enemy he faced, could always come up with some fantastic ideas. Thus, he could defeat his opponent and always put himself in a favorable position. This was the case with Doflamingo before, and Kaido the Beast was also like this, so that Kizuru now still could not get rid of Lin Xiao's control. And at this moment on the deck below, the battle between Kizuru and Burndy World has reached a fever pitch. Burndy World has increased his speed to ultimate with Momo 100x speed, which give Kizuru a headache. Originally, he could use the speed advantage of Sparkling Fruit to distance himself and launch his best laser attack. But now he can't get rid of Burndy World at all with his speed. The two of them were caught in a 610 close combat. This also exposed Kizuru's shortcomings to the enemy to a great extent. Kizaru was so angry that his teeth itched, but he had no way to do it. But gradually, he found that Burndy World's physical strength seemed to have some problems. After all, the other party is an old guy in his 70s, and the whole person has not been thawed from the ice for a long time. Obviously, he is not suitable for a long and intense battle, even though the Momo fruit has an extremely powerful, even perverted amplification effect. But its foundation is the user's physique. So as the battle progressed, Burndy World's forehead was covered with more and more sweat. Burndy World almost hit Kizuru's vital points several times, but missed the match point to end the battle because of insufficient strength. Ouch! What's wrong? Are you a little tired? Kizuru did not forget to deliberately provoke the opponent while fighting. As expected, Burndy World was instantly furious, and then roared viciously. Lousy can accompany you to fight like this for a whole day. But on the contrary, you, as the Admiral of the Naval Headquarters, are so inferior in terms of body count, which is really laughable. Let me guess, you should be the disciple taught by Zephyr using that old guy. Why? He didn't teach you as a top powerhouse. You must not rely too much on the ability of Devil Fruit. Kizaru was not angry when he heard this, but dodged while driving the driver to counterattack. But speaking of it, are you really not going to help your sheep-like useless subordinates? It seems that they have almost been cleared out by Marine. Do you want me to let you go and try? I'm kidding. As a Marine Admiral, how can I let you go? Burndy World was shocked when he heard this. He then turned his head suddenly in the interval between the battles and, glancing at the battles in other directions on the deck. Rado, you don't know until you see it. You're shocked when you see it. The pirates who originally had an absolute advantage in numbers now have very few casualties left. More people dropped their weapons, raised their hands, and knelt on the ground to surrender to Marine. Originally, these people were temporarily recruited by Burndy World. They had no loyalty to him at all. If Burndy World could quickly get rid of Kizuru at the beginning of the battle, these guys might even fight to the death for him. But now the two of them are in a stalemate. Marine, led by Vice Admiral and others, is getting braver and braver. He soon gained the upper hand. At this time, many fence-sitters began to become uneasy. It didn't take long for them to drop their weapons and surrender to Marine. The morale of the pirates was greatly affected by this. There is no doubt. This situation is what Burndy World least wants to see. He spent so much effort to successfully gather so many subordinates. Although they're all useless trash, but they can help him complete those trivial things on weekdays, so that he can concentrate on studying how to deal with Marine and the world government. But the current situation directly disrupted his plan. It can even be said that his plan was directly shattered. But Burndy World has no way to deal with it now, because Sebastian had been killed by Kizaru before. and Garum is still repairing the damaged super cannon. The core cadres are now only Notchine and Biojack. Biojack was never combatant. His frail body would be blown away by a strong wind. But Burndy World was very dependent on the intelligence and strategy of the opponent, Lin Xiao. And Notchine was seriously injured in the previous battle with the Empress. If you count it this way, at this time he had no core cadres to lead the pirates to launch a counterattack against Marine. So the situation gradually became more and more unfavorable to Burndy World. B**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************e No matter in the past or now, you will only use such despicable means. Burndy World immediately cursed. At the same time, while Burndy World was resuming his offensive, he could not help but recall the scene of his capture 30 years ago. Could it be that the scene would happen again today? No, impossible. Even if Lousy died here, he would never be captured by Marine again. No one in this world can put me in impel down again. That's right. Even if that be Dgar comes, I will never surrender. Burndy World made up his mind secretly. Then he resisted the fatigue in his body and activated Momo 100 times speed again. He raised his speed back to 713 ultimate. He wanted to use this time to see if he could get rid of Kizaru, who was in the way. In this way, he could turn the defeat around. However, it turned out that his idea was too simple. Kizaru seemed to see his intention. He actually gave up fighting him directly. He turned around and used the speed of sparkling fruit to dodge constantly. Hole, do you dare to fight me head on? You run back and forth like this. Do you really deserve your title of Admiral? Aren't you afraid that Lin Xiao will see you and make your behavior public? Burndy World was furious. If Kizaru really wanted to run, it would be difficult for him to catch up with him even if he activated the 100-fold speed increase. Even if Kizaru is not the real speed of light, but it is much faster than the moonwalk in Marine 6 styles. And if Burndy World wants to fight in the sky, then the only thing he can rely on is moonwalk. He never thought that the Admiral of the Naval Headquarters would resort to such a shameless trick at this time. It's so shameless. Bullying him, an old man in his 70s. However, Kizaru said nonchalantly, escape is also a tactic. Your speed is increased very quickly. Then come and try to catch me, Sif. But I advise you to be faster, otherwise those guys under you will all surrender. Also, don't threaten me with that guy Lin Xiao. I'm a Marine Admiral. I'm not afraid of that guy at all. That's it. The two of them immediately fell into an endless cycle of you chasing me, you daring me to run away. Gradually, Burndy World began to run out of strength. The amplification effect that could last for a long time was greatly reduced due to the lack of physical strength. Burndy World was shocked when he saw Zhuang, but he had no way to solve this problem at the moment. And at this moment, the ground not far away suddenly collapsed. Then, a block emerged from below. Garum stood on the block and waved excitedly at him. Captain, I have repaired the cannon. Burndy World's face suddenly showed a hint of joy when he heard this. As long as the cannon is repaired, all these warships can be sunk. Then he still has a great chance of winning this battle. Thinking of this, Burndy World gave up chasing Kizaru directly and ran away. Hey, the battle between us is not over yet. Kizaru's figure suddenly turned into a stream of light when he saw this, and directly blocked Burndy World. You defeated opponent, get out of my way. I will destroy Marine Ford, Mariewa, and this world with my own hands, because I am a world destroyer. Burndy World showed a hideous expression on his face. He was like a madman. He then resisted the tearing and fatigue from his body and activated Momo 100 times speed again. The power on his body rose up step by step, and then, without waiting for Kizaru on the opposite side to react, he swung his iron fist wrapped in the black armament hockey and smashed it towards Kizaru on the opposite side. Bang, bang, bang. However, this time Kizaru did not choose to dodge, but chose to face the battle head-on. Perhaps because when he used Sparkling Fruit just now, his own physical strength was also partially lost. So this time, Kizaru actually fought on equal terms with Burndy World, but he was not merciful at all. Oh my! Although your momentum just now seems scary, why do I feel that you seem to be weaker than before? Kizaru challenged with a lewd face. Is it because you are too old, so you don't have the strength to continue fighting? If that's the case, I advise you to surrender obediently. Hole, stop preaching to me, Burndy World said breathlessly. But just as Kizaru said, consecutive high-intensity battles, and the continuous use of the amplification ability of the Momo fruit, Burndy World's physical strength has almost reached the bottom, even though Kizaru's physical strength has decreased a lot compared to before. But it is obviously stronger than him. If the super cannon is not used as soon as possible to destroy the remaining marine warships, I am afraid that this battle will really be lost. However, in front of Kizaru, stuck to him like a plaster. He did not let him go to the super cannon at all. This made Burndy World anxious. Captain, let me help you stop him. Garam then directly activated the ability of the cube fruit. He moved Burndy World from under the deck. Please give me flowers, directly to the vicinity of the super cannon. And he himself stood in front of Kizaru. Humph! If you want to get to the captain, you have to get past me first. Oh my, you really overestimate your own abilities? Kizaru's eyes flashed with disdain. It's okay for Burndy World to stop me. After all, he is a veteran strongman with the title of World Destroyer. But you, a nobody, dare to dream of stopping me, a Marine Admiral? Who are you looking down on? Then Kizaru turned into a stream of light, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared directly above Garam's head. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Bang! A heavy kick slashed down in the air. However, the expected scene did not appear. Instead, Garam's figure turned into countless broken small cubes. Then he merged into the plywood. Then, his figure slowly gathered in another direction. You are worthy of being a Marine Admiral. If I'd been hit head-on by that kick just now, I'd have died right away, right? Garam said in an extremely provocative tone. But unfortunately, it's not that easy to kill me. I've already said it just now. If you want to trouble the captain, you have to get past me first. What do you think? Admiral Kizaru, do you still think you can easily defeat me now? It's really scary 160. I didn't expect that among Burndy World subordinates. There is actually a person with abilities like you. Kizaru showed a lewd smile on his face. Although he failed to kill Garam with one strike. But he didn't care at all, because he didn't regard the other party as his opponent at all. Since he couldn't kill him with one strike, let's try again. Then he raised a finger, and the fingertip suddenly flashed with dangerous laser light. The next second, he fired directly at Garam on the opposite side. Cube accelerator. Garam pressed his hands hard on the ground. Then the ground in front of him floated up. Then it turned into small cubes and flew up to meet Kizaru's attack. Boom! A huge explosion roared. The air wave generated swept out like a hurricane. It blew away the pirates and marines who had no time to dodge nearby. Air cube accelerator. Garam pushed his hands forward. In the air that was originally empty, rows of air blocks were formed at a speed visible to the naked eye. And all these air blocks have the ability to explode. Then they flew towards the direction where Kizaru was. Oh my, you are really difficult to deal with. This ability looks similar to Tyrant Bear's meatball fruit. You all seem to be able to extract some energy from the air and then use this natural element-like power to attack others. I have to say, this way of attack is really a bit confusing. Until then, Kizaru's face showed a serious look. But that was all. Then his figure turned into a stream of light, quickly moved to another direction. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a violent explosion. A huge hole was blasted out directly where Kizaru had just stood. Seawater began to surge upwards along the broken hull. Excuse me, have you been kicked at the speed of light? At this moment, Kizaru's voice suddenly sounded from above Garam's head. And then, before the other party could react, an extremely clever kick hit him heavily. Bang! Garam flew backwards. If he hadn't covered his upper body with the solid armament hockey at the critical moment, he would have been kicked to pieces by Kizaru 1.7. However, even so, he still knelt on the ground and spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. From this, we can see the difference in strength between him and Kizaru, even if he could temporarily block the opponent with the power of Devil Fruit. But he couldn't last too long. The gap between the two is not something that can be made up by a mere cube fruit. What's more, Kizaru's sparkling fruit is many times more powerful than cube fruit. So whether from their own combat experience or from the level of Devil Fruit, the two are not on the same level. However, for Garam, at present, as long as they can hold Kizaru back, even if it's not for a long time, the Captain Bernie Bard can use the repaired cannon to blow up all the marine ships. Then their goal will be achieved. By then, I believe that with Kizaru's character, he will never watch all the Marines die here. Even if they don't need to continue the attack, the Marine will take the initiative to retreat. He will be safe. And the facts are going down as Burndy World and Garam expected. Just when Garam was entangled with Kizaru, Burndy World had returned to the super cannon. Looking at the repaired super cannon, Burndy World suddenly showed a smug grin on his face. Fire, I want to bury all those Marines in this area. Today, I want to let these arrogant Marine trash see how powerful I am. As the order was issued, a huge cannonball was ejected from the super cannon, and at the moment it was fired, Burndy World activated the ability of Momo Fruit, directly increasing the size and speed of the cannonball by 100 times. Damn, I fell into the trap. That old guy is going to make trouble again. If he succeeds, Mr. Sakazuki will definitely scold me to death. Kizaru immediately understood Burndy World's intention when he saw this. He wanted to eliminate all the retreat routes of the Marines, so that they would become trapped beasts. Kizaru's face suddenly showed a solemn look. However, just when he was about to activate his ability, using sparkling fruit to destroy the shell and thus save those Marine ships, Garam once again activated the ability of Cube Fruit to stop him. Our battle is not over yet. Kizaru Admiral, where do you want to go? Hey. I say you're a little too ignorant, aren't you? Kizaru showed an angry look on his face. Do you really think you can stop me with this little ability? If you know what's good for you, get out of here quickly. I can let you live a little longer. However, no matter what Kizaru said, Garam on the opposite side did not want to give in at all, and he launched Air Cube Accelerator Block in succession to hinder Kizaru's actions. This special compressed air block has an extremely powerful explosion impact. Even Huang Yuan should not be underestimated. At this moment, those on the sea, the soldiers on the Marine warship, when they saw the huge shells that covered the sky and the sun attacking their ship, their faces suddenly showed an extremely terrified look. The man sitting on the boat was none other than Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. I didn't expect that besides Boa Hancock, he would be the first to arrive, but it was normal to think about it. After all, he was different from the other members of the 7 warlords of the sea. Hawkeye had always been a loner. I had never heard that he had joined any pirate group, or that he had any affiliated forces. He was like an unfathomable lone ranger from beginning to end. Swish, swish, swish. Just as the shell was about to fall in the sea area where the Marine warship was, Hawkeye's figure suddenly jumped into the sky. Then he drew out the Black Blade Knight from his back. In a flash of lightning, he swung down a series of gorgeous slashes. Boom, boom! The huge shell that covered the sky and the sun was actually divided into countless small pieces by Hawkeye. Then it exploded in midair. The terrifying aftermath directly raised a huge wave as high as more than 10 meters on the sea. Even the warships were like rootless duckweed, swaying left and right in the waves. But compared to being directly killed by the explosion, the Marines on the ship were already cheering. Great, it's Hawk from 7 Warlord of the Sea. Who is here? He is really worthy of being the world's #1 swordsman. He actually destroyed that terrifying shell with one move. Thanks to Hawkeye, otherwise we would all die here. Yeah, that'd be asterisk, 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 asterisk. D. Burndy World is so despicable. He actually wanted to kill us all in this way. Absolutely don't forgive him. everyone quickly launch artillery fire and sink their ship. The angry Marines immediately drove the warships closer to the Gulyahandia. At the same time, they launched a more fierce artillery attack. And Burndy World was so mean. He wanted to kill us all in this way. Don't forgive him, everyone. Hurry up and launch artillery fire to sink their ship. The angry Marines drove the warships closer to the Gulyahandia. At the same time, they launched a more fierce artillery attack. And Burndy World was so mean. He wanted to kill us all in this way. Don't forgive him, everyone. Quickly launch artillery fire and sink their ship. After seeing Hawkeye destroy the cannonball that could have decided the outcome, World immediately showed a look of exasperation on his face. Who the hell is that be asterisk, 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 asterisk D? How dare he ruin my good deeds? However, at this moment, due to the continuous activation of the power of the Momo fruit, Burndy World's physical strength has been rapidly depleted. Now he has become out of breath. It is impossible to activate the 100-fold amplification power of the Momo fruit again. However, the current battle situation is extremely unfavorable for them. Just one Kizaru Admiral is deadly enough. Not to mention those Marine Vice Admirals. Now, there is another member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea who is much more powerful than the Empress. And when the Marine soldiers cheered, it seemed that the other party was the world's #1 swordsman. This undoubtedly made Burndy World feel very uncomfortable. World felt a possibility of failure. And all this, in the final analysis, was all thanks to Lin Xiao. This also made Burndy World's anger burn extremely. Li Xiao. And at this moment, in midair, after seeing Hawkeye's move, Momosagi's face suddenly showed a touch of emotion. He is indeed the world's #1 swordsman, and his strength is indeed extremely strong. Lin Xiao asked Dao Yun with some curiosity, "If you and him have a head-on duel, who will win in the end?" Tao Mian rolled his eyes at Lin Xiao when he heard this. This lady is angry and doesn't want to talk. Needless to ask, of course, Hawkeye will win. Momosagi thought the other party was teasing him on purpose, so he said unhappily, "He is the world's #1 swordsman." Looking across the ocean, I'm afraid no one can be his opponent, right? Even Shanks, one of the 4 emperors before him, could only fight Hawkeye once before his right arm was broken. From this, we can see that guy is still very powerful. But it shouldn't be that easy for him to beat me. As a swordsman, Momosagi still has a certain degree of confidence in his own strength. Although he can't beat Hawkeye, the gap between the two is definitely not that big. Awesome. Lin Xiao, 523, nodded slightly. He expressed his recognition of Momosagi's strength. The latter asked thoughtfully, "Your Majesty, I think Burndy World should have no chance of turning the tables this time." "Indeed," Lin Xiao said thoughtfully. "This time he is still going to die. But I don't know whether Kizaru wants to capture him or kill him here directly." In fact, Lin Xiao didn't have a clear understanding of the final outcome of Burndy World. Because in the original book, it didn't say whether this guy was killed or locked up again, impelled down. But for Lin Xiao, it didn't matter how Marine dealt with Burndy World, because his goal had been achieved. And just as the two were talking, the battle on the Goosidia below also saw new changes. After seeing Hawkeye appear, Kizaru immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at the opposite side. Garam's eyes also had a bit more fierceness. "You are really overestimating yourself. Fortunately, Hawkeye came in time, otherwise my lifelong reputation may really fall into your hands this time. Then now, let me be a little more serious." As the voice fell, Kizaru's figure had already turned into a dazzling golden stream of light and appeared directly above Garam's head. Just when the opponent thought that he would use the last light-speed kick, he quickly covered his upper body with a layer of pitch-black armament hockey. But who would have thought that? This time, Kizaru did not use that move. Instead, he pulled out a shining lightsaber from his palm and chopped it down heavily. "You were fooled." Duh. Even though Garam wrapped the pitch-black armament hockey around his upper body, he still couldn't block it. Kizaru's attack. His entire upper body was cut off diagonally from a neck. Until he died, his face was still filled with surprise and fear. This is the gap between ordinary people and Naval Headquarters Admiral. As long as Kizaru is a little more serious, the winner will be decided immediately. Blood spurted out. Soon a pool of bloody blood gathered on the deck. Kizaru ignored the defeated subordinates he killed. His figure turned into a stream of light. In the blink of an eye, he came to the super cannon where Burndy World was located. Hey. Burndy World, stop messing around. If you surrender now, I might spare your life and send you back to Impel Down. But if you continue to insist on doing it, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Kizaru pinched his chin and said in his usual obscene tone, but anyone could see it clearly. What he said was not really to persuade Burndy World to surrender, but to deliberately humiliate the other party. Burndy World roared with anger. I will never go back to that place again in my life. No one could send me back there again. Not only that, all of you Marines who are in the way today will die here. Oh my, if you don't cooperate, it'll be a bit difficult for me. Kizaru seemed to have expected the other party to say that. So he raised a finger, pointed to the direction of Lin Xiao and Momosaji in the air, and said, that annoying guy is paying attention to my every move. So, if you don't listen to my advice next time, don't blame me for killing you. After all, I don't want to see negative news about me on the front page of tomorrow's newspaper. Oh, it's really a headache. That guy can do anything bad. To be honest, although Kizaru and Lin Xiao had no intersection before, but for Lin Xiao's methods, he had heard about it a long time ago, so he didn't dare to be lazy. Otherwise, his wisdom would be ruined. As for what Kizaru said, Burndy World actually agreed with it in his heart, but now he could only roar without admitting defeat. Stop talking nonsense. Show what you can do. Even if I die, I will make you Marine pay a very painful price. It's really scary. Kizaru pretended to be very scared, but the next second, his figure changed into a dazzling stream of light and appeared directly above Burndy World's head. Excuse me, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Please give me flowers. Bang! The powerful blow directly blasted Burndy World's sturdy figure several meters away. However, it did not cause any substantial damage to him. Burndy World shook his slightly sore fist. It was wrapped with the pitch-black armament hockey. Just now, he successfully blocked Kizaru's attack with his arms. Since he could not activate the ability of Momo Fruit for the time being, Burndy World could only rely on his own physical skills and armament hockey and Conqueror's hockey to fight. Kizaru confronted him head-on, but in this way, he, who had no advantage to begin with, was directly in a passive position. He had been suppressed by Kizaru since the beginning of the battle. Boom, boom! Not long after, when Burndy World was slightly distracted, his chest was pierced by Kizaru's laser directly, leaving a hole. Blood immediately flowed, and the laser then exploded not far behind him. The terrifying aftermath destroyed the super cannon again. Ahem, B asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Go to hell. You Marines are all despicable and shameless guys, and your style of behavior is even worse than ours. Burndy World's eyes suddenly turned red when he saw this. He then used his life to forcibly activate the ability of the Momo Fruit. Momo 100x speed. Boom, boom, boom. Burndy World, who raised the speed of 987 to ultimate, was finally able to catch up with Kizaru's speed. The two began to fight nonstop in the air on the split. For a while, they fought back and forth. However, in the end, Burndy World lacked some physical strength. He was soon out of breath, and cold sweat was pouring down his forehead. When he attacked, he was not as accurate as before. Huh? What's wrong? Are you tired? Do you want me to wait for you? After all, you're much older than me, and you have been locked up in Impel Down and frozen for 30 years. Are you still not adapted to the current environment? Kizaru put his hands on his hips and challenged with a smug look on his face. Stop talking nonsense there. If you have the guts, defeat him openly. Burndy World shouted breathlessly. However, anyone could see that. He is now at the end of his strength. It will probably not take long for him to be completely defeated. I really lost to you. I have not been able to change your mind after persuading you like this. It seems that I can only kill you. After all, I am just a social animal who obeys orders, Kizaru said self-deprecatingly. Then the fingertips flashed dangerous laser light again. For us Marine, this battle is of vital importance. Because if you destroy Marineford, our Marine face will be greatly humiliated. Although it is no longer naval headquarters, in the eyes of the world, it carries too much history and stories. So I must stop your atrocities. Almost at the same time as the voice fell, Kizaru's laser beam was already fired at Burndy World. UB****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** me. Burndy World roared. Then he swung his black iron fist and rushed towards Kizaru. Bang, boom, boom, bang, bang. After a series of loud noises, the battle finally came to an abrupt end. Burndy World's mountain-like figure slumped on the ground powerlessly. At this moment, a sky cloud sword, shining with golden light, was inserted in his chest. Obviously, the final winner of this battle was Kizaru. Eyes. Burndy World coughed violently, feeling the life in his body rapidly passing away. He couldn't help but reveal a helpless 1.0 bitter smile on his face. In the end, he still failed, and he was just walking here. At this time, Kizaru heard the words and teased with a face full of joking. Don't be so self-deprecating. After all, you have done well enough. You are the first one who can let me show such a special skill. Then next, let this battle end with a perfect ending. After that, Kizaru walked towards the battlefield without looking back. Soon, a series of explosions sounded. Then came Marine's excited cheers. Victory, it's really unbelievable. We actually won. I knew that with Kizaru Admiral, we would never lose. Yes, we finally defeated World Destroyer and successfully stopped their evil deeds. Long live Marine! Long live Marine! Bondi 28 World listened to the cheers coming one after another, and his body finally fell to the ground powerlessly. His eyes were still full of resentment. It seemed as if he was saying, why did I fail to fulfill my previous wish this time? Why was I defeated by a mere Marine Admiral? Lousy is a dignified World Destroyer. In the old days, at least a top-level strongman like Sengoku or Garp could compete with him. In the sky, Momosaji saw that Marine finally won the victory and said with a lack of interest, Your Majesty, since the battle here is over, should we leave? Lin Xiao nodded slightly and said, Yes, the show is over, and there is no point in staying here any longer. After that, he gave an order to Cressiria, then got asleep, flapped his wings, and flew rapidly towards New World. It's time to go home. After all, there's still many people waiting for his return there. Below, after seeing Lin Xiao and the others leave, Kizaru's face suddenly showed a complicated look. That guy is really more annoying than expected. Originally before this, Kizaru had taken the initiative to ask Akainu to stop Lin Xiao's actions. But this time, as the two came into direct contact, he realized how ruthless this young man's methods were. Even as an old man, he couldn't resist, although the two did not have a direct conflict. However, judging from the strange tricks that Lin Xiao used to kill the Empress, the opponent's strength must have reached the level of 4 emperors. This also made Kizaru no longer dare to take it lightly. When he saw Lin Xiao and Momosaji leaving, he did not dare to chase them at all. After all, even now, he was not sure of defeating Lin Xiao. And just as Lin Xiao was returning to New World, the news that another member of 7 Warlords of the Sea was killed spread across the ocean like a hurricane. The whole world was boiling again. Hey, is this true? Empress Boa Hancock was killed by His Majesty Lin Xiao. As expected of the Elf King, it seems that he is the nemesis of 7 Warlords of the Sea by nature. What should the world government do now? The members of 7 Warlords of the Sea have been killed one after another. They must have been furious. Haha, it's amazing. Whenever His Majesty Lin Xiao appears, such explosive news will be produced. but it's a bit of a pity. After all, the Empress is known as the world's most beautiful woman. What does it matter? When has His Majesty Lin Xiao ever been short of beauties? Let's not talk about anything else. Queen Otella is a first-class beauty. Yes, there is also former Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Momosaji, who is the white moonlight in the hearts of all Marine soldiers. At that time, he also gave up his identity under tremendous pressure and joined His Majesty Lin Xiao's camp. It is really unbelievable. But in this way, I am afraid that the three balanced forces that world government has worked hard to establish will be broken, right? Nowadays, the members of 7 Warlords of the Sea have been greatly reduced, and they should not be able to match the group of overlords in New World at all. Yes, I am afraid that except for Hawkeye my Hawk, who has the title of the world's #1 swordsman, others have no ability to escape from His Majesty Lin Xiao. During the period when His Majesty Lin Xiao succeeded to the throne, he has personally killed several 7 warlords of the CC. I am afraid that the top leaders of the world government have been mad at his behavior. Haha, looking at the whole world, I am afraid that the Elf King is the only one who dares to do this. Next, let's see how the world government will respond. Almost everyone's attention was focused on Lin Xiao, and ignored the other major news published in the newspaper at the same time. That is, Marine successfully eliminated the Burndy World Group with the title of World Destroyer. This also made Kizuru feel very indignant. Obviously, I am the one who has been working hard, and Lin Xiao has been watching the show all the time. How come in the end, all the fame and fortune were taken away by him? Instead, I became the one that no one cares about. At the same time, on the uninhabited island, Ruskina, northwest of Daughter Island, when Rayleigh also saw the news that Empress Boa Hancock was killed by Lin Xiao, he felt a chill down his spine. He never expected that. The young emperor who had caused a stir in New World before would actually appear in the first half of Grand Line. Moreover, he killed the Empress Factory, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, with one move. He also knew the strength of the Empress. It can be said that with the addition of the sweet fruit, she could barely reach the combat power of the Vice Emperor. But such a strong man still died at the hands of Lin Xiao. Although the newspaper did not describe the details of the killing in detail, but Rayleigh could imagine what a tragic scene it was. But does this guy have a deep hatred with the 7 warlords of the sea? It is clear that only Doflamingo provoked him before. Why does he seem to want to kill all the 7 warlords of the sea he meets now? And with the death of the Empress, the originally protected kingdom of women may fall into war again. When I think of this, Rayleigh's mood suddenly became extremely complicated. However, at this moment, Luffy, who had just completed today's training task, dragged his tired body and returned to Rayleigh's position. Uncle Rayleigh, is there any news today? I'm so hungry, I have no strength at all. Rayleigh looked at Luffy with a complicated expression and then slowly said, Empress Boa Hancock was killed. Okay. Oh. Luffy seemed to have no reaction to who the Empress was, but then his eyes widened and he turned his head sharply. Wait a minute. Are you talking about the woman who always brings me food? Could she really have been killed? Rayleigh didn't say anything after hearing this, but nodded solemnly. Damn it, who killed him? He was my good friend. She sent someone to bring me delicious food every day. How could such a good person be killed suddenly? Uncle Rayleigh, tell me who the criminal is quickly. I will never let him go. Luffy jumped up from the ground immediately and became extremely indignant. Seeing this, Rayleigh quickly persuaded. For 120, Luffy, don't be impulsive. That person is someone you absolutely cannot afford to offend now. No, maybe even I am not his opponent. If you act rashly like this, the consequences will be disastrous. It is very likely that you will be killed by the other party before you can even get revenge. I don't care. That guy actually killed my friend. I must avenge him. Luffy roared angrily like a mad bull. Uncle Rayleigh, tell me the name of that guy, quickly. After I finish my training, I will beat him up as soon as possible. Rayleigh knows Luffy's temper very well. Knowing such a huge news, even if he doesn't tell me Luffy, the other party will know it eventually. It's better for me to tell him now. and then use it to motivate him to practice better. Thinking of this, Rayleigh nodded slightly and said, "Well, I'll tell you his name is Lin Xiao. Yes, it's the young emperor we saw in the news before. But Luffy, I warn you, you are no match for him at your current level. And he can even kill you with a wave of his hand. If you want to avenge Boa Hancock, you must work 10 or 100 times harder." Luffy clenched his fists and said seriously, "Don't worry, Uncle Rayleigh. No matter what, I will avenge my friend. So, next I will increase the intensity of my training by 10 times, no, 20 times. Looking at Luffy, who seemed to be full of energy, Rayleigh showed a look of relief on his face. But then he began to worry again, because when he thought about Luffy facing a powerful enemy with terrifying strength and unparalleled scheming in 2 years, Rayleigh felt a headache. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. Maybe in these 2 years, the conflict between Lin Xiao and Marine will escalate again, and it is not certain that they will fight. At this point, Rayleigh can only use this excuse to comfort himself. However, even though he has a close relationship with Daughter Island, he has never thought of seeking revenge for Lin Xiao, for the Empress, because he is already in a difficult situation. If he appears in the public eye again, I am afraid that neither Marine nor Lin Xiao will let him go. A few days later, when Lin Xiao returned to Elf Island again, after handling some government affairs, he received a call from Queen Violet. On the phone, the two first briefly reminisced about the past, and then Queen Violet told Lin Xiao that former Naval Headquarters instructor Zephyr suddenly visited Dressrosa and specifically wanted to see Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao thought about it and finally decided to meet this legendary Marine, because no matter from which aspect, Zephyr has many values that are worth his personal recruitment. So Lin Xiao would not reject him. So he boarded Cresselia again and flew to Dressrosa. This time he did not bring Momosaji with him, but asked him to stay in the Elf Kingdom. It was not that Lin Xiao did not want to bring him with him, but when the other party heard that he was going to meet Zephyr, he took the initiative to refuse to go with him. In Momosaji's own words, he and this strict instructor did not get along too well during the recruit training camp, because at that time, Momosaji was determined to become a great swordsman, and Zephyr kept hitting his dream. He also said, "A look at the whole sea. There has never been a woman who can become a great swordsman." Such words also made Momosaji unable to let go for a long time. But perhaps it was because of this that he doubled his training in the following days, and finally successfully crossed into the realm of great swordsmen. But even though he knew Zifa's good intentions, the gap in his heart did not fade away with the passage of time. After listening to her explanation, Lin Xiao did not ask too much. In his opinion, it's just like Kizaru hating Zephyr. There is no other reason. It's just personal likes and dislikes. So there's no need to force it. What's more, who says that students must like their teachers? Everyone has their own likes and dislikes. It's obviously a person who is very unfriendly to him, but he still treats him with a forced smile. Lin Xiao will never wrong the people around him like this. Soon, Lin Xiao returned to Dressrosa. "Your Majesty Lin Xiao, you are finally back." Just as I entered the palace, a beautiful figure ran towards me. She rushed directly into Lin Xiao's arms. It was Rebecca. Rebecca blinked her big, watery eyes, raised her head, and kept looking at Lin Xiao. It seemed that she wanted to see if the man in front of her had changed after these days of separation. Then she asked excitedly, "Your Majesty, I heard that you killed another member of the 7 warlords of the sea, who is the Empress Boa Hancock, who has the title of World's Most Beautiful Woman. Please give me flowers." "Well, little girl, why do you always pay attention to these news about fighting and killing?" Lin Xiao's mouth twitched slightly, and he said angrily and amusedly, "Actually, I don't like this kind of news. It's just that I will read all the news about your Majesty without missing a word." Rebecca replied playfully, and the meaning of his words was just short of telling Lin Xiao directly that he liked him and admired him. But Lin Xiao actually knew his feelings a long time ago. But now his mind is not on love. He can only seize the time to develop his empire, so as to strive to compete with the world government as soon as possible. The two talked as they walked, Rebecca kept asking questions along the way, and Lin Xiao answered all his questions very patiently. After hearing about the battle between Burndy World and Kizuru, Rebecca hugged Lin Xiao's arm and shook it constantly. "Your Majesty, if there is such a duel between top powers next time, can you take me with you? I also want to see such a big scene. After all, I have been practicing fighting well, and I hope that one day I can be like Sister Momosaji and stay by your side every day to help you solve your problems. Otherwise, Your Majesty will have to worry about those hateful guys all day long, and will have no time to play with me and Aunt Violet." It can be seen that what Rebecca said was all in his heart. 193, and the innocent face of this little girl was full of expectations. $700. Lin Xiao stretched out his hand and scratched the little girl's nose with a doting look, and then walked into the hall. "Your Majesty, you are back." On the throne, Queen Violet, who was originally cold and dignified, showed a look of ecstasy on her face after seeing Lin Xiao's figure. Then she stood up and gave the throne to Lin Xiao. Just like a maid, Ban and Rebecca stood on the left and right sides of Lin Xiao respectively. This small move allowed another group of people in the hall to see Lin Xiao's true status in this country. And this group of people, it was Zephyr and others who had just left Marine. "Your Majesty, this is Mr. Zephyr." After Queen Violet waited for Lin Xiao to sit down, she pointed at Zephyr and others standing beside the prince and introduced them softly. "They came here specially for your Majesty this time." And Zephyr below also slowly took a step forward. Then he said with a very respectful expression, "Your Majesty Lin Xiao, I have heard of your great name for a long time." In fact, Lin Xiao had already seen Zephyr and his two students when he entered the hall. For this former Marine Admiral, who was already over 70 years old, Lin Xiao actually had some good feelings, or it could be said that he recognized his talent. After all, looking at the inside of Marine, almost 80% of the generals were from Zephyr. It is no exaggeration to say that, if there is no Zephyr, the current combat effectiveness of Marine would be reduced by at least 30%. However, such a man with a legendary life was severely teased by fate at the peak of his career. First, his family was killed by the pirates who were seeking revenge. Then the students he led were slaughtered by Whitebeard too. In the end, only Ein and Bins were left, and Whitebeard too also cut off his right arm, making him disabled, thus completely ruining his career. This also made Zephyr's mentality almost collapse, and he hated pirates from then on. Rayquaza. Zephyr originally thought that he would shine in Marine for the rest of his life, and burn out the last bit of his heart and soul. But who would have thought that the world government would cut off his right arm, and Whitebeard too, who had hurt many students, be promoted to a member of 7 Warlords of the Sea. This also caused Zephyr to have unprecedented doubts and distrust in his heart. Can the current Marine really be called righteous? It is precisely because of this that he finally made the decision to withdraw from Marine and established Neo Marine, prepared to destroy the pirates of the world with his own strength. The most extreme thing is that Zephyr even thought of using explosive rock to set the entire New World on fire, in order to kill as many pirates there as possible. But he didn't seem to have thought about how many civilians in New World would die as a result of such a crazy act. But who would have thought? In the end, Zephyr died at the hands of his own students, and it was Kizuru whom he hated the most during his lifetime. So looking at Zephyr's life, it is not an exaggeration to say that he was full of tragedy. After being hit by all kinds of blows, Zephyr's thoughts became more and more extreme. "Mr. Zephyr, please state your purpose directly," Lin Xiao said directly with a faint smile on his face. Zephyr nodded slightly when he heard it. Then he bowed deeply to Lin Xiao and then said with gratitude, "First of all, I want to thank His Majesty Lin Xiao for killing Whitebeard too, also known as Edward Weeble. Perhaps you don't know that my right arm came from his hand." While speaking, Zephyr patted his broken arm without hesitation. There was also a look of emotion and reminiscence on his face. Then he paused and continued, "In addition to my right arm, he also killed nearly 100 of my students. All those children were carefully raised by me. Marine's future. If such casualties occurred in a normal battle, I wouldn't say much. After all, I can only blame myself for not learning the skills well enough. But that despicable guy attacked me after I was defeated and caused the tragedy. I can't forgive him no matter what. Here, Jaffa paused again. In fact, there's another sentence he wants to say. That is, he can't forgive himself. Because if he hadn't adhered to the principle of no killing and let Whitebeard too, who was crying and kneeling on the ground begging for mercy at that time, go, the series of tragedies that followed would probably not have happened. Until now, every time he dreams, Jaffa will dream of the scene where nearly 100 of his dead students were brutally killed. This also makes him deeply immersed in endless self-blame every day and can't extricate himself. Originally, after I heard the news that Whitebeard too joined the 7 warlords of the sea, I once wanted to go directly to him to settle the account, but all the marine executives stopped me. This also made me deeply doubt the place where I dedicated my entire life. But at this moment, I suddenly heard the news that you eliminated Whitebeard too. So I decided immediately that no matter what, I would come here in person to thank you, in person. No need to be polite, it's just a small favor. A mysterious smile appeared on Lin Xiao's face, and he said lightly, what's more, he was the first to attack the applicant country of the Imperial Alliance. No matter what, I will not tolerate his evil deeds. In my opinion, pirates are pirates, and the legal right of plunder of the 7 warlords of the sea system is simply the greatest blasphemy against justice. So even if the members of 7 warlords of the sea are protected by marine and world government, I will never show mercy. When Zephyr and the other 2 heard this, their eyes suddenly gleamed. They didn't expect Lin Xiao to answer like this. Their hearts were immediately filled with endless admiration. See? No wonder he is so famous, so loved by the common people. Just these words. It is not something that an ordinary king can say. Looking at the whole sea, there are really few people who could be as open-minded as Lin Xiao. If the other party's identity as a king is added, it is even rarer. So this also made Zephyr and the other 2 feel a little admiration from the bottom of their hearts. But before Zephyr could speak, Lin Xiao continued, but I guess Mr. Zephyr came here in person. There must be something else to say. In fact, Lin Xiao had roughly guessed a little, but he was not quite sure, because the other party was a former admiral of the naval headquarters after all. Now, suddenly imitating here, no matter what the reason is, there is a certain possibility. Zifa was slightly stunned when he heard it. A look of surprise appeared on his face. He never thought that the young man on the throne opposite, who was less than 20 years old, actually had such keen insight. But he could not see any emotional changes from the other party. It could be said that it is flawless. It seems that just as the rumors say, His Majesty Lin Xiao is an unfathomable and terrifying existence. Thinking of this, Zephyr no longer concealed the real purpose of his trip, so he said with expectation, yes, in fact, this time I come, I have another unwelcome request. I want to get the personal confirmation of His Majesty Lin Xiao. Speak. A faint note came from the throne. Zephyr seemed to have made up his mind, and then he said solemnly, a few days ago, I got the news that the Martyr Kingdom that was originally destroyed by Whitebeard too was not really destroyed, and almost everyone came back to life. The person who created this impossible miracle was Your Majesty Lin Xiao. So, after getting this news, I thought about coming here in person to seek answers. After saying that, he looked at the figure on the throne with expectation. Yes, I used the Elves in my hand to revive them. Lin Xiao nodded without hesitation. In fact, at this point, Lin Xiao had probably guessed it. The real purpose of Zephyr's trip, and the reason why he did not hide it. Because even if he denied it, the news that all the members of the kingdom were resurrected would spread all over the world in no time. After all, such a shocking miracle cannot be concealed at all. What's more, Lin Xiao never thought of hiding the existence of Phoenix from the beginning to the end, now with his strength and the power in his hands. It is no exaggeration to say that. No one can forcibly take the Phoenix King from him by violent means. So Lin Xiao is not worried about the safety of Phoenix at all. On the contrary, he can use the Phoenix King to harvest more reputation points. Instead of actively promoting it, it is better to let everyone discover this news by themselves, and then spread it all over the world. The impact caused by this can be far more far-reaching than active promotion. It can also allow Lin Xiao to harvest more reputation points. After all, the discussion of gossip is far more than other channels, and it is still enduring. What is actually true? In the hall, Zephyr's sturdy figure trembled slightly because of excitement. Ein and Binz, who were standing behind him, looked at Lin Xiao on the throne with curiosity and shock. Resurrecting the dead? Such an amazing move can really be achieved? Can this young man really do such a shocking thing? But why has there never been any news about it before? Especially Ein, one of the two. In fact, a long time ago, she had been following the news about Lin Xiao in the newspaper, so she was not unfamiliar with this high-profile young king. 787 was different from other Marines in their hostility towards Lin Xiao. Ein, however, had a strong interest in this handsome and ruthless young king. After all, in his opinion, the guy who could trick the first beauty of Marine into escaping was definitely not an ordinary person. Later, Lin Xiao confirmed Ein's guess with his actual actions. First, he publicly tried Doflamingo, and then he defeated Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, in front of the whole world. No matter if it was a pirate, a marine, or a world government, when they met this young man, they all seemed to be defeated. Since then, Lin Xiao's reputation began to shock the world and rose rapidly. Whenever news related to Lin Xiao appeared, it would definitely not be a small scene. And a few days ago, this young king took Momosaji alone and went to Marineford. He also built a tall Jingguan there, using the heads of pirates. Such arrogant and domineering behavior made Ein admire him a little. After all, women's genes naturally carry the memory of following the strong. And today, after seeing the real person, Lin Xiao's appearance and speech also made Ein feel refreshed. It was completely different from the mediocre people he had met before. Unconsciously, Ein developed a strong interest in this young king. At this time, Zephyr suppressed his excitement and said in a nearly pleading manner, "Then I would like to ask His Majesty Lin Xiao, can your elf help me revive my dead wife and son? I know this request is a bit abrupt and shameless, but this is my lifelong wish." Looking at the excited old man below, Lin Xiao showed a helpless look on his face, and then shook his head slightly and said, "It's not that I don't want to help you, but the power of the elf can only revive those who died or were injured within 3 days. So please be patient, Mr. Zephyr." Zephyr's eyes suddenly showed a deep disappointment when he heard this. The whole person seemed to have aged a few years at this moment. The sturdy figure, like a hill, shook a few times before it stabilized again. It can be seen, before coming here, Zephyr had high expectations for Lin Xiao. But who would have thought? The ending still cannot be changed. His wish to find his family and reunite together is simply impossible to achieve. After a moment of silence, Zifa showed a bitter smile on his face, and then nodded slightly. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for telling me the truth. Although I've been mentally prepared, I still keep hoping for a miracle to happen. But it's good this way. Facing this world full of filth, perhaps only in another world can we get a trace of true peace. Then I won't bother you anymore." While speaking, Zephyr turned around and wanted to take Ein and Binz away. At this time, Lin Xiao's voice came from the throne behind him again. "If Mr. Zephyr doesn't have a clear place to go, why don't you stay in Dressrosa? This newly born country really needs the help of righteous people like Mr. Zephyr. I know Mr. Zephyr has been treated unfairly by Marine, so he came here like this. I think I can also realize the justice in Mr. Zephyr's heart here." Zephyr's sturdy figure trembled slightly, but then he turned around and smiled and refused. "Thank you, Your Majesty Lin Xiao, for your kindness. But I'm tired of the routine life, and I want to use the little life left to do something more meaningful. It would be great if there were more monarchs like His Majesty Lin Xiao who are so righteous. But it's a pity that I am old now. If I were a few decades younger, I would definitely not refuse your invitation." Seeing that he was determined to leave, Lin Xiao did not persuade him anymore. After Zephyr and the other two left the hall, Rebecca pouted and said with an unhappy face, "What? That old man is really a bit ungrateful. He actually ignored His Majesty Lin Xiao's invitation. Is his brain a bit stupid? Such a good opportunity, not everyone has it." Queen Violet Wanyan on the side scolded with a serious expression, "Rebecca, don't slander others behind their backs. Everyone has their own choices. Your Majesty must have chosen to keep him because he saw something in him. But the other party obviously didn't mean that. Even if he was forced to stay, there would be no good ending." Lin Xiao looked at Queen Violet with admiration, and then nodded slightly. Indeed, Zifa can be said to be one of the best instructors in the naval headquarters. I originally thought that keeping him here would help Dressrosa cultivate a strong army, and help Rebecca maximize her combat effectiveness. But I didn't expect him to be so stubborn. But it's good this way, and it saved a lot of trouble. Lin Xiao knew that after Zephyr left this time, he would completely fall into a crazy state. Not only would he attack Marine, but he would also frantically hunt pirates from New World. A new round of turmoil was destined to set off on the sea. However, for Lin Xiao, this may be a bad thing. After all, Zifa's actions can attract the attention of many people, thus reducing the targeting of other forces against Lin Xiao. And in the final analysis, the reason why Lin Xiao did not retain Zephyr again was because he had seen through the mentality of this old man at the moment. The other party's paranoid personality had already made him deviate from the original track. Although the talent of the instructor is outstanding, he must not be given too much power. Otherwise, he will do something unacceptable. What's even more ridiculous is that Zifa thought he could change the whole world with just this little manpower. This is simply a foolish dream. So, compared to Zephyr, Lin Xiao actually values his deputy on more. But he knows that the other party is Zephyr's confidant, and he is like his right-hand man. At the same time, he is his student. So it is absolutely impossible for him to betray his teacher. Lin Xiao did not rush to recruit him. Anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. And even if Marine does not take action on May 20th, Lin Xiao will never allow Zephyr's crazy move to destroy New World. After all, even civilians will suffer great casualties in his crazy move. However, Zephyr will most likely not escape his fateful battle. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, has begun to think about how to gain more reputation points in that battle. After all, if Zephyr does not join his camp, it means that he is not his friend. So even if Lin Xiao wants to gain some reputation points from him, it is not an excessive thing. At the same time, on the other side, after Zephyr and the other two returned to the ship, they looked at the prosperous Dressrosa and couldn't help but sigh. I never thought that in just a few months, this place would become like a paradise on earth. The people are well-fed, free, equal, and peaceful. Once upon a time, when I was an admiral, I also wanted to lead the Marine to create such a beautiful world. Looking at her teacher's constant sighs, Ayn held her chin, looking in the direction of the palace, and still recalling Lin Xiao's words and deeds in her mind. Every move of the other party was full of charming flavor, which made her unable to help but fall into it. At this moment, Zephyr suddenly turned around and said, "Ayn, Bins, the road I choose next will be very difficult and dangerous. If you two don't want to live in fear, you might as well stay in this country. I believe that with the wisdom and you, Xionghuai of His Majesty Lin Xiao, he will definitely treat you two well." However, whether it was Ayn or Bins, after hearing Zephyr's words, their faces suddenly showed a resolute look, and they said in unison, "Teacher Zephyr, what are you talking about? We too have sworn to follow your footsteps. So no matter who the enemy is, no matter what kind of danger we face, we will always be by your side firmly." Zephyr's heart was warmed when he heard the words. But at the same time, he also felt regretful that his decision would delay the future of Ayn and Bins. But in order to achieve his goal, he must have several strong people under him. So he didn't say much. He waved his hand and gave an order. "Next, let's use the anger in our hearts to ignite the world's understanding of justice." just as Lin Xiao had expected before. Soon on May 8th, he heard the news about Zephyr. Your Majesty, look, Zifa and his crew robbed a marine base in New World. Rebecca waved the newspaper in her hand. She trotted from a distance to Lin Xiao. Then she handed the newspaper over. She pointed to the news on the front page and said, "You really got it right. Chapter 247 plan. But they're trying to steal this dangerous substance called explosive rock. Really, they want to destroy the entire New World. Isn't this too crazy? Doesn't he know how many civilians will be affected?" Yes, even if he knew, he wouldn't stop. Lin Xiao reached out and rubbed Rebecca's soft hair. He could see many questions from the other person's innocent eyes. Perhaps he was thinking, why would someone want to destroy New World? So he smiled and answered, Zephyr 28 is now blinded by hatred. So he wants to rely on explosive rock to destroy 4 volcanoes that are crucial to New World, so as to use the power of nature to engulf the entire New World, and use this method to eliminate more pirates. Oh my God, I didn't expect that the old man who looked so upright was so cruel, even more than the pirates. Rebecca waved her fist in indignation and said indignantly, although he can eliminate many pirates in this way, but the civilians living in New World, won't they also be affected by such attacks? By then, I'm afraid the majority of the dead will be civilians. I remember Your Majesty once said that he was a very upright Marine admiral, but now it seems that his methods and practices are far more extreme than those of ordinary pirates. Your Majesty, why don't we defeat him? To protect the civilians of New World. We can never watch the civilians of New World die tragically because of the actions of this madman. Then Rebecca's face showed an eager look. It's not that she cares about the civilians, but she really wants to take the opportunity to show her strength in front of Lin Xiao and brush up her presence. Because the little girl always feels that she can't help Lin Xiao. She is afraid that she will be ignored because of this. However, at this moment, Queen Violet, who has been standing behind Lin Xiao, sternly reprimanded, Rebecca, don't make trouble. Don't use your ideas to interfere with Your Majesty's plan. It can be seen in everything related to Lin Xiao. Queen Violet is particularly cautious. Even though he dotes on his niece, he will be unusually calm and clear when it comes to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao cast a caring look at Queen Violet. A blush immediately appeared on the latter's fair cheeks. Then he looked at Rebecca and said, Now is not a good time for us to take action. Let Marine, Pei, and Zephyr fight among themselves first, but it will not be long before it is our turn to take action. 247, but before that, you'd better hone your abilities for me. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I will definitely work hard to train. Rebecca's face suddenly showed an excited look. Then he trotted all the way out of the palace. He will continue to practice hard. When he is really needed, he will use his skills to give His Majesty Lin Xiao a big surprise. Looking at Rebecca's back as she left, Queen Violet showed a touch of emotion on her face. She leaned gently on Lin Xiao's legs and whispered, Your Majesty, you are a little too doting on Rebecca. However, Lin Xiao said meaningfully, Is that so? Then am I a little too pampering to you? Queen Violet raised her head slowly after hearing this, and said with a charming look, Being able to accompany Your Majesty is the greatest honor of my life. But Rebecca is still young, and there are many times when she will accidentally offend Your Majesty's decision. So please don't take it to heart. Lin Xiao raised a finger, slowly hooked the other's chin, and said very seriously, It's okay, whether it's her or you. I will forgive you for anything you do. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, it was more than 2 months later, on an island with a huge volcano in New World. When the men of the law-selecting faction distributed the explosion rock they had robbed, they all distributed it in the core position of the island. Before that, he had destroyed 3 special islands with volcanoes. Next, as long as this island is blown up, then the entire New World will be enveloped in a sea of fire. However, at this moment, Ian suddenly ran over to report to him, Teacher, it's bad. The Marines have surrounded this island. It seems that they have known our whereabouts for a long time, and then followed us all the way to this island. What should we do? Teacher, should we retreat temporarily? Who do they send? Zephyr said with a nonchalant look. The leader seems to be Admiral Borsellino, and I also saw many Vice Admiral flags on other ships. I'm afraid its scale has already exceeded that of Buster Call. Ian reminded with a worried look on his face. Teacher, why don't we leave here quickly before the Marines come to surround us from the rear? Otherwise, we won't have a chance in a while. It can be seen that Ian is very worried about the actions of the Marines this time. After all, even the admirals have come out in person. The scale is unprecedentedly strong. However, she knows her teacher's stubborn character, so she can only persuade him earnestly. As expected, Zephyr shook her head slightly and refused. I won't leave. If you want to leave, go ahead. I want to complete the last step here and completely wipe out the entire New World, but I never thought that Marine would send out such a luxurious team to capture an old man like me. It seems that they are also afraid. Ein saw that he could not persuade the teacher at all, so he said with a firm look, Then I will never leave here. I will stay here with the teacher and live and die together. Zephyr saw this and showed a rare look of relief on his face. Then he nodded slowly and said, Go. Let the people below complete the preparations for the last step. I will wait here quietly for their arrival. If possible, I still hope that you and Binns can leave this island before it is blown up and live your own lives from now on. This time, Ian did not say much, but chose to leave silently with red eyes. Tat! The sound of fighting was heard outside the island. However, in addition to Marine, there seemed to be some uninvited guests on the island. They were the Straw Hat Luffy gang that had recently become famous in New World. They didn't know where they heard the news. Zephyr wanted to destroy the entire New World here, so they gave up their original itinerary. Instead, they changed their route and came here directly to stop Zephyr's crazy plan. They had to say they were lucky, because they landed from the back of the island, thus avoiding the Marines' frontal forces. Otherwise, if they faced the Marine fleet led by Kizuru, they would have no chance of escaping at all. Rado, just as the Straw Hat crew was looking for the mountain road, and began to move towards the center. But no one noticed that in the sky, above the clouds that ordinary people 060 could not see with their naked eyes, Lin Xiao, with Momosaji and Rebecca, stood on Cressilia's back, quietly watching the situation of the entire island below. This time, Lin doubted not bring others here, because in his opinion, this level of battle does not need to mobilize so many people. And as his Imperial alliance becomes stronger and stronger, there are more and more places that need to be guarded. So people like Trafalgar Law and other cadres were sent to different areas to guard the safety of that area. Moreover, the more people he brought, the easier it was to expose his whereabouts in advance. And this time, he didn't want others to know that he had appeared on this island, because his real target this time was definitely not just Zephyr. It was precisely because of this that Lin Dao came here alone with Momosaji and Rebecca. I didn't expect that Teacher Zephyr would become so crazy. His heart has been blinded by hatred. I guess next, even if we don't have to do anything, Marine won't let him go. Momosaji used observation hockey to sense the situation on the island below. A touch of emotion appeared on his face, although he was full of resentment towards Zephyr. After all, he was the teacher who taught him the basics. Momosaji still didn't want to see the other party end up so miserable. Before Lin Dao could speak, Rebecca on the side blinked her big eyes and looked down at the clouds. However, no matter how hard he tried, his elementary observation hockey still couldn't penetrate the clouds and capture the situation on the island nearly 1,000 meters below. So he said angrily, I'm so angry. My observation hockey can't detect such a long distance. I don't know what's going on below at all. After this mission is over, I must practice hockey well when I go back. Lin Xiao rubbed Rebecca's head, then looked at Momosaji and said, Marine is definitely not here for justice this time, but to kill people. After all, Zephyr stole those explosive rocks from them. If outsiders really know about it, I'm afraid that their Marine's reputation will plummet. So this time, although Zephyr must die, it is not Marine or the Straw Hat Boys who will kill him, but we must kill him by ourselves. In fact, Lin Xiao already has his own opinion on the Zifa incident. So even if he doesn't take action, Zephyr will eventually be defeated by the Straw Hat Boys and Kazoo, and eventually die on this island. But in order to maximize the benefits and harvest more reputation points, then the head of Zifa must be harvested by him, Lin Xiao. After all, when the people of New World knew that there was such a madman named Zephyr, who wanted to destroy the volcano and thus cause a huge disaster in New World, and was finally successfully stopped by Lin Xiao, it would certainly provide the latter with countless reputation values. In this way, his next plan could be implemented smoothly. At present, as the Imperial Alliance becomes stronger and stronger, Marine has already begun to target those countries that have joined the Imperial Alliance. It will probably not take long before Marine and World Government, who can't bear the pressure of public opinion, will officially attack Lin Xiao and Elf Island. So before that, Lin Xiao must be prepared and launch an attack in advance, so as to catch them off guard. Just when Lin Xiao and others were talking in the sky, the battle below has already begun. Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy who came all the way from the back of the island to the central area, has already met Zephyr. And after this period of training, he has mastered Armament Haki, Observation Haki, and Conqueror's Haki. His strength has reached Elite Vice Admiral, and even crossed the threshold of General. So when he met Zephyr, the two fought hard for a while. Luffy relied on his youthful fighting spirit and suppressed Zephyr's attack momentum several times. However, in terms of combat experience, no matter how much Rayleigh trained him, he was definitely not Zephyr's opponent. So even though Zephyr's physical condition was getting worse and worse, he still managed to hold on in Luffy's fierce attack. And he always seized the loopholes in the opponent's attack to fight back. Ditto. The two were fighting back and forth. A golden flash of light shot straight into the sky from the outer edge of the island. Then it fell from the sky like a meteor. It was none other than Kazoo Borsalino, one of the Admiral of Headquarters. After seeing Straw Hat, Luffy, and Zephyr on the opposite side, his wretched face showed a hint of excitement. And he said in his own weird tone, "Oh my, I didn't expect to see another target here besides Teacher Zephyr. I have to say, I'm really lucky this time, but may I ask you too, do you want to continue fighting? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. If you must decide the winner, then I can wait for you two to finish fighting before I take action. But I can also give you another option, that is, I will fight you two personally. Although one of you is my former teacher, and the other is a heinous pirate, I will not show mercy because of this." 0. Faced with Kizaru's teasing, Zephyr's face immediately showed a trace of disdain, and he sneered. "Borsalino, you are still as arrogant as before. If you are here to stop me, then I advise you to give up such an idea, because you can't stop me with your skills, and I was just accompanying this kid to exercise. If you're afraid that you're not my opponent, then go with him." Who would have thought? After hearing Zephyr's words, Luffy's face immediately showed a trace of indignation, and clenched his fists and shouted at the two of them. "Well," I said, "why don't you two take me seriously? I have been well trained, and my current strength is many times stronger than before, so I can beat both of you by myself. Just come at me." Skuna, what a scary young man. Kizaru showed a perfunctory look on his face. Then a shining laser rose from his finger and fired in the direction of Luffy. "Straw Hat Boy, you are the target that the world government has named to be eliminated. So even if you didn't come to this island today, I will definitely find you afterwards. But today is obviously my lucky day. I met you and Mr. Zifa here at the same time. Then let me take action today and kill you two together. This way I can save a lot of time. It seems that I can also hear less scolding from Mr. Sakazuki." The laser, as fast as lightning, did not hit the Straw Hat Luffy on the opposite side. The latter used the observation haki he had acquired through training and barely dodged the opponent's attack. Then he wrapped the black armament haki around his fist and attacked Kizaru. "Rubber bazooka! Hey, are you two bastards ignoring me? This world doesn't completely belong to you young people. Old guys like me haven't decided to withdraw from the stage of history. Zephyr was not to be outdone. He raised his huge mechanical arm and fired a powerful laser towards Kizuru and Luffy. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the three of them started a big fight without distinguishing between enemies and friends. And this scene was seen by Lin Xiao and the other two above the clouds. This scene is really full of drama. Lin Xiao showed a meaningful look on his face and slowly said, Marine, pirates, and another thug who turned from Marine. These three people actually started the same battle at the same place, which is really interesting. I really don't know what the world would think if they saw this scene. Obviously, the thug Lin Xiao mentioned is Zifa. Momosaji on the side frowned slightly and said, Your Majesty, shouldn't we go down and get rid of Teacher Zifa before other vice admirals arrive at the core area? Otherwise, it would be a very troublesome thing if they discovered our whereabouts. Obviously, Momosaji didn't want Lin Xiao to put himself in danger. Then now is the best time to take action. If you miss it, I'm afraid he will be surrounded by Marine. Although Kizaru is the only one who has the ability to stop Lin Xiao from staying or leaving. Others have no way to restrict their actions. But too many ants will bite people. Momosaji was afraid that Lin Xiao would capsize in the ditch, so he became extra careful. It doesn't matter, they're going to today anyway. Lin Xiao said calmly. What, Your Majesty, are you going to kill Marine's people? Momosaji's face suddenly showed a look of shock. Before this, he didn't know what Lin Xiao's plan was. He just followed the other party's orders and came here with him. However, after hearing what Lin Xiao just said, his heart was full of shock and worry. Although he did not doubt that Lin Xiao had such ability, and as long as the other party ordered, he would help Lin Xiao to eliminate any enemy without hesitation. But it was easy to kill the Straw Hat Boys and Zephyr. But if he attacked Marine openly, it would inevitably cause Marine and the world government to target him. Thus, he would fall into an unknown huge war. This was a situation that he absolutely did not want to see. And Rebecca on the side blinked her beautiful big eyes and looked at Lin Xiao with admiration. In his opinion, no matter what decision the other party made, it must be correct. So he did not worry at all, but began to think about what kind of opponent he would find next, and then show his ability in front of Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao explained calmly, As the face and minions of the world government, Marine is always a threat to us. If it were normal, they would definitely provide large-scale support to the attacked fleet as soon as they got the news. But now, under the influence of Zephyr, Marine came to this island secretly to hide the information, and there would be no large-scale support even if it was attacked. And this time there's only one Admiral, Kizuru, following, so now is the best time to get rid of their core forces. As long as these vice admirals are killed, Marine will inevitably become a second-rate force. Kizuru was killed, Akiji left. Even if there is still a Kainu and Marine to support it, it is indeed too late to reverse the situation. At that time, we can give it a try and carry out the next plan. But Momosaji hesitated and seemed to want to say something. But just as she opened her mouth, she was interrupted by Lin Xiao with a smile. I know what you are thinking, and everything you are thinking about is already in my calculations. So don't worry. Next, it's time to bring a huge change to the world. This world has been silent for nearly 800 years, and it takes a little passion to ignite the anger in people's hearts. Momosaji stared at the man in front of her for a long time without speaking. Finally, she chose to believe him. So she nodded heavily and said in a deep voice, No matter what you do next, I will always be by your side, even if it is a sea of fire and swords. At this time, little Rebecca also rushed over, hanging on Lin Xiao's arm. Imitating Momosaji's appearance, she vowed, and me, no matter what decision your Majesty makes next, I will always be by your side, and I will never leave. Okay, thank you for your understanding. Lin Xiao showed a look of relief on his face. Then he took Momosaji and Rebecca into his arms. The former blushed, and after a little resistance, he let the other party take him into his arms. He acquiesced to the other party's behavior. In fact, the two have been together for so long. They already know each other's feelings in their hearts. So this action is not abrupt. At this time, the battle between Kizaru, Luffy, and Zephyr below has also entered a white-hot stage. Kizaru, relying on the powerful strength of sparkling fruit, keeps carrying out all-round attacks in the sky. Luffy was dodging Zephyr and Kizaru's attacks, and could only fight back occasionally. This shows that although he had received special training from Rayleigh, Luffy was only slightly stronger than the average pirate. But when facing a top-notch warrior like Kizaru, the gap between the two was immediately revealed. And if Zephyr hadn't been seriously ill, he would probably not even be Zephyr's opponent. The truth is so cruel. However, Luffy was dodging the attacks and was grabbed by the neck by Zephyr's machine made of Seastone. Then he used him as a human shield to block the laser release from the sky by Kizaru. Puff, puff, puff. After losing the bonus of rubber fruit, Luffy's body was immediately shattered by Kizaru's laser. Blood kept pouring out of the wound. Then he was thrown to the ground by Zephyr. He was left to die. The two started a new round of battle again. Don't die! Roronoa Zoro and Sanji's screams came from a distance. Then they rushed to the front quickly. Chopper took out the medical kit and began to treat Luffy's injuries. But the blood holes on the other party's body were shocking. Luffy was coughing up blood at this moment. He was no longer able to say a word. Everyone's face was filled with tears of grief and anger. However, before they could go to the opposite side to find trouble with Kizaru, the latter had turned into a golden flash and appeared above their heads. He said with a joking face, "Oh my, all the crew members of the Straw Hat Boys are gathered here. Then let me send you to die with your captain." While speaking, Kizaru's figure had already flown high into the sky. Then he crossed his hands slightly in front of him and immediately flashed a dangerous light. Yasakani no Magatama. The dazzling light bullets fell like a rain curtain, covering the sky and the sun. Instantly, Zoro and the others were all covered in it. Boom! The terrifying loud noise came with the shaking of the earth. After a round of intensive attacks, the figure of Straw Hat Crew could no longer be seen on the ground. Only pieces of bloody limbs and arms were left, even though these people all have very deep backgrounds. But after all, they're all pirates. What's more, this time they came to this island secretly. No outsiders knew about it. So Huang Yuan was not afraid that after killing these people, they would be targeted by the families and forces behind them. At worst, he could blame the death of Straw Hat Crew on Zephyr, and then there would be no evidence, right? The opposite Zifa seemed to see Kizaru's calculations were average. He immediately showed a disdainful sneer on his face and said, "Borsellino, it's been so many years, and you still haven't made any progress. You can only use this little trick, but today you can't stop my plan. Oh my, you were found out by Teacher Zifa. But no matter what, you will die here today." Kizaru didn't rush to continue his attack. Instead, he pointed around and asked Zephyr to look there. And in the places he pointed to, there were already many tall figures standing. It was the Vice Admiral Gate of Naval Headquarters. Among them were elite Vice Admirals like Flying Squirrel, and ordinary Vice Admirals like Doberman who had no presence in New World. And all these Vice Admirals had one thing in common. That was, a long time ago, all of them came from Zephyr's recruit training camp. It can be said that they were all disciples that Zephyr had carefully nurtured in the past. And at this moment, these people gathered here for only one purpose. That was to kill their teacher, because this crazy old man has angered the highest authority of world government, 5 elders. So the order was issued by the superiors. How dare these workers of 180 disobey? Haha, it seems that I have really taught a group of good apprentices, Zephyr said with a self-deprecating smile. Then he waved the huge mechanical arm and attacked Kizaru. The current situation is already very critical. If Kizaru cannot be defeated as soon as possible, control the situation that has already gone out of control, I am afraid that his next plan will be in vain. Zifa will never tolerate such a situation. So capture the king first. Oh my, Teacher Zifa, you seem to be very anxious, Kizaru said with a filthy smirk. Then his figure turned into a streak of light and appeared above Zephyr's head. However, this time he did not use the lightspeed kick. Instead, he used the sky cloud sword, formed by photons in his hand, to chop it head-on. Bang, bang, bang! The two of them had exchanged hundreds of moves in a flash, although it seemed that they were evenly matched. In fact, Zephyr had already been exhausted in such a high-intensity battle. In addition, he was originally seriously ill and usually relied on drugs to maintain his health. But now, in such an intense battle, Kizaru did not give him the opportunity to take medicine, so his speed and strength slowly decayed as time went on. Puff, puff, puff! Just after Zephyr forcibly took out the medicine and took a bite, the moon chest was already Kizaru's laser pierced 2 holes. Blood immediately spurted out from the wound, and the one who was far away laughed and taunted. "Oh my, Teacher Zephyr, you seem to be seriously injured. I remember you once taught us that we must not be distracted in battle, otherwise we may lose our lives. But obviously you, as a teacher, did not follow your own teachings." Eyes. Zephyr spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. Then he showed a tough attitude on his face and said, "You want to defeat me? It's still a long way to go. I don't know how many times I've experienced such wounds before. If you think you can kill me, come over. Don't stand there and use the power of the flash fruit to sneak attack." However, Kizaru was not fooled by her provocation. His eyes slightly glanced at a figure beside him. Then his figure turned into a streak of light and came to a hill. He grabbed the hair of Ein, who was hiding there, to observe the situation. Then he brought him back to Zephyr and said with a lewd smirk, "What do you think, Mr. Zephyr? This is your loyal follower. Next, I will give you 2 choices. One is to surrender to me. The other is that I kill him, and then we continue to fight. What do you want to choose?" "Borsalino, you despicable be asterisk, 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 asterisk. I never thought that you have fallen to this level now. Although Ian is not your classmate, she is also your junior sister. You would use her to threaten me?" Zephyr never expected it. As the admiral of the naval headquarters, he would use Ian's life as a bargaining chip to threaten him at this time. A look of dilemma appeared on his face. But then a fierce look flashed in his eyes, and he slowly said, "Ein, I'm sorry. I have to do this for justice. Today, no matter who it is, no one can stop me from blowing up New World." As soon as the voice fell, he raised his huge right arm and fired a laser. It pierced the abdomen of Ein on the opposite side. "Oh, Mr. Zephyr, you are really cruel and ruthless." Kizaru, who was condensed by photons, looked at Zephyr on the opposite side with some surprise and said, "I didn't expect you to be so cruel to your favorite student. It's really chilling. But it seems that you have strengthened your confidence, and nothing can threaten you. Such an enemy is really scary." After that, the 2 figures collided again. The scene just now was also seen by Lin Xiao, Momosaji, and the other 2 in the sky. Momosaji exclaimed in disbelief, "I never thought that Mr. Zephyr would fall to such a level. At this time, he actually killed his loyal followers with his own hands. What's the difference between this and pirates? Indeed, he has fallen into a state of madness now." Lin Xiao nodded slightly. He agreed with Momosaji's words. Now Zifa is more like a madman with no reason at all. But think about it. Who would destroy the entire New World just to eliminate pirates? After all, in New World, the number of civilians is far greater than the number of pirates. So even if someone says that Zephyr is an out-and-out madman, Lin Xiao will never refute it. It seems that it's our turn to appear next. Lin Xiao glanced at the battle below. His face officially showed a look of eagerness. He really wanted to test his current strength against the 2 top masters, Kizaru and Zephyr. Momosaji nodded heavily when he heard this. His white palm was already on the handle of the famous sword Gimpyro. "Great, it's finally my turn." Little Rebecca raised his fist eagerly, as if he didn't care about the next battle at all. In his opinion, this was more like a good opportunity to show his presence in front of his beloved. The battle on the island was still going on. Zephyr was already at an absolute disadvantage. He was suppressed by Kizaru using the Sky Cloud Sword. However, He never gave up, because as long as Binns and others could place the explosive salt properly, then by destroying the island, he could also usher in the final victory. However, the facts were contrary to his wishes. Even though Kizaru had always been afraid of the huge machine made of Seastone in his right hand, I didn't engage in too much close combat with him. But Kizaru still relied on the ability of sparkling fruit. He beat his strong body to pieces. Blood could not stop flowing from a wound, and Zephyr's physical strength was almost reaching its limit. "Oh my, Teacher Zephyr, are you tired? Then do you want me to stop and wait for you to rest for a while? Or are you too old to fight for a while now?" 630. Who could have imagined that the dignified, iron fist Zephyr would show such an unbearable side? It turns out that this time is not suitable for old guys like you. Kizaru's figure turned into a stream of light, appeared on a huge rock opposite Zephyr. His face still had that wretched look. It seemed that he was not affected by the battle at all. A **** hole. I will never lose to you. Borsalino, I have never been optimistic about you since the recruit training camp. Now it seems that my intuition at that time was right, Zephyr said with an annoyed face. However, just as he raised the huge weapon in his right hand, ready to rush up to start a new round of battle with Kizaru, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. Boom! Lin Xiao's figure was like a meteorite from outer space. He fell from the sky with extremely terrifying power. He directly smashed a huge deep pit on the ground of the island. The ground of the entire island shook violently. Hey, why is this guy here? Kizaru saw this, and suddenly showed a look of surprise on his face. Then he looked at Lin Xiao vigilantly. He knew that wherever the other party appeared, nothing good would happen. But he didn't expect it at all. The opponent came with the intention of killing him and Zephyr this time. And Zephyr on the opposite side saw a Lin Xiao's figure clearly. A look of doubt and uncertainty suddenly appeared on his face, and then he slowly asked, "Your Majesty Lin Xiao, are you here to stop me?" That's right. Lin Xiao did not hide his purpose at all, turned his head and looked at Zephyr and said, "After all, you want to destroy the entire New World, and my Elf Island and many member states of the Imperial Alliance are all in the New World. If they're destroyed by you, many people will die. Mr. Zephyr, I can give you one last chance now. Do you want to join me, give up this unrealistic idea, and follow me to redefine the rules of this sea?" In fact, Lin Xiao's words were just a greeting. He didn't really want to take Zephyr under his command, because he knew very well the opposite Zephyr was almost crazy. No matter what, it was impossible for him to join his command. As expected, the opposite Zephyr shook his head firmly and said, "I'm so sorry. I remember I explained the reason to you before. 5.0. And this time, Your Majesty Lin Xiao, you are here to stop my actions, which means we are enemies. And it is even more impossible for me to join the enemy's camp." Hearing him say this, Kizaru on the opposite side immediately showed a look of relief on his face. At the same time, he often breathed a sigh of relief. If Zephyr really chose to join Lin Xiao's camp, then no one could predict the outcome of today's fierce battle. After all, Kizaru was not sure that he could defeat Lin Xiao. However, just as he was thinking about how to convince Lin Xiao not to stop him, he saw the other party's figure flash. He appeared in front of Zephyr as if teleporting, before the other party could react. The big hand wrapped in the pitch-black armament hockey had already strangled the other party's neck. Rah! Zephyr showed a look of astonishment on his face. Obviously, he did not expect Lin Xiao to suddenly attack him at this time, even if the two of them officially turned against each other. But now there are Marines headed by Kizaru, so even if they want to fight, they should get rid of Marine first, and then the two will settle the score later, right? Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Xiao exerted a little force on his palm. Zephyr's neck was directly broken with a crisp cracking sound, and the other party's face was still full of confusion and astonishment. It was as if he was asking why Lin Xiao attacked without saying a word. This is very unethical. And do you think Marine doesn't exist? Their military strength is absolutely superior. Crix, Kizaru almost dropped his jaw at the sight in front of him. His eyes widened. He stared blankly at Lin Xiao opposite him. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out why the other party suddenly appeared here. Then he killed Zephyr directly without saying a word. But it should be said, you killed Zephyr with this move. This made me, who had fought back and forth with him, very embarrassed. Since you don't want to join my army, then you are my enemy. I have never been lenient towards my enemies. Lin Xiao threw Zephyr's body away, casually like throwing away garbage. Then the figure of Jengar appeared on the ground. He opened his mouth wide, revealing a special space like a black hole. Directly swallowed Zephyr's body. After seeing this scene, Kizuru on the opposite side said with an unhappy face, Hey. His Majesty Lin Xiao, if you take his body away like this, I will be very embarrassed. After all, if I don't take Zephyr's body back, Mr. Sakazuki will be angry. However, Lin Xiao looked at him meaningfully and said, Since it's very difficult, then don't go back. Kizaru was slightly stunned. Then he looked at Lin Xiao with a slightly suspicious look and said, What do you mean? Do you want to attack me, the Marine Admiral? You have to know what the consequences of doing so are. I say, you don't think you can really withstand the targeting of Marine and world government, right? Then we'll see. 373 Lin Xiao said lightly. The next second, his figure appeared in front of Kizuru again, as if he had teleported. The latter's eyes widened immediately. Then his figure turned into a streak of light and flew towards the sky. However, before he could make any move, he found that his figure had been cut off at some point. When he looked out carefully, he found that the entire space was already shrouded in a huge spherical energy field. This was obviously the ability of Op Fruit. Hey. Lin Xiao, are you crazy? Do you really want to attack me? Kizaru was stunned. Now he was at the mercy of others. Kizaru never thought that as a Marine Admiral, he would end up in such a miserable state one day. However, Lin Xiao ignored his words. With his hands wrapped in the dark armament hockey, he immediately blasted towards Kizaru's head floating in the air. Kizaru's head was immediately smashed to pieces by Lin Xiao's punch. Who could imagine it? An admiral of headquarters, who also possessed the devil fruit ability of sparkling fruit, would be killed silently in such a situation. I'm afraid even Kizaru himself didn't expect it. Lin Xiao, this madman, actually dared to attack him, a Marine Admiral, in such a situation. Just like that. This Marine who had been dominating the sea for decades and frightened countless pirates officially fell here. And this battle began. It also means that Marine is truly heading for decline from now on. After dealing with Kizaru, Lin Xiao raised his head and waved slightly to the clouds. Then Cresselia slowly floated down. Momosaji and Rebecca jumped down from above. Then the three of them walked towards the Marine outside the island. 3 days later, a super news that could shock the world spread across the sea. Former Admiral of Headquarters, Iron Fist, Zephyr was killed by Elf King Lin Xiao and successfully stopped the other party's crazy move to destroy New World. The civilians of New World cheered and jumped for joy after seeing the news of Chizé. They sang and danced while cheering Lin Xiao's name. But people selectively ignored another major news. Naval Headquarters, Admiral Kizaru was killed in a battle. Also died the other 14 Marine Vice Admirals and 64 officers at the level of generals and colonels. No one would connect these two events together. No one knew that both events were done by Lin Xiao alone. Lin Xiao took the opportunity to harvest a large amount of reputation points. So, taking advantage of the night, he led his men on the newly summoned elves with flying abilities and quietly headed for Holy Land Mariewa. A week later, another piece of news that shocked the world came again. All the celestial dragons in Holy Land Mariewa were slaughtered. Their heads were hung on the top of Red Line, and the world government was officially overthrown by Elf King Lin Xiao. Naval Headquarters, Marshal Akainu also died in this mysterious battle. The whole sea shook with it. People were shocked beyond words. They never thought that this up-and-coming young man, actually relied on his own strength to successfully eradicate the world government that had ruled the world for 800 years, before everyone could recover from such shocking news. Then another piece of news came. The four emperors led by the Red Hair Pirates declared war on Lin Xiao and the Spirit Island. Then, in the waters near the Spirit Island in the New World, a shocking war broke out. The two participating parties were the Imperial Alliance, led by Lin Xiao, and the four emperors led by the Red Hair Pirates, the Big Mom Pirates, and the Beast Pirates. This massive war lasted for more than half a month before it officially came to an end. The environment of the sea area near the Elf Island was completely rewritten. The originally sunny weather became overcast. The result of this battle was that the four emperors were completely wiped out. Instead, Lin Xiao's side took advantage of the elves and won with the least loss. Since then, Lin Xiao's elf kingdom was directly moved to the Holy Land Mewtwo at the top of the Red Line, becoming the new king of this world. But he did not levy heavy taxes like the celestial dragons and the world government. Instead, he chose to use more gentle means to bring welfare to this world. People from all countries took to the streets spontaneously, cheering Lin Xiao's name with tears in their eyes. At this moment, Lin Xiao was enjoying his happy time in the Holy Land Mewtwo with Momosaji, Queen Violet, Rebecca, and other women. For Lin Xiao, who was not very good at managing the country, Queen Violet helped him a lot. All government affairs were handed over to Queen Violet. He only needed to show his face and enjoy the service all day long, which was a very happy group. Just like that, 10 years passed in a flash. This day, when Lin Xiao and Rebecca were playing happily in the swimming pool, suddenly, a strong wave came from the sky. Then, accompanied by a loud bang, a deep and huge space-time crack appeared. Seeing this, Lin Xiao hurriedly comforted the frightened Rebecca and others. Then he activated the ability of Blue Dragon Fruit and turned into a 1,000-meter-long dragon. Swaying his huge body, he flew towards the crack in the sky, wanted to see what happened. However, who would have thought that his body had just approached the dark and deep crack? It was as if an endless suction force suddenly broke out. It directly sucked his body into the crack. The huge crack suddenly merged and then disappeared. When Lin Xiao opened his eyes again, he found that he seemed to have come to another completely different world. Looking at the high-rise buildings with bright lights and nightlife around him, Lin Xiao's face suddenly showed a hint of excitement. Could it be that he had traveled back in time? At this moment, a short and fat middle-aged man suddenly came over. He tilted his head to look at Lin Xiao, and then a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Then he slowly said, "Young man, are you looking for a job?" Lin Xiao nodded slightly without comment. After all, he was unfamiliar with this place, and he could not be sure whether this was his original world. It would be better to first ask this middle-aged man and see if he could find out where this place was. "Young man, you are really strong. You should exercise regularly," the short and fat middle-aged man said with envy. Then he pointed to a gorgeously decorated restaurant across the street and said, "That's my restaurant. Every day, a lot of customers come here to eat. However, recently, customers' tastes have become a bit picky, and the ingredients they want are also very unique. So, young man, if you want to make money, please help me contact those gourmets and ask them to catch the special ingredients that customers want. In this way, while I pay the commission to the gourmets, I can also give you a part of the commission. How about it?" "Yes, but why are you looking for me?" Lin Xiao asked with some doubt. After all, he had just arrived in this world and was unfamiliar with the place. The other parties saw him at a glance. Then he made such a strange request, which made people doubt his motive. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and pointed at the pedestrians around him and said, "Look at them. Which one is as strong and tall as you? If you don't seem to be interested in food, I would think you were a gourmet." Lin Xiao followed the other party's finger and flashed around. Indeed, he found that the pedestrians on the street, even the men, were only about his shoulders, and they didn't look very tall, nor as strong as him. And they all looked either very effeminate, very decadent, or very depressed. On the contrary, Lin Xiao stood out among the crowd. It's no wonder that this bald, middle-aged man would fall in love with him at first sight. Wait a minute, you mean gourmet? Lin Xiao seemed to react suddenly. He immediately thought of the name of a comic in his previous life. He muttered to himself, could it be that this time I traveled to a different world than the real world, but the world of gourmet? However, Lin Xiao only knew this comic. He had no idea about its content. After all, it was a very niche work. At this time, the middle-aged man opposite did not know what Lin Xiao was thinking. Instead, he urged him impatiently. What do you think? Are you going to do this job? If not, I'll find someone else. Okay, but you need to provide me with the characteristics of those gourmets so that I can find them. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. After all, this is a strange world, and the money in the pirate world cannot be used in this world. Then let's start from the beginning. Okay, follow me. The middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction. Then he waved to Lin Xiao. The two of them walked into a restaurant called Food House, one after the other. A few days later, beside a cliff, a strong man in slippers was sitting on the edge of the cliff and fishing quietly, seeking flowers, and Lin Xiao's figure slowly walked towards him from the forest not far away. It should be him, right? Lin Xiao used his powerful waveguide observation hockey to successfully capture the location of the target person. Then he walked slowly towards the other party. Hello, this time I come to issue a commission on behalf of Food House. We need a glala, giant crocodile to make delicious food. Lin Xiao stopped about 5 meters behind the target and said in a deep voice, this time the reward is calculated at 200,000 yen per kilogram, and 500 kilograms of objects are willing to pay 100 million yen directly. However, the man sitting on the edge of the cliff slowly turned his head and stared at Lin Xiao, then said with a look of surprise. Then he reached out and grabbed a big lobster from the storage box beside him and stuffed it directly into his mouth and started chewing. Then he took out a bottle of wine, but did not open the bottle cap directly. Instead, he used his hand knife to slide the bottom of the bottle. Then, before the wine in the bottle was about to spill, he drank it all. It was obvious. This guy was trying to show off his extraordinariness to Lin Xiao. However, the latter was not disgusted by this. Instead, he watched his performance with great interest. Finally, the man on the opposite side slowly stood up and said in a deep voice, the retail price of the Galala crocodile is at least 500,000 per kilogram, depending on the different parts. I guess the guests that Food House is going to host this time are extraordinary. Lin Xiaowinian replied with a look of indifference. I'm only responsible for completing my own work. As for other things, I don't ask too much, and they have nothing to do with me. The man on the opposite side heard this, and a look of surprise appeared on his face, as if he had never expected Lin Xiao to reply to him like this. Then he smiled and shook his head and said, forget it. A strong man like you doesn't like to care about such things, it's certain. Anyway, if nothing unexpected happens, the people that Food House is going to host should be those idiots from IGO, right? Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself just now. My name is Meng. Although I don't know why Food House has entrusted me to complete the task when it has found a master like you. But if you want to capture the giant crocodile alive, it should be impossible. Even if you don't capture it alive, this task is quite difficult. However, just as the two were talking, the fishing rod hanging on the edge of the cliff trembled, and it was obvious that a fish was hooked. Then, Alu grabbed the huge fishing rod with one arm and suddenly lifted it up. The next second, a strange fish with a fish body and 2 huge crab claws was pulled out of the sea surface under the cliff. The size of this strange fish was as big as a whale. Haha, I didn't expect it to be a lobster fish this time. It's really a big harvest. Alu smiled immediately, and he was obviously very satisfied with the results this time. Lin Xiao's pupils shrank slightly. The fish in this world are obviously much larger than those in the normal world, and they're also much weirder. They look like they're made up of 2 or more different creatures. However, compared to those in the One Piece world, those giant sea kings, it is still a little bit of a dwarf. Just when Alu was about to pull the lobster fish ashore, a terrifying roar suddenly came from the sky, and then A huge eagle monster that covered the sky, and the sun fell from the sky. The sharp claws directly grabbed the back of the lobster fish and wanted to take the huge lobster fish away directly. Hey, you be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. You actually want to take the food from my hand? Alu showed a hint of excitement on his face. Then he clenched the fishing rod with both hands, then mocked the direction and exerted force. The huge, strange eagle in the sky, together with the lobster fish, hit the ground heavily. The earth trembled slightly. When Lin Xiao saw this, there was no change on his face. However, for the strength of the gourmet in front of him, he had a certain understanding of the opponent's strength, at least to reach the level of elite vice admiral. As for whether he can reach the general emperor level, it depends on what kind of strength and skills he can show in the future. Wow, I caught both Five Tails and the stellar sea eagle together. This is really killing two birds with one stone. How about it? Doesn't this fishing rod in my hand look great? Aru laughed proudly. At the same time, he waved the huge fishing rod in his hand towards Lin Xiao in a show-off manner. This is the special steel cable used for elevators, which is directly wrapped around the steel bar with a diameter of 76 millimeters, making this special fishing rod have an ultimate tension of nearly 40 tons. So even if the target is a small whale, it can be easily caught directly. Since we're talking about this, let me say something by the way. The Glala crocodile that Food House wants. But this special hanging rod can be used as a disposable chopstick 28, folded 1 to 2. How about it? Now you should understand how difficult it is to catch him, right? So, dangerous creatures like that are not something that everyone can catch. Even among gourmets, only the top ones can do it. Lin Xiao didn't say much when he saw this. Instead, he nodded slightly. He indicated to the other party that he understood the difficulty of this task. But what's the problem? If you don't accept the order, then I'll just go find someone else. And he also heard it. The reason why Aru said this was not to refuse this mission. Mostly he wanted to raise the price and extort a good price from Food House. But this didn't matter to Lin Xiao at all. Anyway, he only accepted the commission to find someone and convey the message. As expected, Aru on the opposite side smiled and said, "So, you should go back and tell your boss. If you want to capture the giant crocodile of Grala, you have to double the revenge. And I will capture him alive." Lin Xiao thought for a moment and then said, "I remember you said just now that you seemed unable to capture the giant evil Grala alive. How come you can do it now?" Aru Wenyin said with a mocking expression, "That's because if you only charge you 200,000 per kilogram, it's simply too uneconomical for me. But if the price doubles, then I will have the motivation to catch it. How about it? Can you accept this condition?" "I understand what you mean. I will contact Food House later." Lin Xiao nodded slightly. "Okay, then I'll catch another lobster fish." Aru then readjusted the fishing rod. Then he went to the cliff again, started a new round of fishing, and explained to Lin Xiao carefully. The 2 lobsters and 5 tails were just desserts. Now, let's adjust the breakfast that I used as the main meal today. How about it? Do you want to come fishing with me? With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to catch some big fish. Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask your name. While speaking, 097, Aru broke a piece of the fishing rod in his hand and shook it in the direction of Lin Xiao, indicating that this was the fishing rod he gave to the other party. However, Lin Xiao did not take the fishing rod he handed over, but he rolled up his sleeves. He then walked towards the edge of the cliff and said, "My name is Lin." Almost at the same time as the voice fell, he raised a finger and pointed it at a place under the sea. The next second, a huge lobster fish was caught by a thin line that was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. Then it drew a graceful arc above the heads of the 2 people and fell heavily on the ground. This power is amazing. Alu's face suddenly showed an unbelievable look. He stared at Lin Xiao's fingers with wide eyes. He seemed to want to see how the other party did it. But no matter how he studied, he couldn't figure out how Lin Xiao did that amazing move just now. But this is also normal. After all, for this world, the existence of devil fruit is extremely difficult to understand. It's as if Lin Xiao is not used to those strange animals. Originally, They are two completely different laws. Moreover, Lin Xiao obviously has no interest in explaining the real reason for him, whether it is the ability of string fruit or other devil fruit. These are his trump cards in this strange world. Instead, he turned around and walked toward the lobster fish that he had just dropped. After rushing all the way here, he also had to have a proper meal. And Aru saw that the other party was not interested in explaining for him, so he did not force him. Instead, he said with interest, "I am looking forward to the next journey with you. So let's set off early tomorrow morning." After Aru's explanation, Lin Xiao also had a certain understanding of gourmets. Before this, he only knew that there was a comic book, The Prisoner of Gourmet, but he did not have a deep understanding of the plot. The so-called gourmet is to explore the unknown delicacies and be able to explore and capture them by his own strength. A special seeker who has never seen special ingredients that people have never seen before and who lives for food. And now, there are about 300,000 kinds of stone in the world. It is said that 2% of them were discovered by this man named Aru. So in the circle of gourmets, Aru can be said to be the leader of the gourmet era. At this moment, the two came to a dock. Aru was carrying a lot of packages and said as he walked, "If ordinary people want to catch the Glala crocodile with me, I will definitely refuse, because that kind of guy is extremely dangerous. And the place where the Glala crocodile lives is not an area that ordinary people can get involved in. But you are an exception." Lin Xiao didn't say much, just nodded slightly. Yesterday, he contacted the owner of Food House. The other party said that he wanted him to help do some investigations in the place where the Glala crocodile lives, so that it would be convenient to send people there to catch ingredients in the future. And he also promised him a very generous reward. Lin Xiao felt that he had nothing else to do, so he simply agreed. He was also very interested in the animals in this world. It just so happened that Aru, a grandmaster, could give him a comprehensive explanation. Seeing that Lin Xiao did not respond, Aru said to himself, "The giant crocodile of Grala lives in Barrenstone Plain, which is an extremely dangerous designated area. Most people have to write a suicide note in advance before going there. Hello." Then, he turned his head and looked at a man who was repairing a cruise ship at the dock and said, "Hello, Shermeng. I'm so sorry. Every time I have to go to such a dangerous place, I have to trouble you." The man named Shermeng snorted coldly without turning his head. "That's right. You always say you have to sail, and I'm not that idle. So next time there's something like this, you better give me a heads up in advance." Aru smiled cheekily. "Don't say that. Is your wife doing well recently?" Shermeng Wenyan often sighed. "Don't mention him. He is getting angry at home recently because of the food tax increase. He beat me up 3 times because of this matter. No way. She has always been like this." "Haha, that's really scary." Aru immediately stepped onto the boat. After he boarded the boat, the hull shook violently. It seemed that the other party's weight was enough to shake the boat 617. Lin Xiao glanced at Aru from behind and didn't say much. Instead, he stepped up directly. If he wanted to achieve the same effect as Aru, it would be easy for him. On the contrary, the man named Shermeng looked at Aru in surprise and said, "What's the matter? You seem to have lost some weight recently. This is not like your usual style." Aru said indifferently, "No, I just took an extra large size." "Sick. Wow, you are really speechless. You just went to the toilet and lost 15 kilograms. What kind of shit did you pull?" Shermeng said with disgust. "I'm afraid it will take dozens of times to flush it clean. Your body structure is really different from that of ordinary people. But this time it happened suddenly, and I can only send you to the south coast of Barren Islands. How about it? Is it okay?" "That's enough," Alu said with gratitude. However, Shermeng turned his head and looked at Lin Xiao, who was leaning on the railing, and said, "But you have a guest with you this time. Is it really safe to take an ordinary person to such a dangerous place?" "But who would have thought?" Alu said excitedly. "Hey, Shermeng, don't underestimate him. Although this guy doesn't like to talk much, his strength is definitely not inferior to mine. No, he may even be stronger than me." "What did you say?" Shermeng's face suddenly showed an expression of disbelief. Then he widened his eyes and stared at Lin Xiao behind him and looked at him carefully. However, no matter how he looked at it, he didn't think that this tall and strong young man would be stronger than Aru, a gourmet. But he believed Aru's words, because this crazy man would never lie. Okay, let's set off quickly, Aru urged impatiently. Then the boat drove away from the dock at a high speed with the roar of the engine. Aru also opened 3 bottles of champagne and poured them directly into his mouth, as if celebrating something. Meng, who was driving the boat in the cab, leaned out half of his body and said loudly, "Hey, hey, hey. UB ******* D hasn't started the official work yet, and you have already opened the champagne to celebrate. At least let me have a sip." After Aru burped, he looked sideways and said, "Ha ha ha, this is just an aperitif. It's time to have breakfast next. I want to make up for the portion I missed before. Let me see what delicious food we have today." Meng nodded slightly, but then he asked curiously, "Compared to your breakfast, I want to know what's going on with that guy behind. Is he an intern gourmet? You said before that his strength is about the same as yours. But such a strong man should have been famous in this world a long time ago. Why have I never seen her face? And I haven't seen you perform a mission with others for a long time. Barren Islands is a very dangerous place. Is it really okay for you to take him there like this?" Aru Yin said excitedly, pointing at Lin Xiao. "That's right, although I have never seen him before. But he is not a gourmet, but the client of this mission, named Lin Xiao. Although he doesn't like to talk much and has never shown his strength, I am very sure that this guy is a very powerful master. And it is very likely that his strength is no less than mine. So Meng, don't underestimate him." Meng immediately became interested and said in disbelief, "I didn't expect it to be the client. Oh my curiosity has been aroused by you. But no matter how you look at it, he is no different from an ordinary person. It would be fun if we encountered a disaster-level monster in that designated dangerous area. After all, if you are killed in those areas, the insurance will not pay." Lin Xiao listened to the 2 people's words and didn't say much. Instead, he turned around and looked at the endless blue sea. He admired the scenery there, and Aru also felt bored. So he took out today's breakfast, a huge sea fish. He didn't cook or take care of it. He just opened his mouth and started eating it raw. While eating, he praised the deliciousness of the fish. Striped salmon like this is so delicious with a lot of fat. It's simply delicious. But then again, Lin Xiao, you should also know some cooking knowledge. Asking for flowers, 0. If strong people like us don't know how to taste delicious food, it would be too boring. I smelled the fragrance of special ingredients from you before. I guess it should be the smell of some fresh ingredients that we don't normally touch. In addition, there are many smells of seasonings that I have never seen before. Oh, if you don't have such skills, I'm afraid I would directly treat you as a chef. Your nose is very sensitive." Lin Xiao didn't explain anything, but he had a new understanding of the man in front of him. He was right, because Lin Xiao always uses some special ingredients in the pirate world. For example, sea kings. And these special ingredients are not available in this food world. But he didn't expect that Aru could detect the smell of these ingredients through the most intuitive sense of smell. This nose is even more sensitive than that of animals. Meng, who was driving the boat in the back, also said excitedly, "How is it? Aru's sense of smell is very strong, right?" Chapter 266, Barren Islands. In my opinion, this guy should be superior to police dogs. Professional gourmets not only have a sense of smell far beyond ordinary people, but also have a far greater appetite than ordinary people. But Brother Lin Xiao, I have to remind you that meeting Alu is definitely not a good thing, because this guy always likes adventures. So I advise you to be careful next time. Before 190 had appeared, and some clients died on the way to the mission because they were too close to him. Alu waved his hand with a nonchalant look, and then asked curiously, "Brother Lin Xiao, can I ask what your dream is?" "Dream?" Lin Xiao thought for a while, shook his head slightly, and said, "I can't think of what I'm missing for the time being. What about you?" Alu was stunned at first and seemed to be a little surprised by Lin Xiao's answer. But then he smiled and said, "My dream is very simple, which is to make a menu of Western-style, full meals that surpasses everyone else. It should have melted cheese fountains, blooming chocolate flowers, rice sand pools, red wine waterfalls, and many delicacies in this world. However, for me now, this Western full-course menu in my dream is still a blank paper without any filling in it. But one day, I will complete this dream, and now one of them seems to have a direction." Lin Xiao nodded slightly in agreement and said, "If one day you can put together this Western full course, remember to call me. I also want to taste the delicacies in this world with you." Just as the two were talking, the voice of Meng came from behind again. "Hey, we can see the island ahead." Then Lin Xiao and Alu slowly stood up, looking across. Sure enough, a large archipelago appeared faintly in the distance. Not far ahead, there were also many islands and reefs that were bright or dark. The terrain began to become extremely complex. Alu pointed to the gloomy island in the distance and said, "This is the southernmost Barbaria Island of the Barren Islands. There are a lot of research in this sea area. Ordinary people can't dock here by boat. In this reef, it is also called Baron's Fence, because in everyone's opinion, this place is like rejecting all invaders, tightly surrounding the entire Barren Islands and blocking anyone who wants to enter. No time. No matter whether the tide is high or low, there is only one route that can pass through this coastal area, and the captain with the best skills is Meng, who is currently driving this ship." Meng, who was driving the poem in the back, suddenly showed a proud look on his face. Then he patted the window and said, "Hey, you guys are going to show my strength next. You two hold on tight." The boat began to turn at a high speed in a roar. It kept avoiding reefs on all sides. The hull was also constantly swaying from side to side during this driving process. Ditto. What is amazing is that the only way to pass through this narrow passage is the small fishing boat they are riding now. Lin Xiao and Aru seemed to have noticed something at the same time. They looked at a certain place on the shore with deep eyes. There, a group of pale and strange-looking figures were standing on the reef vigilantly, staring at the small boat formed by Lin Xiao, Aru, and the other two. "Hey, it's Friday monkeys, but why are they here? This place is obviously far away from their habitat. Could something have happened on the island?" Alu's face suddenly showed a hint of surprise. However, he didn't say much, and Lin Xiao didn't ask about the origins of these monsters, because for him, most of the creatures in this world are so strange and weird, so it's better to say less. Soon, the fishing boat passed the outer reefs. Then it anchored at the edge of the coastline. Okay, we arrived smoothly. 10 Dreams pointed to the strange-looking woods on both sides and said, "This is the only entrance to the Barren Islands, the mangrove tunnel commonly known as the Devil's Mouth. Next, I'm going to rush in all at once." However, at this moment, Aru turned around, waved his hand, and said, Meng, just send us here, and then put the boat down." Meng's face suddenly showed a hint of doubt. He asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Aru's sharp eyes kept wandering in the forest, and he said without looking back, "This island gives people a very strange feeling. I seem to smell the smell of danger." Meng Wenyan didn't say much. Instead, he nodded slightly. Then he put down a kayak. Then Aru and Lin Xiao boarded the kayak and continued to move towards the interior of the island, while Lin Xiao used Bodeo, observation hockey, to sense the surrounding situation. He secretly recalled the capture levels customized by Igo for wild animals that Aru had previously popularized him. 020. That refers to the difficulty of getting rid of these prey. A beast with a capture level of 1 can be considered to be the level that 10 professional hunters with shotguns can compete with. And the same can be said. The Galala crocodile they want to capture this time is level 5, which is also the level that Aru can easily catch. However, although the Galala crocodile is generally believed to have a lifespan of only 150 years, but as they grow older, the demand for food and ferocity will also increase accordingly. Because its reproductive capacity is very low, in order to continue the race, the Galala crocodile seems to have received special protection. Chapter 268 Weird Signs. Therefore, there are also super giant crocodiles over 300 years old in this world. If you encounter such a super giant crocodile this time, I am afraid that its level will exceed level 5. Although Lin Xiao still has many questions about the capture level of the ferocious creatures in this world. For example, how to evaluate, who evaluates, and whether the evaluation is prepared, etc. But for Lin Xiao, at present, even if he encounters a 5-level or above Galala giant crocodile, it is not a problem for him at all. He still has this confidence, because this kind of giant crocodile is compared with the giant sea kings in the pirate world. It is simply a world of difference. Take out any giant sea kings with a body size of more than 1 kilometer. They have existed for nearly 1,000 years. So he is only curious about these monsters in this world and not worried. The boat soon landed. Aru fixed the kayak and said half-jokingly, "Why? You didn't speak all the way. Do you regret it?" "Next, do you think I'm afraid?" Lin Xiao asked back expressionlessly. "That's right. Strong men like us don't care about this kind of danger at all." Aru nodded, then put his hand to his ear and listened carefully and said, "Did you hear it? The roar of some beasts in the forest should be coming. Although this island has a short dry season, it is basically a tropical area, and there are also many kinds of creatures living here. There are about 200,000 species of creatures in the barren islands alone, and standing at the top of the food chain of these creatures is undoubtedly the Galala crocodile. Wait a minute. Something seems to be rushing over." Just as the two were talking, a huge figure in the jungle rushed towards the two of them as fast as lightning. It was a barren tiger of the 3rd capture level. The other party has sharp fangs comparable to saber-toothed beasts, and its body is as tall as an elephant. The whole body is full of terrifying oppression. The roar is as shocking as thunder. Seeing this, Aru suddenly showed a beast-like smile on his face and shouted loudly, "Hey, little cat, do you want to compete with me in biting?" The barren tiger, on the opposite side, seemed to have sensed some danger. He looked at Aru with horror. He glanced at Lin Xiao behind him, who was silent. Then, he disappeared into the deep forest at a faster speed than when he came. Aru did not chase the other party. Instead, he frowned slightly and said with some doubt, "It's really getting a little weird here. Barren tiger should be a beast that lives deep in the wetlands, and the same is true for the Friday apes on the outer reefs. Why would the apes that have been living in the cave, Liao Liao Zhao, and are known for their timidity appear there so blatantly? Then let us make a reasonable assumption. For now, we can only think that they were driven out of their habitat by some creature, and the one who could drive these beasts out must be a superior predator with overwhelming strength. According to my guess, it should be our target this time, the Galala crocodile. If I could really meet the 300-year-old crocodile, I'm sure its meat would taste even better. I really want to eat it. Maybe I could customize the next full Western meal menu." As he spoke, Aru's aura began to rise. Seeing this, Lin Xiao, who was behind him, suddenly understood. He remembered someone once said that some people would have an unstoppable motivation because of the food. Aru must be such a person. However, this man seemed to have many secrets hidden in him. This made Lin Xiao, who had just arrived in this world, very curious. It can be seen that in addition to his own training, Aru's physique is also far different from that of ordinary people. There must be some secrets that he doesn't know now. Then the two of them took the crocodile as their target and continued to walk towards the depths of the forest. DBU. Just after Lin Xiao walked a short distance forward, a monster that looked like a snake and a frog suddenly jumped out of the bushes beside him. It opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards him. However, the next second, he waved it and knocked it unconscious. Really, this snake frog is just a low-end beast of the first level of capture, and it dared to launch a sneak attack on you. It's really a bit overestimating its own capabilities. Aru, who was walking in the front row, looked back and said with interest, "But speaking of it, this luxurious liver is a very rare delicacy. If you don't want to eat it, You can give it to me." However, just as Aru was speaking, a huge earthworm-like creature fell silently from the tree. It stuck to his arm and began to suck blood crazily. However, Aru didn't care about it. Instead, he reached out and grabbed a few leaves from the bushes beside him. Then he squeezed the leaves with his hands to squeeze out the juice. It dripped on the back of the earthworm-like creature. While explaining to Lin Xiao, "This is a blood-sucking leech, a special species unique to this island, Sibbed. However, it will only suck some blood. If you forcibly peel it off, the wound will be enlarged, so if you're also entangled in this kind of water, just use the leaves of the mangrove to drop a few drops. Since the mangrove absorbs seawater through its roots, the salt in it will remain in the leaves. So its leaves and fruits contain salt, and ordinary insects will not eat its leaves and fruits. And leeches hate contact with salt, so just use these things to easily get rid of these troublesome little guys." Lin Xiao nodded slightly when he heard this, and then he continued to walk forward. Soon he walked out of the dense forest and came to an open area. Lin Xiao then looked up at the sky. There was a group of strange-looking creatures waving huge wings, flying freely in the sky. Some of them had claws like lobsters and tails like fish. Some had bird heads and lizard limbs, and some looked more like oversized mosquitoes. In short, they were all kinds of strange. At this time, Aru smiled and explained to Lin Xiao, "For those who come to this island for the first time, the number of strange birds on this island is extremely shocking. But this is normal because the barren islands are already famous for having many types of birds. As long as these guys control the air superiority of the island, human helicopters will not be able to get close to here, so we decided to come here by boat after making a plan." Then he looked at the setting sun in the sky and said slowly, "The sun is about to set, so let's find a flat place to rest here today." Lin Xiao glanced at him and said with some doubt, "Don't we dare to enter the wetland before sunset? The terrain is open here, and if we camp at night, we will probably become the target of attacks by wild beasts, right?" Although Lin Xiao is not afraid of the wild beasts on this island, who doesn't want to have a good sleep? If you have to resist the wild beasts jumping out of the darkness all night, you will really be in trouble. Aru shook his head slightly and said, "I advise you not to do such a reckless thing, because the Glala crocodile is a famous nocturnal animal. If you want to catch it, it's best to do it during the day when it moves slowly. So let's go into the wetland area tomorrow." Recently, the two began to look for a camping site. After confirming the campsite, Aru started to make a fire and cook food. Soon, a wisp of fragrant smoke slowly rose to the sky. And at this time, the sky gradually darkened. "Wow, this snake frog is really delicious." Aru praised the delicious food in front of him while eating. "Yes, I never thought that the meat of these monsters is so delicious." Lin Xiao could not help but nod slightly. Then he glanced at the strange creatures surrounding the two with the corner of his eyes. However, he was not worried at all, because if these creatures dared to get 1 meter closer to him, then he would kill them all instantly. However, these creatures seemed to have sensed the powerful aura coming from Lin Xiao and Aru. After approaching a certain range, they stopped moving forward. They just drooled at the fragrant barbecue on the fire. "Aru, the place on your arm that was sucked by the leech is still bleeding. Didn't you bring a medical kit when you came here this time?" Lin Xiao said lightly. Aru shook his head indifferently. "It's okay. Leeches release a substance called hirutin when they suck blood. It's a special ingredient that inhibits blood coagulation. Even if you don't bandage it, the bleeding will stop after a while. But you must have noticed the birds and beasts around us. You don't have to worry about them. You can take a break after you're full. These guys are just hungry and want to come and ask us for food. There should be plenty of prey on this island, but now there seems to be a shortage of food for some reason. Normally, the Glala crocodile is a big eater. If the statistics of IGO are completely correct, then the current state of the island is undoubtedly caused by the appearance of the super Glala crocodile that has lived for 300 years. Don't even mention the barren wetland. If that guy really chooses to feast, I'm afraid all the animals on the entire barren islands will be killed by him. This is the strength of the top-level Galala crocodile. It is the absolute king on this island. No animal can compete with it. Lin Xiao was slightly stunned when he heard this and said in disbelief, I remember you said before that there are nearly 200,000 species of creatures living in this barren islands, and no matter how powerful that Galala crocodile is, it is impossible to kill all 200,000 species of creatures. Aru raised a finger and said, I am definitely not exaggerating. That guy should really be able to do it. And the Galala crocodile can adapt to the salt and sea water. If he eats all the prey on the island, he will surely head to the nearby sea in the future, or look for nearby islands and inland. However, at this moment, Lin Xiao and Alu seemed to have noticed something at the same time. They looked towards a pool of water not far away. However, compared to Alu, Lin Xiao had already sensed the creature hidden under the water. But he did not say it. Instead, he quietly waited for the other party to reveal his true appearance. Boom! As expected, a few seconds later, a huge figure rushed out of the pool directly. Then it swallowed a panicked, deer-like monster into its stomach. Alu was slightly stunned when he saw this, and then frowned and said, Why would a swamp snake with a capture level of 5 appear here? If he was in the swamp, even the giant crocodile of Grala would never dare to attack him rashly. This guy's a real strong enemy. However, Lin Xiao raised a finger, pointed to a certain part of the swamp snake's body, and said, Look carefully, he is injured. As expected, following the direction of Lin Xiao's finger, Aru suddenly discovered that there was a huge gap at the 7-inch position of the snake. It seemed to be torn off by some ferocious beast. The beast he had just devoured also fell from this missing part of the body. 6 yen. The swamp snake, which was full of energy just now, soon fell to the ground powerlessly, and then it was dead. What's the matter with this wound? Aru said in a daze. Judging from the size of this wound, it should be caused by a bite. I guess his cause of death is also because of this, but such a terrifying bite force. No monster should be able to achieve it. Could it be the 300-year-old Galala crocodile? But what is incomprehensible is that even if he lives for 300 years, he should not be able to grow to that size. 3.7, huh? When Aru's eyes saw the special leeches attached to the swamp snake, his pupils shrank suddenly. Then he said with a look of understanding, I understand. Although the capture level of the swamp snake has reached level 5, it does have very strong strength. But because it is extremely difficult to find in the swamp, its rating is still somewhat inflated. But at this moment, Lin Xiao interrupted him. Aru, our target has appeared. Yes, it's the smell of blood. Aru nodded heavily and turned around suddenly, looking at the dark forest behind him and said, In fact, from the moment we set foot on this island, you have already locked us as prey, am I right? The giant crocodile of Grala. Almost at the same time as the voice fell, an extremely huge figure gradually emerged in the dark forest. It was a huge monster that looked like a lizard and a crocodile, but was more than 20 meters long. It was the 300-year-old giant crocodile of Grala, and his capture level was estimated to be at least level 8. Lin Xiao, please stand back. It's time for me to appear next. A look of anticipation flashed in Aru's eyes. He was not worried at all about the behemoth in front of him. Instead, he was eager to try. Lin Xiao didn't say much after hearing this. Instead, he took a few steps back. Roar! At this moment, the giant crocodile on the opposite side suddenly opened its bloody mouth and let out a thunderous roar. Then it pounced towards Aru. Oh my blood is about to boil. This is really a happy journey. I almost forgot how long it has been since I met a prey that would immediately provoke me after seeing me. Aru then nimbly dodged the big mouth of the Grala crocodile. He then turned sideways and punched hard. He actually knocked the huge body of the Grala crocodile back several steps. However, the opponent's huge tail, which was as big as an ancient tree, swept directly at Aru's waist. Bang! But the imagined scene of being blown away did not happen. Aru actually hugged his arms and directly embraced the tail of the Grala crocodile. Then he suddenly launched an unparalleled strange force. He actually pulled the huge body directly off the ground. After turning several times in the air, he threw it far away. This guy is very strong, Lin Xiao muttered secretly in his heart. Although Aru did not have devil fruit, but such a powerful force can be unleashed with just a human body. This is several times stronger than the average person in the One Piece world. Hey Lin Xiao, be careful. Don't be targeted by those water 980 leeches. Aru did not rush to chase the Glala crocodile, but turned around to remind. I just suddenly remembered that these leeches are probably barren leeches, which are special leeches with parasitic properties. They're the type that parasitize large animals and coexist with them. If they suck blood, it will be impossible to stop bleeding in less than half a day. Under normal circumstances, like the large lizard family Moto dragon, his beak also contains at least 60 kinds of bacteria, so even if it cannot inflict fatal injuries on the prey, it can still wait for the bacteria to weaken the prey before capturing it. Chapter 273 Fight. And mouth of the crocodile has a lot of barren leeches. It will release these leeches while attacking, and then it can follow the scent of the blood of the animals sucked by these leeches, and thus track down the opponent's whereabouts and complete the hunt. Lin Xiao muttered to himself after hearing this. In other words, all people whose blood has been sucked by these leeches have become the target of the crocodile. I can't believe that animals in nature have also developed such a method. That's right. Aru nodded heavily. I guess this crocodile also used this method to find the swamp snake. If I really guessed it, then I'm afraid this battle will become long and troublesome. It seems that there is no way to capture this guy alive this time. Lin Xiao, can I get rid of him directly? Of course, after all, this time we only want his meat. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. That's great. Aru's aura suddenly surged. Then he entered his special combat mode. A powerful aura swept out instantly. In an instant, all creatures near the forest fled in all directions in this terrifying killing intent. Ditto, as the top of the predation chain, the giant crocodile of Grala. But he did not flee like other animals. As the king of this island, he would never surrender to a mere human. Lin Xiao looked at Aru, whose aura had changed greatly, and muttered in his heart. The invisible power that just erupted from him is almost as powerful as that of a primary conqueror's haki, but its effect seems to be to increase strength, rather than to scare the beast. At this time, facing the giant crocodile of Grala, Aru laughed fiercely. Jella crocodile, your hard leather armor, sharp teeth, sharp claws, and super bite force of at least 5 tons are indeed in line with the posture of the king of Barren Islands. Then next, in order to show respect to you as a king, I will also let you see a little bit of the so-called human weapons. Then Aru clasped his hands together slightly, closed his eyes, and silently said, I express my gratitude to all the food in this world, and I will start eating. Then he used his hand as a fork and pierced the throat of the crocodile. Then he used his other palm as a knife. Swish, swish, swish. The head of the crocodile was cut off in an instant. The whole process was done in a flash. Even the crocodile could not react, and its head was already cut off. Qian Wang Zhao, and Aru's clasped his hands together again. Looking at the corpse of the crocodile with a pious face, he said, K**********. Hey Lin Xiao, there's a lot of meat here. Our mission has been completed. Why don't we eat some first? After the battle, Aru's face returned to the casual smile of the past, compared to the man who just showed a strong and wild posture. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. He had never tasted the delicacies of this world. And then, under Aru's cooking, he finally tasted the supreme delicacy that those high-level people had been thinking about. The aroma of the barbecue alone was definitely far better than most of the delicacies that Lin Xiao had eaten before. But is this really okay? Lin Xiao picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, saying vaguely, Why not be punished for eating the prey entrusted by the client privately like this? It said in advance, this is my first time as a client, so I don't understand a lot of things here. Aru ate the meat with big mouthfuls and said, It doesn't matter, anyway, it's so big, it's impossible to take all his meat back. Look, the fat of this piece of pork belly is as beautiful as a sizzling gemstone. Hey, Lin Xiao, I can see that you have a big appetite. Why don't we eat more next time? Okay, let's eat enough today. Lin Xiao was also very interested in the food in front of him. Originally, this was just his first meal in this world. Naturally, he had to pick some good ones to eat, Sib. In addition, he didn't take this job very seriously. As long as he could bring back some meat, it should be considered as completing the task, right? Besides, the size of this giant crocodile is more than 20 tons. So what's the harm in eating a little? The two of them talked while eating. In a blink of an eye, a round of tomorrow rose in the sky, and the sky gradually brightened. Lin Xiao, if there is such an opportunity next time, are you willing to go with me? Aru said thoughtfully after eating the last piece of meat. Okay. Lin Xiao was not disgusted with the man in front of him. On the contrary, he found his straightforward personality very interesting. So he did not reject contact with him. Moreover, he also wanted to understand the rules and conditions of this world as much as possible by contacting Aru. However, then he looked at the skeleton of the giant crocodile with white bones exposed beside him, frowned slightly and said, "But it seems that the two of us have eaten all the meat of the target. How should I explain this to my employer next? This is my first job. Forget it, it's just a temporary job anyway." Aru lay on the ground with a look of enjoyment. He seemed to be still savoring the previous food, and said with a nonchalant look, "Then you could just tell the people of Igo that the meat of the giant crocodile is super delicious. But if you want to add it to my full Western meal menu, it seems that it is still a little bit short." Lin Xiao was slightly stunned when he heard this. Isn't this kind of food okay? The two of them talked a few more words and then started their return journey. After Lin Xiao called to inform the food house of the specific situation, he did not go back directly, but he went to Aru's home, Candy House, a special house made of candy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The cicada that had been chirping in the morning flew into the house from the window. Then it landed on a pillar made of chocolate. However, then his legs were stuck to it. No matter how much he flapped his wings, he couldn't get free. It's dawn. Aru slowly opened his sleepy eyes. Then he looked in the direction of the cicada. Then he stretched out his hand and pushed it inward. Pushed the cicada into the chocolate. Then he grabbed that part and stuffed it into his beak. It's really delicious. Then he walked down the stairs. On both sides of the stairs, various desserts were hung. Even the cup used to hold the juice was made of special crispy chocolate. "Oh, Lin Xiao, you woke up earlier than me. Can't you sleep here?" Aru came downstairs and saw Lin Xiao in front of the dining table. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. Although he had only been in contact with this man for a short time, he liked to interact with him very much. If possible, he also wanted to be friends with him. The whole house is full of greasy fragrance. "You guys sleep here all day. Don't you suffer from insomnia?" Lin Xiao curled his lips and said, "Of course not. I slept well." Aru waved his hand nonchalantly. Then he changed his equipment. Then he picked up the newspaper and started reading. Let me see what exciting news there is in today's food news. The improvement of the species of the Glala crocodile was successful. It's really abominable. I just commissioned it and made this news. Is it because we didn't hand over the meat of the Glala crocodile? But Lin Xiao, do you want to go hunting with me? Okay, I also want to go out and exercise my body. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, and then followed Aru and the others out of the candy house. The two came to a cliff. Then Aru did a warm-up exercise and pointed to the bottom of the cliff and said, "The cave below is home to a special level 4 capture ingredients. I'm going to take it to the town to exchange for something." Then he jumped and jumped directly down. Then he jumped on the branch of a big tree with a little leverage, and came to the entrance of a cave in the middle of the cliff. Oh, almost at the same time as he landed, Lin Xiao's figure also slowly fell from the sky. It was the ability of the wind fruit. But if he didn't want to expose too much of his own strength, he would have used the teleportation ability to appear here in an instant. But that would be a bit too shocking. Huh, you really have a lot of secrets, right? Aru looked at Lin Xiao with envy, but he didn't care too much. After all, that's his personality. Then he pointed to the dark cave in front of him and said, "Wait for me here. I'll be there soon." Bang, bang, bang. Soon, a series of striking sounds were heard in the cave. And soon after, Aru came out of the cave, carrying a monster with wings on its back and a head that looked a bit like a lizard. Wow. We caught a really big one this time, weighing about 1.5 tons. Oh, by the way, this is the pterosaur shack, 953. Let's go to today's market. It must be very lively there. A few hours later, gourmet wholesale market. The total area is about 3,000 hectares, and all the delicious ingredients from all over the world are concentrated here. The daily import of ingredients reaches an astonishing 900,000 tons. The transaction volume is equivalent to 1 trillion yen. So this place is called World Kitchen. And Lin Xiao and Aru went forward. Wherever they passed, they could see many buyers and sellers surrounding the ingredients and constantly opening their bids. I see this 200-kilogram silver king crab was sold for 7 million and was won by Mr. Buddy from column number 502. Okay, the next item to be auctioned is the Earth Dragon Turtle, which starts at 100,000. Aren't you the boy who took my ship with Aru to the Barren Islands before? Just as Lin Xiao and Aru were moving forward, they heard a familiar voice from the side. They turned around and saw that it was Shi Meng who had taken the boat with them to the Barren Islands. Hello, Mr. Shi Meng. Thank you for your care. Lin Xiao nodded slightly and said politely. Shi Meng responded with a nonchalant smile. That's nothing, but I'm really curious. You can actually come back safely from that dangerous area. It's really impressive. But what new goods did Aru bring to my store today? Then he turned his eyes. Then he saw the shackle Norton on Aru's back and said excitedly, Oh my, this must be more than 10 tons. Aru threw the beast on his back directly to the ground, and then said with a smile, About 1.5 tons, how about the price of 40,000 per kilogram? Besides, I've already learned from him, so the meat is absolutely fresh. The so-called acupoint pressing is to use extremely fine needles or various special props to stimulate the special nerve tissue in the cerebellum that is responsible for movement, so that it temporarily loses its ability to move and becomes paralyzed, thereby realizing the sale of living things. However, in order to truly learn this special technique, you must have extremely rich knowledge and experience. 3.3, and depending on the prey, you may also need to obtain special permission. There are many retired gourmets who can still make a living by relying on this special permission. Shi Meng Wenyan shook his head slightly and bargained. I think 30,000 per kilogram is better. My shop is a small shop, but Bendo has little profit. However, at this moment, a man in a black suit came out from behind the few people. Then he stretched out his hand to push his glasses and said with a serious expression, Such bargaining is really troublesome. If you don't strictly abide by the food prices set by IGO, the value of food will soon fluctuate greatly. However, Shi Meng was not impressed by what the other party said. He spread his hands and pointed to Aru opposite and said, 28, you can tell Aru about this, as long as you say it out loud. The man in the suit was obviously a little afraid of Aru, but then he thought about it. As if he suddenly thought of something, he hurried to Aru and said, Oh, by the way, Mr. Aru, I heard a rumor. I heard that you successfully got rid of the giant crocodile of Grala before. You are worthy of being one of the 4 Uranus. The other 3 really hope that they can learn from you and make great contributions to the development of the food era. For what is Uranus? Lin Xiaoinian's eyes showed a wave. They still know too little about this world. But he did not ask. Instead, he continued to pay attention to the conversation between Aru and the man in the black suit. Aru Wenyan said without any concern, Humph, I think you have high hopes for them, but it's a waste of time. Those guys are all selfish. Oh, of course, me too. The man in black smiled when he heard it, and then interrupted, I am indeed a little abrupt about this matter, but I just happen to have a job I want to entrust to you. But Aru didn't seem to be interested in this suit man, and waved his hand to refuse. Aren't there many gourmets exclusive to IGO? Even if you don't find me, there will be many people willing to take the order, so you should find someone else. However, the suit man opposite said a name with a full face. Don't you want to know where the rainbow fruit is? I heard that the rainbow fruit has finally borne fruit. What? Are you talking about the rainbow fruit? A look of surprise suddenly appeared on Aruwanyan's face, and Lin Xiao looked at him with a little curiosity. That's right, 630. It's the dream fruit that can change into 7 flavors according to the temperature and humidity. The man in the suit explained seriously. It is said that this is a kind of juice. The concentration is so high that in a 20-meter pool, as long as a drop of the rainbow fruit juice is dropped, the water in the entire pool will become a super fruit of rich and mellow juice. Sherming on the side suddenly interrupted and said, Yes, I heard about it too. But it is said that the price of this rainbow fruit is ridiculously high. As long as ordinary people can find a rainbow fruit, they can live a life without worries. But according to legend, hasn't he already been extinct in nature? Facing everyone's doubts, the man in a black suit explained randomly. These are all fake news released by some food investors who want to drive up the price of rainbow fruit. It was successful in the courtyard of Igo a few days ago. Of course, although this cannot be called pure natural, it is indeed a major breakthrough. Aruwanyan said with contempt, Ha, it's another variety that you have improved without authorization? And Lin Xiao muttered secretly in his heart. It seems that the food in this world has also been partially broken, and this so-called Igo organization is more like a special organization similar to the Food Alliance. At this time, the man in black continued to say, But the problem is that the Trojan King Kong, which has 4 arms and is known as the most violent, built a nest in the rainbow tree, so no one can get close to it. And, although a food tank costing 2 billion was dispatched a few days ago, it was still turned upside down by the opponent. It was a special tank weighing 40 tons. Therefore, the administration immediately issued a capture order with a capture level of 9, which is probably higher than the Grala crocodile that you, Mr. Aru, defeated before. What? You said the capture level. Even Sherming was shocked. On the contrary, Lin Xiao's face showed a trace of interest. Before this, he had seen the Grala crocodile with a capture level of 8. Although the opponent's strength is strong, it is not so strong that he feels difficult to deal with. So he really wants to know, what kind of power does this Trokong with a capture level of 9 have? At this time, Aru also stretched out his fingers, scratching his hair, and said, Isn't Trokong also the result of breed improvement? Really, why do you guys always like to do some weird experiments? But you can leave these questions for later. Is there only one Trokong you just mentioned? I remember that those guys should be social animals, right? How about it? Lin Xiao, are you interested in going with me to take a look? Maybe this trip will be very interesting. Sure, I just want to go and take a look. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, but didn't say much. At this time, the man in the suit turned his head and looked at Lin Xiao. It seemed that he was very surprised that Aru could speak to a young man in such a tone. But then he said to Aru with a diligent face, In this case, I will discuss the reward with you later. Aru put his hands on his waist and said indifferently, Oh, there's really no way. Forget it, I just want to try it. So I'll go over there and show my face for a while. But I really miss the courtyard there. At this time, in a base with a sign of no entry and the word I go on the gate, dozens of tall and strong giant stars with 4 arms and 2 legs. We are slaughtering any creatures we can see in that area without restraint. Looking up, there are corpses everywhere. In the center of their activities, there is a special tree with huge leaves like a 10,000 years old tree. However, due to the obstruction of these huge gorillas, no one or animal can get close to it. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the second data room of the 9th floor of Building C of the 8th Gourmet Research Institute, 2 soldiers are talking to a specimen of an animal with fangs in front of them. Really, no matter when and where, even if you only see a specimen, it feels so oppressive. A young soldier said with cold sweat on his face, I really can't believe that such a monster is wandering around in the courtyard. If you walk in casually, you're just kidding with your life. Another middle-aged soldier with a black beard also said with fear, It is said that this specimen was made from a corpse that was accidentally discovered a long time ago. Even though we know he's dead, Seeing him like this is still very scary. After all, the name of this monster is Trokong. I don't know if Aru can deal with it. Even if he gives me a machine gun, I don't want to face such a terrifying monster. Another young soldier, Wen Yin, nodded heavily. That's right. Even if he gives me a missile, I don't want to fight him. In fact, a few days ago, there was indeed a specially built chariot that was defeated by this guy. On a road not far from the 8th Research Institute, an extended Lincoln car was rushing forward. In a luxurious car, Aru and Lin Xiao were enjoying the food. Look, in order to pray for the rainbow fruit, sure, Sayaj, Meng specially gave me 100 kilograms of golden salmon roe. Aru picked up a spoon and happily took a large spoonful of salmon roe in a large bowl. Then he stuffed it into his mouth and started chewing it. The plump salmon roe kept bursting in his mouth. The delicious taste made Aru feel very happy. He patted his thigh and said, "It's so delicious, the bouncy and plump roe. 2 delicious attacks are really hard to resist. But I say, Lin Xiao, don't you really want to have more? If you only eat a little bit, your stomach will be hungry soon." Lin Xiao shook his head slightly and then said thoughtfully, "But Aru, there's something I'm very confused about. Will those Trojans eat the rainbow fruit directly? After all, they're huge monsters that can even defeat those special chariots. If they go crazy and eat the fruit directly, wouldn't our trip be in vain?" Lin Xiao still doesn't understand the habits of creatures in this world, so he can only ask Aru on the opposite side. After hearing his words, the latter smiled and shook his head and said, "Don't worry too much. Trokong is a carnivorous animal that only eats meat. Their purpose should be to capture animals attracted by the scent of the rainbow fruit. It's really touching. They are animals, but they know how to use the method of waiting for the opportunity like humans." "Oh, that's it." Lin Xiao showed a look of understanding on his face and then said, "I guess it is for this reason that they use that tree as their habitat. But if such a ferocious Trokong really built their nest there, would other animals dare to approach there? Even if those animals can smell the scent of the rainbow fruit, I'm afraid they will leave directly after seeing Trokong." At this time, the man in a suit driving the car in the front row said with a serious expression, "On the contrary, there are endless animals that want to get close to the rainbow fruit. The almost reflexive action is like the subconscious reaction of the audience to avoid the fair ball flying towards the railing in a baseball game. Scientists have analyzed that the rainbow fruit can make those animals lose their minds. This is a bit similar to the feeling of being in love." Lin Xiao knew what kind of action the other party was talking about, because in general tennis games, there is a layer of iron nets at the bottom of the stands to prevent accidental injuries to the audience. But when the ball hits the iron net, the audience sitting in the back row will still subconsciously dodge. In this way, the animals that smell the fragrance of the rainbow fruit should also have a similar subconscious reaction. It is an action dominated by appetite that makes them want to eat it. However, when I think of these animals, even if they are attacked, they still can't help wanting to eat the rainbow fruit. Lin Xiao feels a little unbelievable. After all, in the face of life and death crisis, appetite should be put behind. "Everyone get ready. You can see the courtyard now." At this moment, the man in a suit who was in charge of driving spoke again to remind. And Lin Xiao had already used his waveguide observation hockey to sense that in a special space, there were many powerful beasts. It must be the Trokong of their mission this time. But that number, can Aru really handle it alone? Even Lin Xiao had some doubts about this. Not long after, the car slowly stopped. Aru and Lin Xiao got off. The 2 soldiers with nuclear guns guarding the gate. After seeing Aru, they immediately saluted him respectfully. "Master Aru, thank you for your hospitality." Aru saw Zhuang spreading his hands and said indifferently, "Stop using that way of greeting. After all, I have never treated you to anything." At this time, Lin Xiao looked at the gate opposite. There were 4 big characters "Habitat Courtyard" written on the heavy gate. The man in a suit who got off the car explained to him. This name refers to the living environment of animals and plants built, raising animals in an environment close to infinite nature. "I go in this habitat courtyard." conducted ecological surveys of gourmet animals and other work. A Trojan King Kong with a body of nearly 10 meters long and 4 arms was looking at Aru and Lin Xiao with a ferocious face. Then the 2 arms on his back turned 2 huge stones. A ferocious look flashed in his eyes. It seemed that something was brewing. Aru was still walking forward with a nonchalant look on his face. "Oh, it seems that we must move faster, because it seems to be raining. The rainbow tree is very tall. It will be bad if it thunders, so we have to hurry. But there are many delicious special ingredients here. We should taste them when we pass by." Then Aru leaped and flew to the bottom of a pit. However, when his right foot just landed on the ground, he instantly noticed something strange. The ground collapsed suddenly, obviously a trap. Aru's figure flew backwards at a faster speed. He successfully avoided it. But at this moment, the heads of the 2 were suddenly covered by a huge shadow. I saw a huge Trojan King Kong, holding 4 huge stones and falling from the sky. Swish, swish, swish. Trojan King Kong seemed to regard Aru as his first opponent. The boulder in his hand did not hit Lin Xiao. Instead, it flew toward Aru. But then the Trokong landed in front of Lin Xiao. It opened its 2 ferocious and terrifying eyes, opened its bloody mouth, and bit towards Lin Xiao. Rado. Just when Lin Xiao was about to use the power of string fruit to directly cut off the head of Trokong, Aru's figure jumped out from the bottom of the pit. So he thought about it and retracted his action. He didn't want to interfere too much in the battle between Aru and Trokong. After all, he was just an entourage, and there was no need for him to take action, this time as soon as possible. After all, we can say that we have won a great victory this time. FFE. Burndy World didn't say much after hearing this. In fact, he also knew the real battle does not depend on these peripheral members. Their role is mostly limited to cleaning the battlefield and robbing property. And at this stage, for him, if he wants to complete the great cause of revenge, a large amount of property is indispensable. Then let's keep this group of trash for now. On the way back, Burndy World also noticed the news about Lin Xiao in the newspaper. There is no way. Both the front and back pages are full of news about Lin Xiao. Even if he wants to ignore it, he can't. BioJack, what is the origin of this kid named Lin Xiao? Is he a newly rising pirate recently? It seems that he has caused a huge shock in this sea. Burndy World threw the newspaper aside. He was too lazy to do such fine work as reading newspapers. Even 30 years ago, these odd jobs were all done by BioJack, the vice captain. BioJack first picked up the newspaper slowly from the ground, and then said with emotion, "However, this young man is not a pirate, but the new king of a kingdom called Elf Kingdom in New World. In the past month or so, this young king has created one impossible miracle after another." Oh, Burndy World was immediately interested when he heard this. After escaping from Impel Down, he spent most of his time looking for BioJack and other crew members. So he didn't know much about what happened in the past 30 years. It was just during this period that he heard the news of Whitebeard's death from some pirates. Apart from that, he knew very little about other news on the sea, and BioJack saw that Burndy World was rarely interested in Lin Xiao's deeds. So he told all the big events that Lin Xiao had created in the past month. You said, Kaido. Burndy World was not very interested in Lin Xiao killing members of the 7 warlords of the sea. After all, 30 years ago, there was no system of the 7 warlords of the sea. In his opinion, these pirates with legal plundering rights were mostly trash with no real skills. Who would be a running dog for the world government and the Marine if they had the ability? Would you? 0.6 anyway. Lousy would never do such a thing that would lower his status. However, when he heard that Lin Xiao had successfully defeated Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, Burndy World was slightly interested. There was no other reason. Before being frozen, he had heard of this name. After thinking for a while, Burndy World said uncertainly, "Is it the brat with a pair of horns who was doing odd jobs as an intern under that madman rocks before? TSK, TSK, TSK. I can't believe it. A useless piece of trash like that has now become the overlord who can dominate the new world? It seems that the great pirate era, created by Roger himself, is not that great. It's really funny that such a weak guy can sit on the throne. Or has the power of the world government become so weak? This is not to say that Burndy World is so arrogant. 28, but because no matter from the perspective of qualifications or from a perspective of strength, Burndy World is qualified to say this about Kaido. In the past era, guys like Burndy World who can still make a name for themselves in the situation of disputes among heroes are definitely extremely powerful, although he may not be able to defeat the strong camp led by Rocks. But it is normal to compete with each other every day. And even if Burndy World cannot find powerful subordinates like Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and Big Mom, but he will not necessarily lose every time. With the powerful power of Momo Fruit, he can occasionally win some victories. If he fights with other people, then Burndy World has almost never failed. This is the real confidence of these talented and powerful people. And speaking of it, as early as 30 years ago, Kaido had not yet established his own Beast Pirates. He was just an unknown trainee crew member. No matter his strength or scheming, he cannot be compared with the current Four Emperors Kaido of the Beasts. And after the disbandment of Rocks Pirates in the later period, a Trojan King Kong with a body of nearly 10 meters long and 4 arms was looking at Aru and Lin Xiao with a ferocious face. Then the 2 arms on his back turned 2 huge stones. A ferocious look flashed in his eyes. It seemed that something was brewing. Aru was still walking forward with a nonchalant look on his face. Oh, it seems that we must move faster because it seems to be raining. The rainbow tree is very tall. It will be bad if it thunders, so we have to hurry. But there are many delicious special ingredients here. We should taste them when we pass by. Then Aru leaped and flew to the bottom of a pit. However, when his right foot just landed on the ground, he instantly noticed something strange. The ground collapsed suddenly, obviously a trap. Aru's figure flew backwards at a faster speed. He successfully avoided it. But at this moment, the heads of the 2 were suddenly covered by a huge shadow. I saw a huge Trojan King Kong, holding 4 huge stones and falling from the sky. Swish, swish, swish. Trojan King Kong seemed to regard Aru as his first opponent. The boulder in his hand did not hit Lin Xiao. Instead, it flew towards Aru. But then the Trokong landed in front of Lin Xiao. It opened its 2 ferocious and terrifying no-no eyes, opened its bloody mouth, and bit towards Lin Xiao. Rado, just when Lin Xiao was about to use the power of String Fruit to directly cut off the head of Trokong, Aru's figure jumped out from the bottom of the pit. So he thought about it and retracted his action. He didn't want to interfere too much in the battle between Aru and Trokong. After all, he was just an entourage, and there was no need for him to take action. As expected, Aru leaped from the air as fast as lightning. He pounced directly on Trojan. Then he used a special spike-shaped weapon and pierced directly into the acupuncture point on Trojan's right arm. Duh! The Trojan trembled violently. Then he let out a miserable wail. Then he spit out a large mouthful of saliva, covering Aru's figure. Then the other 3 arms fell towards Aru like a storm. However, all his attacks were calmly blocked by Aru. After a few minutes, he fell to the ground, trembling all over. Seeing this, Aru explained with a proud look on his face. "You were so calm just now. But don't worry, I've already triggered his acupuncture, and he can't touch him for the time being. This guy is Trojan King. His saliva is really smelly. You probably don't know what acupuncture is yet. Oh, you don't seem to know what this is yet? The weapon I used just now is called acupuncture gun, which can inject a special needle made of biodegradable polymer and can paralyze the whole body depending on the injection site. As a result, this acupuncture gun comes in different sizes and types, and the ordinary type I use is worth 189,000 yen. Needles like this can be absorbed by living things, so will not cause any damage to the food itself." Lin Xiao nodded slightly, and then said with some doubt, You said you can only control him for half a day, so what if you don't kill him? Just leaving him here, will it really not affect your next actions? After all, if it follows you and keeps disturbing you, it will be very troublesome. Aru said reluctantly. Even if we kill him, it's meaningless because our goal this time is the rainbow fruit. So let's set off quickly and end the battle before it rains. Lin Xiao showed a look of doubt on his face, but he didn't speak again. Instead, he followed Aru and walked forward. However, he began to mutter in his heart. This man is really a bit strange. Before being bitten by Lion Majesty, then falling into a trap, then being attacked by this Trojan, but he still let the other party go based on the principle of not killing, which seemed to be a little different from the gourmet he had seen before who regarded creatures as delicacies. But for Lin Xiao, as long as the other party doesn't want to say it, he won't ask too much. This is his own survival rule. Soon, the two of them passed through a canyon. Aru looked at the rocky cliffs around him and said, "This should not be too far from the rainbow fruit. I can already smell the sweet, fruity fragrance. I know you have all kinds of questions in your mind, but the guy just now should be just the lower level of the entire Trokong tribe. So his spitting on me also has a meaning. The intelligence of Trokong is comparable to that of chimpanzees. So ordinary ones can throw Lion Majesty, dig traps, and other skills, not to mention the high-level ones among them. Look, the bones scattered on the ground around are enough to show how dangerous they are. It seems that there is no beast in this habitat that can surpass this Trojan." Then the two of them walked forward and crossed the canyon. Soon, they saw the situation inside. A few hundred meters in front of them, there were dozens of Trojans that were even larger and more ferocious. They were waiting for them with their fangs and claws. And on a high mountain farther away, a towering tree was standing there. Even though they were far away, Lin Xiao still smelled a strong, fruity fragrance. This was different from any fruit he had eaten before. So, he was also interested. However, when he looked under the rainbow tree, he saw hundreds of Trojans. If he didn't take action this time, if Aru wanted to cross over here by himself and successfully get to the rainbow tree to take the rainbow fruit, it would be an extremely difficult task. However, this also made him feel a little bit of a test. He also wanted to see what the upper limit of Aru's strength could be. Okay, the rainbow fruit is right in front of us, so let me see where the leader of this tribe is first. But it's really difficult to beat their leader among so many beasts. If only Coco was here, with his ability, he would be able to find the target at the first time. Aru put his hands on his waist and began to look for the leader with the strongest strength among the Trojans with an indifferent look, without taking these terrifying existences into consideration. But he was actually very clear in his heart, even though he just released his power and made a very serious threat. But it seems that I didn't have any effect on these brutal creatures at all, because at this moment, he already has the smell of the lowest level members of the tribe. So the group of fallen Kongs on the opposite side will not be afraid of him at all. Then it means that the next battle is inevitable. Presumably, this is the fundamental reason why the Trokong spit at him before. Seeking flowers? Thinking about it, Aru turned his head and glanced at Lin Xiao, who was calm beside him, and said, "If there's a chance in the future, I really want to take a good look at how strong you are. Facing this situation, you can still maintain such a calm look. It seems that there are really many more powerful beings in this world. 0. But now is not a good time to fight these guys head on. Then let's see if you can keep up with my pace and pass through them." Then, he said to the two soldiers in front of him, "Can you help us open the door?" About this, the two soldiers immediately showed a look of embarrassment on their faces. However, before they could explain, a terrifying roar came from behind the door. One of the soldiers with scars on his face said, "In fact, just over 10 minutes ago, we just received a call from the internal monitoring tower of the Institute. A Trojan has already run to the inside of the door." The man in the suit immediately showed a look of astonishment on his face when he heard this. "What did you say? Are they waiting for us here?" I guess the sound just now was MB asterisk 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 G on the door. But there should be a deep trench inside the door. They shouldn't be able to cross that distance and run over to bang on the wall. It's really unbelievable. Those animals can actually sense our arrival. Or did they simply guess that someone would come here to deal with them sooner or later? But at this moment, Aru raised his fist and hit his chest. There was a booming sound. Then, as if reminding the man in the suit, he explained, "The sound just now should be Xing Xing's unique moon-pounding action. I guess it should be the continuous sound made by the Trojan King Kong. If I guess correctly, he should be the king of this courtyard. This should be a warning to me not to enter." Lin Xiao looked sideways when he heard this. "You mean the sound can reach us through such a thick concrete wall?" A group of men in suits pinched their chins and said with fear, "It is indeed possible. The fierce sound of Trokong's hammer is a very strong sound that can be transmitted to tens of kilometers away. Most animals will be scared to death after hearing this sound. No animal dares to approach the territory where they live. As for this 8th habitat, within a radius of 5 kilometers from a gate, if there is a beast of capture level 5 or above, the gate must not be opened, although it is estimated that no animal can cross the trench. But just in case, generally speaking, we should not make such dangerous actions." After hearing this, Aru, his face suddenly showed an interesting look. Then he shook his arms and walked straight towards the wall, saying, "So it means that as long as you are not within the 5 kilometers radius, it will be fine. That is to say, as long as you are not within this range when opening the door, it will be fine." In addition to hammering, Xing Xing's threats also include throwing and destroying things around. This time, it's my turn to show off my skills and let them have a good look. I'm about to use a 3-hit combo, so all of you step back. Almost at the same time as the voice fell, Aru's momentum suddenly soared by 2.8. The muscular arm also slammed heavily on the thick concrete wall. Nail fist, boom, boom, boom. A huge dent was immediately smashed into the thick wall. Even though it was made of concrete, it still couldn't resist Aru's fist. While Aru continued to attack the wall, he explained to everyone, "Nail fist is a fist technique that strikes back at the same time, as if nailing a nail into the wall with a number of consecutive hits, and the destructive force is impacted deep. Only in this way can the power be better transmitted, thus causing greater impact and destructive power." Lin Xiao, I think you should have seen the trick here, right? This scene. Even Lin Xiao began to look at Aru with new eyes. A few seconds later, Aru used 28 punches to directly punch a big hole in the thick concrete wall, and Aru also walked straight inside. Lin Xiao followed closely. Looking up, inside the wall is an extremely wide gully, and in the distance, there are endless green mountains and forests. Aru sensed the surroundings and then muttered to himself, "It seems that the guy is not here, but it is certain that he did not escape." There is still a subtle smell of those monsters in the air, which is the unique smell of sweat secreted when nervous. It does not contain scatol or fatty acids, which means that they do not feel threatened by my intimidation. The initial beating was to test my reaction. I am afraid that only the lowest level of the tribe was sent to investigate. By the way, this smell should be the fishy smell of reptiles. Suddenly, Aru seemed to have discovered something, and quickly turned to look at Lin Xiao and said, "Lin Xiao, don't come over. You will be attacked by these snakes." Almost at the same time as he finished speaking, several lion majesties, with heads that could be divided into 3 parts, directly bit his thighs and arms. And when these strange lion majesties opened their bloody mouths and rushed towards Lin Xiao, they were directly cut into countless pieces by invisible thin lines. Then they fell to the ground and turned into a pool of smelly blood. It seems that my worries are unnecessary. Seeing this, Aru's face suddenly showed a trace of relief. But then he began to quickly analyze where these lion majesties came from. I guess at the moment when I broke through the gate, Trojan threw these lion majesties from the other side. So they wanted to take the opportunity to test my depth, be asterisk, 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 asterisk D, and actually asked me for such a trick? Even if these zombie-type pang snakes are highly poisonous snakes, they have no effect on me at all. Then a special energy suddenly rose from his body. His body began to tremble slightly. He actually dropped those zombie-type pang snakes to the ground. However, He did not kill the lion majesty that had bitten him. Instead, he smiled and said, I ate 23 no, you're all good kids. But you were suddenly scared by that guy. So hurry back to your own nest. Lin Xiao looked at Aru with surprise, and the latter seemed to guess what he was thinking and explained lightly. When these lion majesty meet ordinary people, they will not loosen their teeth until the prey dies. They are extremely ferocious, but because they hate the smoke of cigar trees, because of those irritating gases, it is very convenient to drive away these poisonous insects. After thinking for a while, he immediately said to the suited driver outside the wall, You guys just wait for the news over there. Lin Xiao and I will get the rainbow fruit soon. The suited man and the two soldiers said solemnly, Then I wish you good luck in eating, and please don't destroy the food chain inside too much, otherwise it will be very troublesome to recover. At this time, Lin Xiao glanced at Aru and said, You just said that those snakes are poisonous. Why don't you inject the serum quickly? Although your physique is much stronger than that of ordinary people, the toxin should destroy the body from the inside, right? Aru said confidently, It doesn't matter. I already have the serum. Then he walked to the bridge. He pulled down a huge handle with force. A steel bridge suddenly appeared on the wall and slowly fell down. It was across the gully. Come on, Lin Xiao, let's go. Aru walked toward the other side with a swagger. Next, you have to follow me closely. Otherwise, if you get lost here, you will be in danger. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. Then he glanced into the distance. There, he had already felt a breath. If I guess correctly, it should be the Trojan King Kong that challenged Aru before. Sure enough, in the area that Lin Xiao had noted before. I don't know if we can really go back alive. While speaking, I saw that the dozen Trokongs on the opposite side had already jumped up, attacked in the direction where the two of them were. Aru's figure was as fast as lightning, moving freely among the attacks of these huge beasts. Lin Xiao's body rose slowly. He flew directly into the air where Trojan could not attack. Then he watched the performance between Aru and the beasts below slowly. Hey, you actually have this unique skill? As Aru dodged, he looked at Lin Xiao in the air with a surprised look on his face. He never expected that. This man actually has so many abilities. But what is this flying? Is it done with the transparent silk thread that was almost invisible before? But the current situation obviously does not give him time to think. Because even if he is as strong as he is, if he cannot concentrate 373, he will be injured in the face of such a large number of Trokong. How could Aru do such a thing as capsizing in the gutter? Those huge Trokong have special ways of action. They can keep attacking while moving quickly, but now Aru can move on his own and use his strength without restriction, facing the dense and fierce attacks launched by Trokong. Although Aru's movements seem slow, but he can always accurately avoid the opponent's attacks. This scene reminded him of the experience of transporting a bird egg as thin and fragile as a soap bubble from that special group of Shiba Inus intact. Acupuncture. Aru dodged and used the acupuncture gun to fight back. His figure was like a nimble rabbit, moving back and forth between these behemoths. Then he heard the painful howls of the Trokongs. Then they fell heavily to the ground. However, Aru knew very well, if he could not find a real leader from this group of Trokongs, then he would face endless attacks. This was not the scene he wanted to see. Hey, Aru, why are you just acupuncture instead of killing them? Lin Xiao's voice came from the sky. Aru smiled and said, Didn't I say it before? We have only one goal this time, that is to get the rainbow fruit. And the meat of these Trojans doesn't look delicious. But I will never kill prey for the purpose of eating. If you can't eat it, don't kill it. As long as you kill it, you have to eat it. This is the principle I always adhere to. And at this moment, accompanied by a rumbling thunder, a drizzle began to fall in the sky. But when these raindrops fell on Lin Xiao's figure, it seemed to be blocked by some invisible force. They all tilted their trajectories and then fell to the ground. But at this time, Aru was busy dealing with those Trojans. But he didn't notice such a shocking scene at all. Looking at those Trojans who kept rushing up without fear, Aru frowned deeply. These Trokong tribes are social in nature, and they are completely vertical societies. If the leader is not eliminated, the battle will not end. I don't know if my acupuncture needles can be used at that time. After all, there are hundreds of behemoths here. Then his figure kept flying forward. At the same time, he used acupuncture needles to knock down Trokong one by one. However, at this moment, suddenly, a huge arm grabbed Aru's right hand that wanted to learn. The acupuncture needle also fell to the ground randomly. Seeing this, Aru frowned. He knew that the grip strength of Trokong could reach at least 1 ton. If he was controlled by the other party like this, then he would be torn into pieces by other Trokongs who rushed over. So for the sake of self-defense, he was also ready to use his real strength to fight back. However, just when he wanted to be more serious, the Trokong who was holding his arm on the other side seemed to have noticed something. The hair on his body suddenly stood upside down. Then the big hand holding his arm also subconsciously relaxed. Seeing this, Aru's face suddenly showed a touch of excitement. This guy finally felt my threat. Or has the lowest layer of smell on my body been washed away by the rain? Very good, very good. Then it's time for me to perform next. Now I don't have to be bothered by these guys all the time. Lin Xiao in the air also noticed this. Then he felt an extremely powerful deterrent coming from Aru. It was exactly the same as when he faced the giant crocodile. At this moment, it was as if a huge and ferocious beast appeared out of thin air in the void behind Aru. It was staring at the group of Trokong. Sure enough, soon after feeling the change in Aru's aura, the Trokongs who kept rushing up from all directions stopped one after another and fled away for a distance with a face full of fear. Never dare to approach rashly again. And not far behind them, there stood a Trojan with super long hair and a particularly strong body. This was the leader of this tribe. And just as Aru was about to rush to the other side, a flash of lightning fell from the sky, and the ground was suddenly covered by dazzling light. Rumble! The earth was actually blasted out of a huge, deep pit by the lightning. It's so dangerous. Seeing this, Aru's face immediately showed a trace of anxiety. If the lightning just now struck the rainbow tree directly, then all our efforts would be wasted, so we must find the top of that head as soon as possible. But the first one who was trembling with fear from the thunder and lightning should be him, right? At this time, Lin Xiao's voice sounded above his head again. Normally, as the leader of this powerful tribe, shouldn't he be the strongest and the bravest one? But who would have thought that Aru, 1 yen below, without even raising his head, shook his head slightly and said, "On the contrary, 110 compared to these powerful guys, the most necessary ability of the leader of the tribe is the ability to deal with crises. So the one who can first sense the danger among the Trojans is the leader." Lin Xiao in the sky heard this and nodded slightly, then raised his hand and pointed in a direction and said, "If that's the case, then just before the thunder fell, the white guy was the first to hide." Aru saw this and immediately turned his head to look in the direction Lin Xiao pointed. Then a look of satisfaction suddenly appeared on his face. It turned out to be his silverback. Found it. As a head-top Trogon, it is really a big guy. Well done, Lin Xiao. You saved me a lot of time this time. Fortunately, you can pay attention to such a far place. Otherwise, if I rely on myself to move forward and search little by little, it will probably become extremely troublesome. Aru swaggered towards the silver-backed Troking leader, and the Trokings around him seemed to have encountered a monster. They had long lost their previous fierce momentum. They fled far away from Aru's body. They were afraid of being eaten alive by the other party. Even the eyes looking at Aru became extremely fearful. Perhaps from their perspective, they can really see the special aura formed around Aru's body. Roar! When Aru came in front of the silver-backed Troking leader, the other party's pupils suddenly enlarged and then let out a fierce roar. It seemed to be defending his position. However, the next second, Lin Xiao couldn't help but find it hard to believe. The silver-backed Trojan leader actually leaned down and then tilted his head towards Aru's direction. It seemed that he was listening to something. Seeing this, Aru calmly reached out and patted the other's nose. This action alone had already determined the outcome. Then, Lin Xiao's figure slowly fell from the sky. He came to the rainbow tree with Aru. Looking at the more than 10 rainbow fruits hanging at the top, his face suddenly showed anticipation. This should be the rainbow fruit, so let's taste it first. Then Aru and Lin Xiao each picked one, and said to the Trojan King Kong gates surrounding them, "Don't worry, we only need 2 rainbow fruits. Actually, we don't want to disturb your life. Half of one of them will be given to the people of Igo. The remaining half will be auctioned in World Kitchen and circulated in the world, and the other one will be enjoyed by Aru and Lin Xiao together." A few days later, in the 95th floor observation deck restaurant on the top floor of Food House, Aru and Lin Xiao enjoyed the delicious food in the empty restaurant. "Oh, I haven't eaten pork for a long time." Aru used a knife and fork to stuff the delicious meat into his mouth. He said with a look of enjoyment. Lin Xiao, who was sitting opposite him, didn't say much, but there was a little enjoyment on his face. Love, after all, such delicious food is also a temptation that is hard to resist for him. The waiter standing next to the two of them said with a smirk, "That's right, this dish is made of raincoat lettuce wrapped with roasted pork. If you like it, I can ask someone to bring more pine." Then one after another delicious Qian Li's food was pushed over from the dining cart and filled the entire table, and Lin Xiao never spoke. However, his appetite is not much less than Aru's. The two of them have been stacked with empty plates more than one person high on their sides. From time to time, waiters would carry these empty plates back to the kitchen. My God, the young man who came with Lord Aru actually ate 700 grams of meat in one bite. Is this guy also a gourmet? In 40 proof brandy, he drank 7 bottles in one go. Is it really okay to drink like this? If a normal person drinks like this, he will probably go directly to the ICU 8908. Not just brandy, but also beer and other drinks. My God, he and Lord Aru are just like 2 super big eaters. Yes, his appetite is too amazing. How can ordinary people have such an appetite? Of course, anyone who can sit at the same table with Lord Aru must be extraordinary. And look at his sturdy figure. It's really enviable. If 813 has such a figure one day, I'm sure many beautiful women will come up to chat with him. Yes, I think he should be a gourmet, but he doesn't seem to be a famous gourmet. That's right, those famous gourmets are all famous without exception. But even so, we can't compare with him. Just as the waiters were whispering, the kitchen was already busy. The chef kept urging everyone to prepare all kinds of food, and the chefs in front of the stoves all had painful expressions on their faces. Even when the restaurant was the most popular, they didn't feel such great pressure as today. There were only 2 people dining this time, but it seemed like there were thousands of troops. No matter how many delicacies they made, they would soon be wiped out by the 2 monsters. "Ah, chef, my shoulder hurts." "How is it? Are you okay?" "It's okay, it should be a muscle strain, but compared to that, our kitchen seems to have run out of ingredients." "What?" "The ingredients are almost gone." "As expected, let's serve some desserts to ease the tension. I can't believe these 2 people ate enough for hundreds of people." "Syad, it should be more than 300 people. I'm not afraid that all the food will be eaten up." It looks like after dessert, the main event will begin, while the backstage was preparing in a hurry. Aru also put down his knife and fork with satisfaction, looked at Lin Xiao opposite him, and said, "How is it? You just ate a little bit. Are you unable to eat anymore?" Lin Xiao shook his head and said indifferently, "I just had a base, but when will the flesh of the rainbow fruit come up?" Just at this moment, a chef came up slowly with a food cart and said to the 2 with a smile, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. The finale dessert is the rainbow fruit works. Just smelling the sweet aroma, I can't stop drooling." In fact, it's not just him. Even Aru and Lin Xiao, when they smelled the sweet aroma of the rainbow fruit, they couldn't help but drool. Only such food can be called 5-star quality. Whether it's Cinderella steak or cream matsutake, milk candy shrimp, peacock quail eggs, or any other kind of food, none of these can replace the huge impact of the rainbow fruit on human taste. This is a huge barrier between ingredients of different grades. Aru stared at the plate of rainbow fruit that was moved in front of him and excitedly picked up the knife and fork and said, "Wow, this color," as the juice evaporates, the color of the rainbow actually appears. Sure enough, it is best to eat it directly. The temperature of this fruit should be kept at around 5 degrees. As time goes by, the temperature rises and the taste will also change. Then, Lin Xiao, I'm going to start first. I believe you will never miss such a delicious food, right? Lin Xiao nodded slightly and ignored Aru opposite. Reach out and gently touch the flesh of the rainbow fruit that is like jelly. The aroma immediately hits the face from the flesh. The flesh of the fruit is as heavy as gold. When he put the flesh in his mouth and tasted it carefully, within a few seconds, his taste buds detected 4 or 5 different changes. It was as if the sugar content of hundreds of mangoes was concentrated, and then a special sour taste emerged from it, like a fusion of lemon and passion fruit, and then sublimated into a special taste. Then he tasted the 5th taste from it. It was a rich and mellow taste like chestnut. This taste was like all the fruits gathered together. It could bring people the maximum taste, stimulation, and pleasure. One bite would make people linger. When he really swallowed the flesh in his throat, you can also feel the fresh stimulation. It's as if the blood from the heart can spread throughout the body with this delicious feeling. This delicious food has surpassed most of the food that Lin Xiao has eaten before. It can be said to be a brand new experience. It's not just Lin Xiao. Aru on the opposite side also showed an unprecedented expression on his face. After feeling the taste impact brought by the rainbow fruit, he immediately made a decision and wiped away a happy tear from the corner of his eye and said, "The result of the divination in that town 3 years ago was completely predicted. Gather all the staff. One of the Western-style full meals has been decided. This is undoubtedly a happy event, and we should celebrate with everyone. Please give me flowers." That's right. Aru decided to put the ultimate delicacy, rainbow fruit, on his personal menu. Lin Xiao shook his head when he saw this. Continued to enjoy the remaining rainbow fruit. At this wonderful moment, he didn't want to say any more words. He just wanted to devote himself to this delicacy. Oh, this is the respect that food should have. At the same time, about 900 kilometers east of Food House, in a fortune-telling town, many people lined up in a long line in front of a fortune-telling house. And in the house, a bald man told the fortune-teller opposite him about his doubts. "What is the ending, Mr. Coco?" The man opposite him, holding a scarf on his head and pretending to be mysterious, frowned and said, "Oh, it seems to be getting troublesome." The bald man's face suddenly became as sad as if he had lost his parents when he heard this. "How could this happen? I have invested nearly 50 million in this golden corn. Can't the price go up? Enter." The food fortune teller named Coco shook his head slightly and said, No. I'm not talking about this problem. I'm talking about myself. I suddenly calculated that there will be guests coming. The man with 3 scars under his left eye, it's the guy I'm very familiar with. But for some reason, I suddenly have a bad feeling. I guess Aru is 330 again this time and has nothing good to do with me. Oh, I really don't want to be involved in his affairs again. Coco's face suddenly showed a helpless look, but he had no way to deal with it. And after a period of understanding, Lin Xiao had a deeper understanding of Aru. This man's journey to explore ingredients. It can be roughly divided into 2 types. One is to receive a direct commission from an individual, a company, or IGO. The second is to find the food he particularly wants to eat. And this time the formation of the 2 of them belongs to the latter. In a train carriage that was about to rush to the top of the mountain, Aru was tasting delicious fruits and fine wine. It's really delicious. As expected, tequila and platinum lemon are a perfect match. How is it? Am I right, the taste? Opposite him, Lin Xiao slowly savored the pastries in front of him. He glanced at the wine bottle on the table and said lightly, "By the way, you actually drank a bottle of 750 milliliters tequila in 1 gulp, and you have already drunk nearly 20 bottles. Do you want to buy all the wine in the entire train at once? Aru on the opposite side smiled indifferently. That's because I'm so happy today. As long as I think about seeing the dreamy whale soon, I can't help but feel happy. Are you referring to the puffer whale? Lin Xiao's face showed a touch of reminiscence. In fact, a few days ago, the two of them got a piece of information. It is said that the puffer whales, the dream whales known as the deep-sea delicacies, will float to the shallows to survive the spawning season once every 10 years. From that day on, gourmet-related stocks in various markets have been rising one after another, especially those companies that have successfully hired famous gourmets. Their shares have skyrocketed. Originally, this kind of information was mostly false propaganda messages for the purpose of manipulating stock prices, although the IGO Publishing Bureau was also dispatched for this. But it has not yet been confirmed how this message was spread. What's more, many gourmets have indeed launched a series of actions to capture puffer whale spirits. Such facts have further deepened the public's determination to be credible in the previous information. And the train that Lin Xiao and Aru are riding at this moment is also among these many gourmets. They go to the spawning place of Puffer Whale's 2.8 Cave Beach together. The only problem we are facing next is that puffer whales are highly toxic. Aru picked up a hamburger and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Then he said vaguely, "If it's just a qualification certificate for removing puffer fish poison, I have it. I also have that technology, but it's not that simple, so it's called a problem. Because puffer whales seem to be designated as special cooking ingredients, they're not so easy to handle. In fact, it is said that there are only less than 10 chefs in the world who can remove the poisonous belt of puffer whales. So no matter how you say it, this is a task with a very high coefficient of difficulty." Lin Xiaowinian immediately became interested and asked with some doubt, "If that's the case, I guess you don't have such a method. But I guess you must know a chef with such skills, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be so calm." Alu nodded proudly. "I didn't expect your brain to react so quickly. Yes, I do know someone who can handle dolphins and whales, but that guy is definitely not a chef." Just then, a loud noise suddenly came from a distance. A rough man smashed the bottle of wine on the ground and yelled at the train attendant, "A ***, why don't you bring the wine over quickly? If there is not enough wine, what's the use of this broken train?" Then, he looked at Lin Xiao and Alu fiercely. After seeing a box of brandy neatly placed under their dining table, his face suddenly showed a look of rage. "Hey, I was wondering why the wine stocking was so bad. In the end, you ate it all by yourself. You be ****************. Do you know who I am? I'm the Gourmet Zone guy. How about showing you my full Western meal?" Then he picked up a menu. He shook it towards Lin Xiao and Alu. Lin Xiao glanced at it. "I saw that in the appetizer position, it said golden salmon roe. In the soup position, it said snake frog soup. And the position of fish material corresponds to constant temperature salmon. The position of meat material corresponds to crab pig. The main course is Galera giant crocodile. The salad is almond cabbage. The dessert is white apple. Drink is Hannah's energy." Zone Guy continued to boast. "My main course is that giant crocodile. Yes, it's the one from a while ago. Haha, what do you think? You're scared, right? The taste is simply wonderful." At this time, two people came over. It seems to be his subordinates, standing next to him and starting to help. "Lord Zone Guy, if you get too entangled, the other party will be too pitiful." However, Lin Xiao and Aru, who were sitting opposite, did not take this clown seriously at all. They continued to enjoy the food and wine in front of them. And Zone Guy's face suddenly darkened, and he asked angrily, "Hey, what are you two bastards laughing at? You dare to ignore me. Are you looking for death?" However, Aru said to himself with a nonchalant look, "That's right for me. Being picked on and provoked should be this kind of situation." Then he slowly stood up. The strong sense of oppression immediately made Zone Guy speechless. The body began to tremble slightly. Then Aru's big hand slapped the other person's shoulder heavily. He almost knocked the other person to the ground. "Mr. Jiang-sun, oh, I'm so sorry. If you want these wines, then you can take as much as you want. I paid for them all before. I'm so sorry, Mr. Johnson. I didn't expect that there were only so few drinks on the train. Oh. Zone Guy was obviously frightened by Aru's tall and strong figure and the powerful aura on his body. But the other party gave him face. He continued to say along with Aru's words, "My name is Zone Guy, not John Senator. You be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Actually call my name wrong. Just wait and see." However, he did not dare to take the wine under the table at all. Instead, he left with his two younger brothers. "Aru, is it really okay for you to let that guy who took the initiative to provoke you like this?" Lin Xiao asked without raising his head. "What do you mean?" Aru took a sip of wine with a nonchalant look. "If it's the dispute just now, then I can only say that. The real purpose of those guys doesn't seem to be wine. There are gourmets on this train, and they're all going for the puffer whale. I'm afraid it will become a full-fledged battle at the scene of capture. Therefore, it is normal for everyone to test each other and put pressure on other competitors," Lin Xiao said lightly. "If that's the case, you should show your own strength. Otherwise, be careful that others underestimate you and want to give him free drinks. If you do this, it seems that you will cause yourself more trouble." But Aru obviously doesn't think so. After taking another sip of wine, he said with a smile, "As the saying goes, rely on parents at home and rely on friends when going out. Although the next capture scene will become a battle, there will be times when we have to help each other." And at this moment, a trembling figure appeared in front of the two and slowly said, Can you give me some wine too? I have acrophobia, and my legs will go weak once I look outside the train." Aru then waved his hand and said, "Are you trying to forget your fear with the help of alcohol? Old man, aren't you coughing nonstop because you have no wine to drink? If you want, take it all. Anyway, we're getting off at the next stop. County." The old man who came towards him suddenly showed a puzzled look on his face. "The next stop is the divination town. It seems that this is not the place to catch puffer whales." However, Aru did not explain what he was doing. After giving the other party a few bottles of wine, he stopped talking. Soon the train stopped in front of the station of the divination town. Because of the long-standing Zhou learning, the prosperous food and rich town. With the development of the food business, investors in food-related companies, and even ordinary shareholders have all become the main source of customers here. Although there are many scammers and food fortune tellers who randomly predict the food market. But the credibility of divination here is still very high. Thank you so much for the wine. The boss will repay you for the kindness of giving me wine in the future. As an old man, I will never owe anyone a favor. When Alu and Lin Xiao got off the train, the old man who came to ask for wine kept waving his hands to thank him. Alu waved his hand without looking back. "No, these are just small things. Don't take them to heart. Compared to this, don't drink too much strong liquor, otherwise it will be bad for your health." Lin Xiao just glanced at the old man and then said to Alu lightly, "I said that the old man has a crew cut. If it was put in a few decades ago, it would really be considered fashionable. And he seems to exude the same extraordinary strength as you. But you said you can handle. Does the person who found the poison bag of the puffer whale live in this town? It seems that the streets of this town are empty. Could it be that a ferocious beast has appeared here before?" Aru nodded slightly and said, "That's right. It seems that ferocious beasts appear here occasionally. The fortune teller in this town will predict the time when dangerous animals approach here. Then the residents will hide in the homes built with poisonous walls according to that time and take refuge, so that they will not be attacked by those ferocious beasts. In these decades, no one in the town has been attacked by ferocious beasts. This is the reason why this town can always exist, and the fundamental reason why the credit of divination is valued by everyone. If that's the case, there's also a legend about the origin of the information about the puffer whale, which is also based on the divination of this town. So the market will suddenly become boiling." At this time, Lin Xiao looked at the other side of the street and slowly reminded, "Someone is coming over there." As his voice sounded, at the end of the street, a vague figure soon appeared. Then he approached quickly, But just when the other party was about to come in front of Aru and Lin Xiao, a ferocious-looking monster with two huge wings on its back suddenly appeared behind him. The monster fell from the sky, opened its bloody mouth, and pounced on the man. Hey, 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 did you come out to greet me specially? You should have expected that I would come. Seeing this, Aru's face suddenly showed a hint of excitement. Obviously, the man opposite was the one he was looking for this time, and he didn't worry about the other party's safety at all. He didn't even want to help. At this time, Lin Xiao also felt a strong momentum from the man opposite who was covered in a cloak. As expected, just when the beast was about to pounce on the other party. But he instantly felt an extremely strange breath. Just before he was about to make an attacking gesture, he stopped. Then he turned around and walked out of the town without looking back. The person who came was the fortune teller from before, named Coco. He looked at the familiar Aru opposite and said, "An annoying guest has come, and the beast is more adorable." Aru didn't care at all, grinning. "Coco, I haven't seen you for so long. I want to ask if you have finished your Western meal. After all, you are the only gentleman among the four Uranus." The expression on Coco Wenyan's face eased a little, and he said lightly, "Haha, it's a good thing that you still remember this matter. There are only 3 dishes left to be completed, but what about yours?" Aru, the greedy kid from the four Uranus, after such a long time, you're not still hesitating about what to add to your menu, right? Obviously, the man in front of him at this moment is the gourmet Coco, one of the four Uranus. That means the person who Aru said can handle the puffer whale poison bag is him. Then Aru pointed at Lin Xiao beside him and said, "This man who doesn't like to talk much is my new friend. Don't look at him as taciturn, but his strength is top-notch." Coco on the opposite side looked at Lin Xiao meaningfully, although he couldn't see what the tall and strong young man in front of him had. But to get Aru's recognition, he is definitely not an ordinary person. Thinking about it, so Coco said, "It's definitely not a good thing to be with Aru. After all, if the water is too clear, there will be no fish. Humans have some problems to appear more approachable. You can't feel any elegance in Aru. But on the contrary, his jaw-dropping thick skin may make people around him feel more intimate with him." Aru Wenyan said with a look of indifference, "Your comfort is really the same as before. Why can't people be happy?" And at this time, the residents of the town also came out of their houses. They looked at the 3 people on the street and cried out in surprise. "Oh my, what's with that rude roar just now? I heard the voice of a person without any character. It seems that the beast has left. Ah, look, it's Coco-sama. Yes, it must be Coco-sama who drove the beast away for us. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. You are Coco-sama. We love you so much. Coco-sama, please help me to tell the future. Is there any story going to happen between me and Coco-sama? What are you guys talking about? Is it only me who can have something happen with Coco-sama in the future? 0. What do you mean by future? You and Coco-sama don't even have a past. Get out of the way, you stinky old woman. You actually call me a stinky old woman. Do you know who you were talking to?" Coco, who was originally arrogant, suddenly became a little panicked at this moment. "Keep backing away among the crowd. Stop it, don't get so close to me. Also, I won't tell fortunes today. Aru, let's go somewhere else. Let's go to my house and eat and talk." Sure enough, after hearing the word eating, Aru immediately became interested. Then he rushed into the crowd and lifted Coco up. He drove away the fans who gathered around. "I say, are all of you guys hens? Otherwise, why are you standing here clucking nonstop? It's really annoying. Go away quickly. This guy has something very important to do later." A bunch of fans who surrounded him saw the fierce expression on Aru's face. They were scared and screamed and retreated. They stood in the distance, pointed their fingers at Aru, and cursed. 187. "Oh, what's wrong with this wild man? Is he a wild man? It's really disgusting. He looks so rough. Yes, I feel like he's a primitive man. He looks so disgusting. Such rude movements, such vulgar language. He is really a barbarian." Lin Xiao, who was standing aside, twitched his mouth slightly after seeing this scene. He didn't expect these brainless fans to call Aru a primitive man. Obviously, he is also one of the leaders of this food era. But those fans of Coco said that they were as rude as primitive people, which was really funny. Then, the three of them walked towards Coco's home, chatting aimlessly. Hey, Lin Xiao, don't look at me like that. It doesn't matter what those nagging fans say, primitive people, but what's the matter with those guys? Why do they stick to you? Obviously. Aru said the last sentence to Coco. The latter also shook his head helplessly. They're all guests who come to me for divination, so forgive their behavior. Are you a fortune teller? Lin Xiao asked with interest. That's right. Coco nodded slightly. In this small town, divination is my job. Aru suddenly said, well, I'm sure the president would feel very wronged if he heard you say that. But speaking of it, what is Zebra doing now? Oh, you mean that guy. He was arrested and seems to be locked up in the food prison now. Coco said without turning his head. Aru smiled and said, wow, he was finally caught, that problem child. Coco's face showed a complicated look. The director is also helpless, so he can only shed tears and execute Masu. There is no way. Some things have to be done. Aru Wenyin, his mind suddenly recalled the training and exploration they did when they were young. He couldn't help but say with some emotion, it's really nostalgic. The four of us who are not afraid of death practiced day and night in the courtyard and were called for Uranus by others without knowing it. Coco also had a face full of reminiscence. How long has it been? Okay, let's not say these useless words. I can already see 2.5 of my house. Lin Xiao looked forward in the direction of the other party's finger. I saw that on a cliff. A small building made of bricks and stones stood there proudly. Lin Xiao suddenly felt very curious. How does Coco go home every day? But he didn't speak. Instead, he chose to watch quietly. As expected, when they reached the edge of the cliff, Coco opened his hands and shouted, Guys, I'm back. Then, amidst the sound of birds chirping, a huge black crow fell from the sky and landed in front of the three of them. Kai's is very obedient. Next, as long as we sit on his back, he will intercept us and pass through. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with disappointment. Originally, he thought Coco would have some special way. Unexpectedly, it was such a primitive method. 28. It was really disappointing. However, Alu beside him said with a smile, Isn't it the sky leader Xiaowu? Isn't this an extinct species? Coco comforted the huge crow beside him and explained to the two, This is my family, Kai's. Please take care of him. Then we have to send 3 people over. In fact, Alu is very heavy. No need. I will go by myself. Lin Xiao said lightly. Then he bent his finger forward, and a thin line that could not be caught by the naked eye flew out directly from his fingertips and hung on the other side of the cliff. Then Lin Xiao slowly walked forward. Just like walking in the air, he walked directly to the shocked eyes of Aru and Coco behind him. Not long after, the 3 of them came to Coco's house. Coco said while making food and desserts, Your dessert has decided to be the rainbow fruit. My divination seems to have hit the mark again. But I also strongly agree that you decide on the rainbow fruit. After all, it has 7 stages of changing taste and is very interesting. It is a very fun dessert. On the contrary, for Western-style meat dishes, it is better to choose serious ingredients that give people a calm and heavy feeling. But his words were obviously in vain, because Aru, who was immersed in the food at the moment, didn't listen at all. Coco glanced at Alu and said with some disdain in her heart, No matter when, this guy's eating manners are so unrefined. But the man named Lin Xiao he brought this time, his strength seems to be unfathomable. And at this moment, Aru said vaguely, Hey Coco, do you think I came to you just to report all these to you one by one? Of course I know that. Coco took a bite of the dessert and then said calmly, I guess you came to entrust me with a job this time. For now, it should be to capture puffer whales, right? Aru continued to say vaguely, You are really worthy of it. You know me too well, because among the people I know, you are the only one who can successfully remove the poisonous belt of puffer whales. Seeing that Lin Xiao and Aru both cast their eyes on him, he nodded slightly and said, Puffer whales are just like their nickname, micro whales. The size of a single individual is actually very small. In fact, it is very similar to the size of pufferfish. Therefore, many chefs will use the essentials of handling pufferfish to handle these puffer whales. When puffer whales start to circulate in the market once every 10 years, 100,000 people will die from poisoning every year. What? 100,000 people? Lin Xiao frowned. He was obviously a little surprised by this number. But then Coco on the opposite side carefully explained to him, yes, it is 100,000. The toxin of the puffer whale is a neurotoxin with a lethal dose of 0.2 milligrams. It is the most toxic in nature. Once the poison belt is broken, the whole body of the puffer whale will be poisoned. No part of it can be used anymore. But even if it is poisoned, there will still be many people who eat it. Let me say this first. First of all, if you don't capture the puffer whale when it is poisoned, even if you can guarantee a 50% probability, at least one of the two will fail. However, if you remove the poison bag of the puffer whale without breaking it, the probability is higher than what we just said. So, Al, did you get the wrong person for the commission? But who would have thought? Al on the other side laughed nonchalantly. It's enough to have so many chances of success, because if I were to do it, I'm afraid I wouldn't even get one shot. I don't have the technology to capture and handle such delicate prey. Thinking about it, this is really a regrettable omission. Coco reminded with a serious expression. However, this year, the cave beach, which has become the spawning ground for puffer whales, passes through a maze-like cave with a total length of tens of kilometers and a depth of nearly 800 meters. The probability of reaching the cave beach is only 0.1%. Only 1 out of 1,000 professional gourmets can successfully reach it. Enough. Aru scooped a large spoonful of rice and said vaguely, it's much higher than the probability of diving directly from the sea water. Cuckoo saw Zhuang, and his mouth trembled slightly. Then he reminded again, not only that, there's also the demon snake from hell. It is said that its power was in the ancient times, and it was also praised as the strongest existence. The name of the werewolf. This legendary monster is now lurking in the cave. In addition, there are many other unknown dangers in this cave. Dangerous creatures. But before he could finish, Aru on the opposite side interrupted directly. Okay, from their point of view, it is you who are more dangerous. Besides, I know how many dangers I will encounter on this trip, and you can tell fortunes, right? Then you can see, whether it is me or Lin Xiao, do we have any signs of death from our faces? Coco Wenyan on the opposite side was stunned, and then showed a look of understanding and nodded slightly. I understand, then I will go with you. Comparison too. Great, you are worthy of Coco. This is the attitude that a gourmet should have. Aru clenched his fists, and his face suddenly showed a touch of excitement. As for revenge, how about using the restaurant of Food House to eat all you can for a lifetime to settle the bill? One day later, the area where Cave Beach is located. One of Zongai's men, who had met Lin Xiao and Aru once before on the train, was desperately running out of a dark cave. However, he had only run halfway when 2 giant centipedes, each about 20 to 30 meters long, pounced on him from behind and then split his body in half. Then one of them snatched half of it and put it into his mouth to chew. Then he retreated back into the dark cave again. The terrifying appearance was simply horrifying. But at this moment, a tall figure suddenly jumped out from the side. Then he chopped the axe in his hand quickly. In the blink of an eye, the 2 giant centipedes were split in half. The person who attacked was Zongai. He did not expect that his men were eaten by these centipedes when he was distracted just now. At this moment, there was no trace of excitement on his face. Instead, he panted and said, "Damn it, how many centipedes are there in here? I have killed several of them before. Why are there still centipedes jumping out of the hole?" Another subordinate beside him exclaimed in a daze, "I think there are more than 100 in there. What should we do, boss? So far, we have only defeated 2. So why don't we run away quickly?" There were swarms of centipedes attacking him, and Zongai could only choose to run away. These damn be asterisk, 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 asterisk D bugs dare to look down on me. If that's the case, then let's give up the puffer whale and leave quickly. Open this damn disgusting cave. After saying that, he turned around and fled backwards quickly, ignoring the subordinate behind him. At this time, Lin Xiao, Alu, and Coco had already arrived near the cave. Hey, you just finished eating all the food in my house and decided to set off. You are still as impatient as ever, Coco said with some dissatisfaction. Aru smiled indifferently. It is better to do it on the first day than on the second day. Other than that, it is not a good choice, so let's set off quickly. Who would have thought that, Coco directly retorted. In divination, the timing and period of action are extremely important. Really, Aru took out another cigar tree trunk, lit it, and said, if the best time comes 1,000 years later, what should we do? Are we going to give up? For humans who only have 100 years to live, the so-called time is actually just the moment when the mind moves. This time, Kiki did not continue to argue with Aru. She just looked at Lin Xiao, who had not spoken much, with a complicated look. Somehow, he could not see the other party's fate, even with divination. It was as if the other party was a person without a past and a future. Before this, he had never met such a mysterious guy, but he would wait for him to say something. Then he saw two people running towards him. Aru Jinzhuang spoke first. Oh, I remember you are the Singwilia on the train. Zone guy, Wenyan on the opposite side, immediately clenched his fists with a look of exasperation and said, who are you talking about? My name is Zone Guy. But Aru seemed to have not heard what the other party said clearly. Looking at the panicked expression of the other party, he asked, how is it? Did you find the cave beach? Of course, we have already walked to him. Zone Guy lied with a face that refused to admit defeat. Wouldn't it be boring to catch the puffer whale so effortlessly? I'm the type who likes to play games like RPGs, and will stop before the final boss because it is a pity. Compared to boring things like fighting bosses, I enjoy the whole process of passing the level more. This is the mentality that advanced players should have, do you understand? Just as the two were talking, Lin Xiao looked around with the corner of his eyes. He found that there were many figures with bad intentions wandering not far away. Each of these guys carried a weapon. The aura on their bodies was also very different from that of ordinary people. They must be killers, and judging from their posture of waiting there, they should be preparing to rob the gourmets who successfully captured the puffer whales. Sure enough, no matter where they are, there are these guys who like to get something for nothing. But these people's brains are indeed a bit problematic, because those gourmets who can successfully capture puffer whales through layers of obstacles, no matter how strong any one of them is, they're definitely not something that these third-rate guys can deal with. But it seems that someone has already rushed to that area before them. Then I heard Alu excitedly say, okay, we're going to set off. Coco, let's go. Finally, the three of them walked into the entrance of the cave in the shocked eyes of Zone Guy and others. Boss, they just walked in unarmed like that, the subordinate said with a stunned face. It doesn't matter. A group of outsiders who look down on gourmets. I guess they will be eaten by those centipedes soon, Zone Guy said a little excitedly. And after Lin Xiao and the other two entered the cave, only then did they find that it was obviously wider than it looked from the outside. Aru then took out a light from his backpack and said, let's turn on the light first, because we will soon enter a dark area. But you two must be careful. However, please give me flowers. The three walked forward for a while. Soon, two forks appeared, so they began to think about which way to go. Just when Lin Xiao was about to activate Bodeo Observation Hockey to catch more beasts on which side, Aru used his sense of smell far superior to that of adults to distinguish the smell. No matter which cave, the dead smell coming out is very unusual. 0.0. But the cave on the right is mixed with the pungent smell of centipedes. I'm afraid there is a giant centipede in it. In the cave on the left, there is a subtle smell of tides, so we'll choose the left one next. After Aru finished speaking, he took the lead and walked forward, and Lin Xiao couldn't help but look sideways. This guy's sense of smell is many times more sensitive than that of wild animals. It's a bit slippery around here, Lin Xiao, You have to be careful with your feet. Soon, Coco, who was walking at the front of the team, spoke from the darkness. Lin Xiao asked curiously. Coco didn't even have a flashlight, but he could walk so smoothly in the dark environment. Does he have any special abilities? 5-inch.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.